steady coming on the way up. A true fighter's what they always been afraid of. Cards had it close, I'm a circle when I lay up. Switch the game every quarter like a time zone. Aim for the bus, tryna build up to this mind zone. Pave the way with only items that I might own. Imagine what I'm about to do, be an icon. Ain't a problem, just the haters that I might know. It's a night show, the way I'm about to make a movie with these lights. No, the one they be like me, they can try. All gold, everything when I write. Can repeat it, every legend gotta fight. A new world, when I flip, make it tight. Ain't nobody doing minutes how I like. Seat buckled up, going up like a bike. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, up in the sky, into the light. Watch me dive on feet, and it's my time. Up in the stars, with every stride, our future's bright. Cause I'm on to the next. The way I shape shifts makes them call me a threat. Running on this path, never done, no regrets. There is nothing you can do when my face on the set. You're in front of the best. Different league, if you wanna get to me, I give him pedigree. Yeah, I only got a picture on a centerpiece. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, you can never stop me. Watch me dive on feet, and it's my time. Up in the stars, you'll never forget me. But not holding back on the side, only get better with time. Ready to own what is mine tonight. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, you can never stop me.
One touch from you takes me to paradise, paradise. One look from you and I fall in your arms, in your arms. Baby, don't stop, baby, don't stop, baby, don't stop it. And give me your love, give me your love, give me your loving. Say that you want, say that you want, say that you want it. Cause this is my love, this is my love. Something about you feels like heaven came along. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Something that you do makes me feel like we belong. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel One kiss from you is like a fantasy, fantasy. It's like you go beyond my wildest dream, wildest dream. Baby, don't stop, baby, don't stop, baby, don't stop it. And give me your love, give me your love, give me your loving. Say that you want, say that you want, say that you want it. Cause this is my love, this is my love. Something about you feels like heaven came along. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Something that you do makes me feel like we belong. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel Something about you feels like heaven came along. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Something that you do makes me feel like we belong. Baby, can you feel it? Can you
I didn't know why we parted. I didn't know I went wrong. I just know that I want your body here with me tonight, with me tonight. You know what I need know just where to touch. Make me feel like I can't explain. Oh no, don't you leave, it's just a bit of fun. You know how to drive me insane. I know it shouldn't feel right, but baby, don't go. Just love me all night. Just love me all night, 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 all night. Tell me you want me, baby. Tell me I'm not alone. Tell me you wanna be with me tonight. With me tonight. With me tonight. You know what I need, know just where to touch. Make me feel like I can't explain. Oh no, don't you leave, it's just a bit of fun. You know how to drive me insane. I know it shouldn't feel right, but baby, don't go. Just love me all night. Just love me all night, 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 all night.
It shouldn't feel right, but baby, don't go. Just love me all night.
Just love me all night, all night. Just love me all night, all night. Just love me all night, all night. Just love me all night, all night.
Don't need no thing. Ain't into bling. Just use enough. You fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. Don't need no thing. Ain't into bling. Just use enough. You fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I
you wanna tell me? Tell me about the time that we felt fate. Turn your eye on the halo that you give yourself daily. Give me a new ending, cause I'm running free tonight. Don't regret our story, wanna love and live my life. Always talking about where we'll be, gonna move out of the city. Spending our time daydreaming, living our life like a movie. I'm the only one who can make me whole. Pick me up, I'm the only one. Gonna ride this feeling and write a new beginning. I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end. And I don't wanna pretend again. And I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best. Cause I don't need to pretend and pretend and pretend and pretend. Don't live life in envy, shine a bright energy. With the waves I'm making, gotta make sure I'm happy. I'm the only one who can make me whole. Pick me up, I'm the only one. I'm gonna ride this feeling and write a new beginning. And I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end. And I don't wanna pretend and pretend and pretend again. And I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best. Cause I don't need to pretend and pretend fight, strike hard. Crack 'em like a tomb. I go where the trouble is.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
It must be real, right?
and that's
real magic.
Welcome back, everybody, to Wild Rift League Asia, and we're here back in the broadcast. My name is Dash, and I'm here with Crazy Apple, and we're going to be casting the games. 4 matches for today. We're going to be joined in by Giyang later on, but for now, you'll have us.
Yeah, you'll be having 2 of us. It's been a while, Dash.
Yeah, it's been a while.
It's been such a while. It's a pleasure to be casting with you here today. We have a couple of good matches today, but first off, we will be having INV and Cerberus Esports, which will be casting. Definitely something that we'll be looking at. Hopefully not too interesting.
Yeah,
since the experience last time to casting this team, but as we were talking about the matchups for today, we're heading into the schedule. As mentioned, the first match is going to be between INV and Cerberus Esports. Next matchup, it's going to be between KT.RY and Nova Esports. Third match of the day is going to be OMG and Trace Esports. Well, the last match will be between KBG and Thunder Talk, which will definitely be something to look forward to.
Yeah, it's been quite different ever since the last time that we've seen Trace Esports from Season 1, I mean. Trace Esports and Thunder Talk Gaming having the top spot and fighting against KBG in the last game is going to be the most interesting game that we're going to have here. But at this point, I think it's not that interesting anymore because Thunder Talk already has a 10-1 score.
That's true.
And KBG is on a 7-4, which is not really the KBG that we've seen from last year. That's probably because of the meta shift that we had during Season 2, and now we even have another meta shift. Having Sivir in the meta just changed things up for KBG.
Yeah, definitely. Meta shifts and how the game changes is definitely something that teams will need to adapt to, and it showed that Thunder Talk and Trace Esports right now, in the regular season at least, have been the most adept when it comes to that. Looking as well at the rest of our leaderboards, it's JDG and Woohoo Gaming still trying to claw themselves into that playoff rankings. They still need to maybe wish for some of these teams like Weibo Gaming, J-Team, and Nova to drop a couple of games, and then maybe they can get to that top 8 spot. So it's kind of cutthroat down there between like the 7, 8, 9, and 10th spot, but definitely for our top dogs right now, Thunder Talk and Trace Esports, especially EDG, who has been in a bit of a tear. They are still on that 8 series win streak. They haven't lost ever since the first 3 series that they've dropped in the league right now. So definitely as well, EDG is a team we're looking at.
Yeah, and that is what is great about this. EDG having themselves a different jungler here really changed things up for the team, really made it work. And Trace Esports being in a meta in where you really need Weibo to carry, this is one of the things that is the most interesting about it. That's why they are able to make it work as a team. But now let's take a look at the standings on APAC. We still have Roster Y at the top as the same from last season. Yes, they had some mishaps from this season, which made it really hard for them to get this top spot. But now they're back in form, and now they're still taking the top spot here.
Yeah, they're in a bit of a tear as well, with a 3 series win streak so far. Recently, their last win was against INV, but also took down both Naos and Woohoo Gaming. For a while, the ones who were dominating the leaderboard for APAC was Naos and G2 Blacklist, but with a couple of recent losses from these teams, they have definitely gone down a bit in the standings. Although looking at Naos as well, they have played more games, so in points wise, they're kind of above KT.RY. Let's see if they could be able to equalize that in their next couple of games.
Yeah, and this has been an underlying problem for this squad overall. INV Esports hasn't had any victories. All the losses that they garnered from the whole season were all 2-0s. They haven't had a win yet. So far, it's 20-0. So will this be a 22-0 losses for INV Esports? I just really want a win for this team because compared to this season, last season was way better.
Yeah, definitely something that they'll need to, definitely it's not something that they can do anything about now, right? They're in the last spot. Yeah, it's a bit too late to try to get to the playoff spot. But something that they might think about if they'll be together still in the postseason, something that they can try to fix. But we'll see if they'll have a good showing here, at least against Cerberus Esports, which we're seeing on the screen right now. They might have a bit of that morale going into the postseason to try to fix things. But speaking of which, we are seeing right now Cerberus Esports, and they are currently in the fourth place of the standings. This team has been been pretty okay, being able to at least get to the fourth spot right now. But with this match, they could look to at least, maybe if they win this, they could overtake G2 Blacklist on the standing.
Yeah, and we all know Cerberus ever since, right? Ever since they're one of the better squads that we have here in APAC. And winning against G2B is a really great feat that they were able to do. They even won against Weibo the last time that we saw them. So this squad really has something in store for us that could really surprise us, getting to the top 4 spot and having BRU get on a 3-8. Oh man, that is a big change from the last season. And now they have a chance on taking that top 4 spot, getting themselves to the playoffs, and winning against Invade would just really cement their position right there at the top. Because remember, there's only going to be 12 matches that every APAC team could play. 12 matches for some of the teams, 13 matches for some of the teams. So there is only last 2 games for the other squads here, or at least for CES, it's going to be their last game for the season.
Yeah, last 2 games after Invade, it's just gonna be one more, which is gonna be against Trace Esports. It's gonna be a ways away. Based on the schedule, it's gonna be on December 24. So they really need to secure a really good win here to at least solidify their spot. I think right now, though, based as well on how many more games G2 Blacklist will be playing, I think Cerberus Esports will be able to stay put in the 4th spot. As you mentioned, it's a very different look right now in the standings. Cerberus Esports, Abrium United no longer having a chance to get into that playoff spot, just looking at the schedule as well for them. So this could very well be Cerberus Esports trying to build a bit more momentum, getting into that playoffs, trying to maybe play with a bit more strategies, maybe against Invade, to see what may work and what may not work coming into playoff.
Yeah, and for now, for the playoffs, what they really need here for the squad is to have Genza right at the helm of Cerberus Esports to be able to carry them up. And as you said, if ever they're going to be fighting against Trace Esports, it's going to be really hard to win against that squad, because that squad has had the momentum ever since the start of this tournament. So for now, Invade Esports, if ever they would really come back from these losses and just put CES down, it's gonna be bad for their record overall. But for the other squads to be able to chase the record of Cerberus, it's still gonna be hard. They need to get like 2 wins if ever Cerberus loses this.
Yeah, definitely. I think just looking as well, how many more games does Fennel have? Fennel still has a game tomorrow, and on the 21st. So yeah, Fennel may just have enough, but we'll have to check. We'll have to check with production as well on the matter that on that one for teams to try to catch up to Cerberus for the 4th spot. Yeah, we'll be heading into the player introduction.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia. This is your host. The coming matchup will be Bangkok Invade Esports versus Saigon Cerberus Esports. There are only 2 games left for INV. Is there any miracle? Let's find out. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Bangkok Invade Esports and Saigon Cerberus Esports.
Let's stop talking nonsense. We will win today. We would be better prepared the next game.
Cho dù team bạn có thắng team mình thì cũng không thay đổi được kết quả số hạng đâu, nên là hãy nhường 2 điểm này cho Cerberus đi.
Yeah, and that's it for our player introductions. That was a really nice bit right there for Invade and also for Cerberus. Seeing them back again, still have our cameras back here for the players. I'm gonna see what they're gonna be up to. It's a good thing that this squad, Invade Esports, even though that they had lost for quite a while now, they still haven't really gave up, right? They still haven't give up at this point.
I mean, they had a 32-minute game last week. It really shows like the fighting spirit of this team, their fortitude, their perseverance of trying to get us, trying to make the best out of what they have right now. Right. Also, one thing that I kind of also noticed when it comes to Invade when we see their player counts is that there's usually smiles on their faces. So definitely it's not something that they're really taking to heart. They might just be taking this game by game, getting some learnings as well, and we'll see what can they do here. Maybe they'll try something different. I do want to see some, especially when it comes to these kinds of situations for teams that there's not really a lot on the line for them. They might try something weird. They might try out different champions. They might try out different strategies. And I'm looking forward if Invade will do any of that.
Yeah, if ever that works, that's gonna be one of the things that I want to see for Invade. If you see some things that you see in solo queue, they might be able to try that out. And as you said, they could really make that work because they don't have anything to lose anymore at this point. So that is something that they could use in order for them to experiment if ever we're gonna have another season here. That is something that they could work with as a goal.
Yeah, definitely. We'll see if what Invade will be showing us for this series. But before we do head into the main game, we'll be heading into the era match. Oh, I love the timing of that. I didn't expect that we'll be heading into the era match as soon as we went with that transition. But this era match will be the fight for a side. This will decide which team will decide their game one sides, which have shown very much importance when it comes to drafting.
This side, we're already going to be starting this early in the game, and we're going to see what's going to happen for our games. Excited to see what's going to work here for our squads, but for now, we have our first blood. Got some first kills already in the game.
Yeah, BMM went in the second time around, wasn't able to get out. I do like the compositions we're seeing. This feels like very standard era. There's a couple of marksmen, a couple of damage dealers, a couple of ways to go in. Another kill.
Yeah. Got some kills already. Not level 5 just yet. Maybe slowing down, but at least it's a 1-for-1 for now.
So far, Tempo does go to the side of Cerberus Esports. They do have a couple of ways to engage, a couple of ways to poke the composition of Invade. Although Invade does have a bit of more sustain with that Sona, also has some assassination potential as well as a lot of just pure damage coming out of the composition. BMM!
Yeah, started out, gets the stun, gets the kill. Now, for right now, CES does have some advantage when it comes to this squad. They went in, they got some kills. For now, Belby is going to be running away at the backs. Be able to try and make it work, but he's not going to survive Cerberus right now.
Yeah, Cerberus does have that composition that can just tower dive you. They have the Alistar. Can just force fights anywhere where they engage. They also have a Swain, very tanky as well. A much more balanced composition for Cerberus.
Yeah, goes into the back line. I think that was a mistake using that killer instinct, but at the backs, got some damage back. It's gonna be cleaning house. BMM is just gonna go in front, tries to push back Bluff X. They're taking their time. No ultimates for Duck B. Got another knock up on 5 people, but Invade still gonna survive.
Yeah, Invade. They do have a lot more damage to their composition. The dangerous thing here for Cerberus is if they do overextend, Gwen, Kha'Zix can just rip them apart. So we'll see how.
Yeah. And for now, what Typho Fram could really do. Yeah, for now, Invade is going to be making it easy here this time around. Pushes back on the leash. Unleash is going to fall. Belby tries to go in front. Damage from the Ruthless Predator is not enough for now. And Invade is just going to be reviving for a bit. Uses the ultimate. Attack is going to go in. That's one more dash, and he is just going to get that kill.
Yeah, good couple of kills here for Cerberus Esports. Still, this is the era match. We love to see some of these teams, just go ham. Just go very aggressive, which we're seeing right now from BMM. Not much punish. He is an Alistar. Very tanky indeed.
Yeah. Look at them just going in here. The damage that they can deal is just crazy at this point in the game. For now, we're seeing some workings from that new Sona that we have. And now, Invade Esports is still going to be surviving for long, but Y1 got that piercing arrow in the bag. Belby's just going to move forward. Invade's just going to be running away. Bank tries to go for the execute. Flashes in. He's going to die in the process.
Yeah. Invade's just getting chased down right here by Cerberus Esports. Bluffex and Undirish are the only ones who are left alive. Still not enough yet to push. Same for Cerberus Esports. They need to wait for this wave. Only 447 HP on that tower. couple more attacks could do it, and this is another dive.
What a great pulverize. They weren't able to execute anybody. They don't really have a lot of damage that could go through in this composition. Genza goes in. Inferno trigger, not enough damage. Vanguard's edge to slow them down. Bang is going to be pulled back. Bell B is going to be next. Was able to get the HP that he needed, but Y1 is just going to eliminate Bluff X here really fast.
Yeah, Bluff X went for the reset. Was able to get away. Yeah, Bell B almost getting hit right there by the piercing arrow from Y1. There's not a lot of this Redicton can do at this point. He's very low. Might just looking for the reset.
Yeah, goes in for the Ruthless Predator. Gets some HP. He was able to survive in the end there.
Yeah, I mean, if I was like the Belby's thinking, hey, I'm gonna go for the reset, but no, just goes for the kill, gets another takedown.
Yeah,
still alive here.
HP. Look at the backs. Taco got the stun, but Belby's just gonna move forward. Still surviving for so long. The healing coming from Type-R Fam is making everything work for the team. Genza with the Inferno trigger at the back lines. Unleash is gonna fall. Genza tries to go for the 1v1. Bluff X is gonna be running, but BMM might be able to chase him down. That pulverizes enough.
Yeah. Yeah, it's also the Quadra kill going to Genza. BMM able to pull that off with a flash pulverize. Getting the last pick off from Invade, and now Tower Siege here. This just might be enough for them to be able to take this down. This is gonna be the inhibitor turret here taken down by Cerberus Esports. But Invade going for the defense.
Really fast stun. Invade still stopping them down with BMM. Duck B has the ultimate, but doesn't need to use this. They can go for the reset if ever they need to. Unleash tries to move forward, goes in for the Duck B. He got the snip. Gonna be going with another needlework right here, but no, it's not yet done. Vanguard says what's used to slow them down. Even the Chain of Corruption was used. So CES doesn't have a lot of ultimates now.
Yeah, they use all of this ultimates. Oh, actually, bang.
Yep, Taku. Some damage in, Bang. Survived for a bit there. Gonna go for the stun again. Genza's now super low after just one combo.
Yeah, just came back from base and now is low again. It's gonna be hard for Cerberus Esports to find a way to engage, but BMM still looking for that. Both Duck B and BMM are really tanky at this point.
Yeah, be taking their time. Uses the ultimate right there. Duck B, just gonna go to the back line. Have some time right here. They could be able to deal some damage to back line with a pulverize. And now Cerberus is just gonna be winning that fight and probably just take down more towers.
Yeah, or at least damage the Nexus at this point in time. It's only 6 minutes into the game. Death timers are pretty low. They don't have a wave. Underdish still has the ultimate. Can use the needlework to clear the waves and delay the eventual push coming from Cerberus Esports. They can't tank the Nexus just yet, but we'll see. All of Invade's coming back to life here.
Yeah. Everybody's back alive. BMM's not going to be chased down right there, even with a snowball on his head. Unleash is already starting here. Snowballs are not going to hit. They already have a lot of damage as a team, so if ever they move forward, that's going to be the surprising part here. Unleash was caught right there with the Chains of Corruption, and he's going to be eliminated in the process. Taco is super low. They go into the back line. Bell B gets it with a Cult of Meek. Could be chasing down BMM at the back line. They use the ultimate right there onto BMM. Just for them to tank some damage. Bank goes in for the elimination. The Taster Fear was enough.
Yeah, Taster Fear wasn't enough. Cerberus Esports only down 3 members as well as Invade. I do love what Belby did there. It felt like he just tried to take the game into his own hands. Going diving to far back, taking down Taku on the Aurelia, and just Bank getting another pick off right there from BMM. Things will be slowing down a bit, I guess. Cerberus Esports needs to back off while Invade can chase him down with that Zona.
Yeah, backline though, Genza. Not enough to get the S rank. Not able to get the Inferno trigger in. Invade is now fighting back, making it hard for them to, with the bruisers that they have for Invade, it's making hard for Cerberus to find any answers here against them.
It feels bad. Bank wasn't able to get the heal as Invade right now is sieging down the turret. Yeah,
oh no, he's dead.
Bruisers though, Taku.
Yeah, Chains of Corruption. Slows down Belby. Gets a lot of tower shots in. The Defiant Dance from Taku. It's gonna give them a bit of time. But Cerberus right now, still in a pinch. Invade could definitely get a kill on them. Great push from BMM. Now Belby survives for another day.
Yeah, great series, great interaction right there from BMM, pushing away Belby, who was trying to go for a more aggressive position, maybe getting a Ruthless Predator pick off, but still gets it.
Goes to the back line, goes to Taku. Not gonna get the elimination. Cypro fam with Inferno trigger to the backline. Genza gets everybody, and now we only have Bang, and this might be the end of it. Cerberus is gonna finish this game.
Yeah, this might be the end here. It's 5-man. Bang! Dodging and weaving.
Yeah, he's not gonna survive that for sure. I mean, wait, what? What did they do? That might not be the end of it though. Doc B is super low. One more shot on the head, but a bit of a throw there. I thought that could have been a chance for Invade.
Yeah, I thought it was a chance for Invade because the dangerous thing about the Kha'Zix, right, is he's gonna have the resets, gonna be able to jump around with his mobility, able to reposition, maybe able to get a couple more kills, but by the end there, Duckby had enough damage as well as the minions to be able to take down the Nexus. And because of that, Cerberus Esports wins our fight per side era match. They will be able to choose their side for game 1.
Yeah. Now for this game 1, Cerberus definitely gonna choose the blue side. So far, we do have a lot of champions that we prioritize right now in the meta. Fiddlesticks is now out of the meta just because of the recent nerfs that they had from the last time. And Hecarim has been seeing a lot more play compared to how it was during the start of this season. That Hecarim cannot even be played by anybody.
But we have been seeing like mixed results as well for the Hecarim. I think some of the strategies we have been seeing in the draft by these teams have been to let either both of the Hecarim and the Evelyn go, or at least just the Evelyn. Force blue side to ban the Evelyn, and then red side will be able to get the Hecarim on their first pick rotation. But what happens is these teams will try to pick the Hecarim, try to see if they can take a win. But the thing is, they haven't been able to take these wins with Hecarim not dealing the amount of damage that I think they were expecting, instead being more of this bruiser tank that we have been seeing in fights, as well as he has been getting caught out in a lot of these rotations. So it's kind of weird, right? A lot of these teams have been prioritizing banning the champion, but it has come out with a lot more mixed results than I would say when the Evelyn is let go and Evelyn gets picked. There's a high chance that the team that has the Evelyn will be able to win the game.
Yeah, the Evelyn, even during the recent patches, hasn't seen some nerfs. That's why the Evelyn is still going to be a priority pick for everybody here. We have seen from Cerberus, there's a lot more of them just playing around with what they're confident about. Now, Sivir being in the meta makes it easier to play around with very aggressive junglers, because Sivir being a late game champion, and also because of the on the hunt, winning fights are gonna be easier for them, especially in this game where mobility really is toned down just because of the fact that the map is very small. Getting extra mobility is a big thing.
Yeah, definitely. And to add to that, right, the extra mobility that Sivir gives for the whole team, it also buffs a lot of the meta champs that we have been seeing. One that we usually talk about is the Aatrox on the jungle. Aatrox popping the World Ender and Youmuu's Ghost. It feels like just an instant gank opportunity, and then if you add the Sivir on the hunt, it just buffs him up even more, gives him AD as well. So it's the champion right now, Sivir in itself, her kit is such a great tool that we have right now in the league, and it fits so well into the meta.
Yeah, and we have seen also a very interesting composition that I've seen based on what happened during the past few weeks. Morgana getting banned against Nova Esports. That was one of the most interesting things I've seen, because they play around a Nyla and another ADC in the mid lane and play a Dragon Lane Morgana, which is a very smart play. But now we're gonna go to the picks and bans. We're probably not gonna see that in this game. Seeing the classic bans, the Vi being a priority ban just because of how the ADC meta works. So for now, they're gonna be leaving the Zoe out. Sivir is gonna be open. Ornn is gonna be out, so they're just gonna be picking the Gragas. No, the Gragas is also out. So they're gonna be prioritizing a Camille here for the first pick.
Oh yeah, seems like it could be a Camille coming out from Cerberus Esports. It felt like a bluffing game as well, where Evelyn was the one banned on blue side. We didn't see the usual pattern of Evelyn and Hecarim being banned on the red side. I do like the hover. I do like the pick as well. As we were talking about, Aatrox is one of the meta picks. Y1 has shown great proficiency on this champion. We have also seen sometimes being picked into the top side by Taku. So Aatrox would very well be more of a flex pick in the hands of Cerberus.
Yeah. Having it on Y1 and Taku is not going to be a problem here for Cerberus. But what is going to be a problem here for Invade is that if ever they're going to be picking up a Zeri to even have that shred power for that mid-game fights against this champion, but they go in for the Vladimir as the second pick. They do have some damage, at least a late game investment on that Vladimir. Gonna be losing a bit on that DPS yet, so we're gonna be looking at what they're gonna pick after.
Yeah, we'll see. They didn't go for the usual Galio Camille. Galio is still left open, something that maybe Cerberus can steal away from the composition that Invade is building right now. But with the Silver Hover, I do like it as well, coming with that Akali. Akali we have shown as well to be a pretty good matchup against the Vladimir, as well as Akali having a bit of a earlier spike than the Vladimir. If she's able to just get her first or second item, able to burst down a lot of these champs and scales really well to the late game, can also take out any of these like weaker marksmen, or rather more immobile marksmen that Invade might be able to pick out later.
Yeah, lots of sustainability from the side of Invade. They have a lot of safety in this composition. What they would need on the second ban rotations is going to be a little bit more damage. Cerberus could really hold that just by banning the Zeri, banning the Xayah. So you won't really have a choice but to pick up a Tristana that has a really awkward way to go with the power spikes that the Tristana has, and also an Azriel that they could pick up. So they're going to be trapping Invade here on what ADC to pick.
Yeah, we'll see. Ezreal, yes, has a bit of that mobility, but the thing is with Akali, now small the map is, she's able to just traverse these distances, able to stick on the Ezreal, even though Ezreal might have that arcane shift. You're able to hit the Shuriken, you can still follow him from everywhere. So that could potentially be a problem. I also like that for Cerberus, we've seen that Sivir gets blown up by an Akali, so instead they pick up both of the champions. Yeah, Galio is going to be picked here by Invade for sure.
Yeah, the banned Nautilus picks up the Galio. Cerberus could definitely pick up Braum here, but based on this composition, I think it's not going to work out that well. I mean, there's a lot of melee champions which could really make it work, but then Alistar would be a way better pick here just for them to stop the pushes happening from the side of Invade. But they go in for a set. Is that gonna be? Oh yes, it is actually gonna be a set on the support role. That is an interesting pickup here by Cerberus Esports, but also a really good one though, because with the three melee champions that they have, it's gonna be easier to hit the face breaker against most of these members.
Yeah, definitely as well. I think it's gonna be a better matchup when it comes to at least the dual lane bot lane, right? Compared if you're picking out a Alistar, a set deals a bit more damage, it's gonna be a lot more pressure on the Ezreal and Galio that's picked up here by Invade. Also, the showstopper of set would be a really good tool as well to take out the Camille from the Hex Ultimatum. So a lot of good things coming out from that set, which is kind of similar as well to Alistar. The difference is Alistar is more CC heavy as well as tank heavy, while this set will provide a bit more damage to the composition that CES is already piloting.
Yeah, Cerberus Esports already has a lot of damage in that composition overall, and they would really need somebody to really shake it up and get to the back line, because that is what their composition really wants, and that set is going to be a good tool for them to do that, because based on what we're seeing from Invade, that's a classic front to back composition, and pulling taking off that formation is what a set does the best.
Taking advantage of the front to back as well, taking away pushing out the main tank like the Galio. The Galio does channel the taunt, can just push him towards the enemy team, landing with a big AoE smash damage from the max health. So yeah, a lot of good things coming out from the composition of Cerberus, but for Invade, looking at them as well, they do have a bit of that early game that they may try to take advantage of. Ezreal has that mystic shot, might be able to harass the Sivir if put in a bad position, as well as the Lee Sin might be able to make plays earlier on.
Yeah. For now, what Cerberus could do here in the early game, we do see a Kassadin versus Vladimir a lot on our recent games, but having an Akali is way better, just because of, as you said, she has a bit of an earlier power spike, which makes the fight awkward in the early game. Duck B having a hard time here to get the face breaker until Type-R Fam is gonna fall. And that's gonna be the first kill on their side. Arcane Shift just goes in. Duckby goes in with another shot. And Bank would be able to get the double kill.
Yeah, and that's what I was talking about in terms of the strength of the level 1 with the Ezreal, right? Has the Mystic Shot, you basically have 2 auto attacks every couple of seconds. We see right here, there's a very aggressive in by Type-R Pam. It kind of looked bad at first because he was the one who was about to fall down, but him getting to push the wave first for Invade, they hit level 2, Bank hit level 2, and that was why they were able to get a bit more of that HP as well, that Arcane Shift to finish the kill.
Very smart way to play that early game in order for Genza to not get a lot of damage. We all know that Silver takes a long time for her to get the power spikes that she needs. She gets damaged by item 2. So for now, it's gonna be Bank having the easier chances here of winning the fight. A great cancel on Y1. That forces the flash away.
Yeah, that forces the flash away, and right now, Cerberus Esports, Y1 also with a really good rotation because they will be the ones to crash the wave. Undelish is here though, in the area, might be dangerous.
Yeah, Type-R Fam would want to go for this fight. They know that they don't have any damage at this point in the game. It's gonna be easy for them to take down that support. Cerberus is still gonna have a problem here. Bank goes in. One more damage with the Arcane Shift. Mystic Shot! Not enough. It's a good thing they had the exhaust there. Undelish could potentially kill Genza this early. Y1 is there to help out. One more Mystic Shot or one more Arcane Shift could definitely get them the kill. Flash coming out from Genza. Stops them with another push. Duckby's gonna come in. Type-R Pam is gonna die here in the process. At least they get a plating on the bot side.
Yeah, it's gonna be a plate positive here for Invade. And again, the Silver not being able to get experience and gold from a crashing wave in the bot lane.
Wait, Bank? Duckby might die here. Great way to use that damage from Bank.
Yeah, Bank's just been on fire. This game has just been going super aggressive, being able to hit a lot of his Mystic Shots to be able to deal the damage on the bot side. Oh no, mid lane.
Level 5 on BMM. Stopping Bluff X from getting that level 5. Oh no, never mind. He has a level 5 now, so he's gonna back away.
Yeah. But unfortunately here, because of the damage done on Bluff X, this wave is can be slow push by BMM. Can just keep it there in the mid lane, denying a bit more XP as well as gold for Bluff X.
He's gonna see this. Goes in for the hook shot. They have Type-R Fam. Could definitely go in here if ever they need to, but not gonna get it. Invade, even though they had a lot of kills, still only had a 400 gold lead.
Yeah. That's why I'm curious right now where this lead is coming from. We did see that the first one did go to the side of Cerberus Esports, so it feels like they have one more kill in their belt when it comes to gold. Bang!
Such a safe play coming from Bank. Doesn't really need to commit onto anything. Could be left alone here on the top side. Hook shot. Even have on the leash, pushes him back onto the edge of that wall, and that's gonna be the end of it.
Oh my god!
With the Ruthless Predator from Taku.
Just classic Renekton things. Able to take these 2v1s. And Y1 getting in the top side here.
Ooh, force it out of flash. World Ender was used. Nothing hit. And that's why he's gonna back away.
Yeah, Belby just gracefully strutting along, dodging the knockups coming from that Aatrox and being able to live, not getting punished. Although Taco is still on the area. It's level 7 compared to level 6.
Doesn't have the rage though. Doesn't have the rage. It doesn't need to fight this. With the aggression that they have on the top side, Taku is playing this perfectly. Especially he's winning the fight with the showstopper. Look at that.
Oh, Y1's
he even
here.
have on the hunt. They use the Arcade Shift to the flash, and Bank is gonna be surviving that. Y1's gonna come in. He doesn't have the World Ender. The flash is gonna be used, but they have the exhaust to stop him from getting more. Bank was able to survive, and Y1's gonna fall down in the process. But in back line, though, BMM tries to go for the fight. Unleash tries to get the damage onto Genza. Dak B is gonna fall in this battle. What a great Dragon's Rage. Was able to knock up BMM, and BMM is gonna die here on the bot lane. 4 kills for the side of Invade.
Yeah, 4 kills for the side of Invade right there. I think it's only gonna be 3. Or two for the side of... no, sorry. No, I don't think there was any kills for the side of Cerberus right there. But as we head into the replay right here, this was Cerberus Esports trying to take advantage of Bank, trying to deal as much damage so that Y1 could get the kill. But
that missed.
Clean dodge! It dodged. Bank used his Mystic Shot instead of moving. Y1 did not predict that. But off screen right there, we did see BMM taking him down. And at this point in time, Cerberus Esports was... bit off
Dragon's Rage though. Oh
yeah,
man.
the Dragon Rage. And they weren't here for a bit too long. Invade was able to react appropriately That's why right now, even though there is now 4 more kills when it comes to the lead in favor of Invade.
I'm really surprised why Cerberus is taking this fights though. They don't really need to take this fight because we all know that Invade does have the advantage just because Bank is so fed, and BMM is also gonna die just because of the punish that they could do right there in the bottom side.
Yeah, but on the other end, Cerberus Esports trying to go for an exchange here in the mid lane.
Who's gonna get it first?
They do get it. They do get it with Shelly. Shelly able to take the first turret in favor of Cerberus Esports. That's why this gold lead is still very much even. Only about 500 right now for Invade, even though Invade is getting more of these kills. Looking as well where most of the advantage is here. Even though the Sivir has died 3 times, and with the 213 Ezreal, it's only a 200 gold lead for the Ezreal, and that just shows right now how much maybe Cerberus Esports has been able to get more resources in the bot lane.
Yeah, just because of the waves that they get. That's one of the things that is so good about Sivir. You don't really expect a Sivir to be down so much gold just because of the amount of wave clear that a Sivir can do in the game. Now on the top side, gonna be going here for the fight. Stops it with a slice and dice. And now he was forced to flash. Duckbee's gonna go in. Facebreaker's not gonna hit. You have the Hero's Entrance right here. Would be able to get the knockup, but never mind. He was cancelled by Y1.
Yeah, it was cancelled by Y1. Invade here for the response, but Camilla's already down. There's still 3 members of Cerberus here. They might be looking for a dive.
Yeah, knocks up onto Duckbee. That taunt was perfect. Unleash goes in. It's not gonna be able to end his life. Back is gonna be here. Might be hard for them. The exhaust is going to be slowing them down. Unleash would be able to go through. Damage right there from the Darkened Blade is not going to be enough, and Invade still wins the fight.
Yeah, Invade has just been out fighting Cerberus in a lot of these cases here, and they might be able to take down this tower. Taco and Genza going for the defense.
Yeah, damage going to be there. Bank was able to get the true shot barrage. That Sonic Wave could have been the end of it, but he wasn't able to really proc it out of range for Invade.
Yeah, Invade fighting back here. Keep talking about them where they haven't gotten even a game win yet in the whole league. Haven't even gotten a series, haven't gotten a win. They're a 0-20 record. So far though in this game, there's a bit of a better showing for them. 2k gold lead.
Ooh.
Right now, 8 minutes. Hyper Pam.
Okay, he's not going to be... Oh, wait.
Oh, Duckbee still here.
Still have a Plun here. Duckbee can still go in. That's going to be a face breaker to stop Typhro Pam. Not enough damage though. Showstopper in front. Was able to flash away. Genza is not going to win this fight. Never mind. He was able to. Gets 2 kills. Flashes away. On the hunt. Gets the reset. Dragon's Rage not going to hit. Unleash is going to fall. And 5-1. Gets 3 kills for the team. Cerberus is still making it
more.
Bluff X does have the Sanguine pull. BMM is going to go in. Perfect execution is going to be used. Duckbee is going to die. And Bluff X is also going to fall. Wow.
It's just aggression upon aggression right now here, Dash. Cerberus Esports fighting back, as you mentioned. Taku, Y1 getting a lot of those kills. Taku still bot side.
Is that the ace? Bilby, no! He didn't attack! He didn't attack Taku. Lost that chance. That could have been an ace for the team there.
They could have just gone for a behind the back hit. Maybe a hit with a bit of the slice of the sword of a fadeaway, right? No look, just throws a. But no, Taco didn't do that. He just let Bellevue was able to get away, and yeah, I was just talking up Invade. I was just saying, hey, Invade's fighting back early game. They even though they had more kills, 1k gold lead. Now it's a 3k gold lead for Cerberus. So yeah, I mean,
what happened?
Goodbye.
Oh man, just because of that one mistake that they did on the top side. Because remember, Cerberus Esports didn't really give them a big lead, even though that they're giving them some kills. Cerberus is still getting so much resources around the map, and because of that, they were able to really make it work for the team. Once the shutdown goals was able to get taken by Cerberus Esports, it was enough. But now top side, go for the fight here. Y1's just gonna move forward. Damage onto Y1 is going to be enough. Hero's Entrance was able to get the knock-up. Duckbee trying to force himself in front of everybody here. Flashes away. Was able to survive, and now Typhro Pam is going to be dead.
Yeah, Typhro is dead. Cerberus Esports still on the chase here on Invade. Doesn't seem like they'll be able to complete the chase. Invade able to get away from that fight. And great flash coming from the set. Able to both get away and maximize the amount of damage that he was able to throw out. And here, Invade feels like they're getting corralled by Cerberus Esports now. If earlier on we were talking about how Invade did have a bit more control over the game because they were getting a lot of kills on the back of Bank, but now BMM, not gonna go for that. That was more of these teams right now positioning themselves in this dragon. INV might be looking to try to go for the steal.
They don't have vision in front of Cerberus Esports, so this is still going to be hard for them to take. But at the back line, though, BMM tries to go for a fight on the leash. Sonic Wave's not going to hit. On the front lines, though, Bell B is going to be able to just run away right here. BMM might die in the process here. Resonating Kick could come in just a bit. Cerberus Esports, a lot of them are getting poked down by Invade Esports. Don't have the resources now. Genza would have on the hunt in just a bit. Right now, onto the back line, they go in. Duckby was able to survive with the showstopper, and now the facebreaker was enough. And that's going to be enough for them to take the dragon right here. Invade losing their ground. They're losing all their members in front. Typho Fam is trying to stop them from pushing for more, but 4 kills for the side of Cerberus.
Yeah, Cerberus's players are just showing up right here. It felt like that fight had no chance to be in favor of Cerberus Esports after BMM got caught out. But Duckby going in at the last second with a showstopper and with a sliver of health using the facebreaker. You're going to see in this replay right here. This is not a fight that Cerberus Esports would really want to go for, but Duckby said, no, we're taking this with a sliver of health. The Magic Pixel able to go the facebreaker, deal a lot of damage and invade. This essentially gave Cerberus Esports the confidence to go in, even though they did lose the dragon. Cerberus Esports was able to win the fight.
I love how funny the on the hunt resets, right? Every time it resets, and once you go to the range, you get like 2 seconds of that extra movement speed, even if you don't stay in that area. That's the reason why a Sivir is really strong. And that's why they were able to make that work. Once an on the hunt is open, Duckby could easily just get to the backline with a showstopper, making it way faster than you expect.
Yeah, definitely. And that shows, right, why Sivir, as you mentioned, is how strong Sivir is right now. Lets you cut these distances, lets you get there faster. And it's very important. Movement speed and just overall movement in general is a bit of more of an understated number or statistic or mechanic. In the game, you usually see AD, usually AP, usually damage, but just cutting the time it takes for you to get closer is very important as well.
Yeah. Now on the leash. Gonna be pushed back with the Dragon's Rage. Showstopper was able to hit on 2. Gets the facebreaker on the leash. Now they're gonna go back. They get the hero's entrance in front. Y1 was able to get the stasis. Genza is already here. Damage is gonna be enough. The crit damage from Genza is making it hard for them. They're cooking, and Duckby was able to survive that. Haymaker was able to get the shield, was able to get the execute in the end. They have the Baron on site, but they're not gonna continue.
Yeah, they're very low. Bank is still on that Ezreal, still very healthy. Will be able to deal the damage to them if they do start off this Baron. Bank's just checking, making sure Baron's not being started, because if they did start it, he might be able to poke them down. Cerberus Esports instead taking the more smarter option, going back to base, licking their wounds, buying their items after getting those kills in the top side, and still putting down pressure on the map right now by going into the jungle of Invade. Let's see how they'll be able to get these catches of Invade, because we have been seeing Invade has been in the lanes a bit too long, or has been getting caught out here by Cerberus. But as the game goes on, Invade might be feeling a bit more vulnerable. They might be hiding near their base, but Cerberus Esports pushing the tempo here.
Duckby is the reason why they had gotten a lot of these fights in their favor, right? Just because of the way he uses the showstopper, and even just because of how this champion works. That is the reason why they didn't really have a great battle here. As we said, they're a very classic front-to-back team, and when that front-to-back gets shaken, that is when Cerberus was able to capitalize on that.
Yeah. Cerberus just dissecting the composition of Invade, but Typho Pam
goes in with the taunt. Wasn't able to follow through. Right here, Genza might fall. They have the ultimate on him. Haymaker's going to be used. Enough damage onto the back line, so he was pushed back by that. But BMM is going to be caught by a lot of CC. Flash was used already. BMM still going in. He was able to get one, but not enough. Right here in front, Genza is going to come back. They still have the damage, and CES would want to get this Baron, but they still don't have enough HP on Y1.
Yeah, they might not have enough HP, but still 3 members of Invade here looking to contest this Baron, but Taku's
gonna stop them. Yeah, damage is gonna be enough. Still have some damage coming in from Genza. The crit is just gonna hurt today. On the leash, flashes without any vision. He thought that it's ending, but no, it's not.
Oh, Invade being baited in by Cerberus Esports. Yeah, they were desperately trying to figure out what was the Baron.
He had Y1 in front of him.
Yeah, he had Y1 in front.
Yeah, that's why I was surprised about that flash. Oh man,
it's a very awkward flash, but you can see right, the desperation coming in from Invade. They already feel that the game was slipping away from their hands when earlier on felt like they were the ones in position to be able to snowball the game. But Cerberus Esports, with just fighting them, team fighting them as well, has been able to turn the tables.
Yeah, making it hard too. Already used to Showstopper. Doc.B wasn't able to get the knock up on a lot of the members here. Genza is very out of position, not a fight that they want to take. He's super low. He was able to get the flash, and he was able to survive, but BMM is trying to cook things up onto the back line. He's surviving. Perfect execution. Ends one more life, and that's going to be a dragon in their favor. BMM goes in with the Twilight Shroud, but he's not going to be able to survive. CES right here goes in. Belby, Haymaker is not enough to get the kill onto Doc.B, but Typhro Pam goes in front of Cerberus just to survive and let two members get away.
Yeah, Invade. Belby though, okay, will be able to get out. BluffX might not be able to. He's being corralled here. Okay, just for the pull.
Great slow. Yeah.
Yeah, great slow, great pull. Able to get out, but Dragon did go to the side of Cerberus, denies the soul from Invade here with an 8k gold lead as well. But Doc.B.
Ooh. Goes in for the Hex Splash. I thought it's going to be enough for them to go for a setup.
Yeah.
Right now with a 22-15, that's 37 kills in a 16-minute game. That's a lot of kills.
Yeah, that's a lot of kills right now for both of these teams. You just saw them aggression upon aggression. But the Cerberus Esports able to take down some of the standing gold, taking down the turret as well on the bot side. They do extend their gold lead to 10k at the 17-minute mark, and this just shows a total domination that Cerberus has right now on the map. They can just freely put themselves in these positions to put down vision, to figure out where Invade is, and maybe bait them out on these objectives. Right now, both big objectives are still on cooldown. They will be spawning on the map later on, both Elder Drake and the Baron. So Cerberus Esports, the thing that they're really looking here is just to wrestle control over the jungle, while Invade trying to get as much of territory as they can.
Ooh. Doc.B doesn't have any vision. He's very tanky. He won't really care about the damage that he would be dealt with, especially that they have the Warmix armor on their side. Invade, with what we're looking at for Cerberus Esports, he would just want to cut the map in two, just because they have 3 bodyguards here in front. They could definitely do that.
Definitely something that they can do right here. Right now, with the Elder Drake about to spawn, Cerberus Esports already running towards there. Elder Drake has just spawned, but Invade looking for a fight.
Really good position though. Doc.B could definitely cook something up onto the backline there. Bank was forced to use the Arcane Shift. Doesn't have that in just like 5 seconds, so there's enough time for Cerberus to start this Drake.
Yeah, but they were able to deal a couple of damage on Cerberus Esports with the Elder Drake being started right here. Invade will need to figure out, will need to find a pick. That might start from the Galio or even a Hextech Ultimatum, but Cerberus Esports really knows that is Invade trying to do. So they're also trying to set up a trap of their own.
Yeah, still gonna be hard though, just because they have vision on this side of the map. Doc.B is gonna go in, Showstoppers, Belby in front, and with that they have the Hero's Entrance. They're gonna be knocking up Doc.B. Doc.B might be dead here, and that's because of that ultimate right here in front of him. BMM goes into the backline. Typhro Pam is taking a lot of damage on the leash, is gonna be going there. The Akali's gonna fall down. BluffX doesn't have the Sanguine Pool anymore, and he has it after 5 seconds, but they got the flash in, they got the dash, and that's gonna be ending the life of Belby. Was able to get the hook shot, but no more flashes from Taku.
Yeah, no more flash from Taku, but still, that was the bait that Cerberus Esports was hanging in front of Invade. They wanted him to fight, they wanted him to commit so that they'll be able to chase them down and take a couple of more kills. And now Elder Drake is being secured right here by Cerberus Esports. Only 2 members up for Invade right now. With the Elder Drake being secured here by Cerberus Esports, they will have their sights next on the Baron.
Yeah, they're gonna go for the Baron for sure, but let's take a look at this replay first.
Yeah, this replay shows right here how Cerberus Esports just really waited for Invade to overextend themselves. It all started with a flash showstopper right there from Doc.B. Doc.B has just been such a solid set right now for Cerberus Esports, making the plays for them. But later on this fight, we're just gonna see how Cerberus Esports is so much in the lead. Invade can't even deal enough damage to threaten the Bruisers, Y1 and Taku. They don't even I feel like they don't feel the Ezreal.
Typhro Pam used the Gargle enchant there. That was a mistake, and Bank is laughing. You can see it on his face there, just because of that mistake that he did. Yeah. But now, with this, Doc.B definitely start a fight. No Gargle enchant means you have 60 seconds to start this Baron, and they even have the Elder Drake in their hands. It's gonna make it easier for them to start this up.
Yeah. Look at the gold as well. Early games, Genza was 0-3-3.
Yeah.
He was punished. He was down in the bot lane. But now, as AD gained gold.
Yeah, they have on the hunt. Really fast Y1. Have some knockups onto Typro Pam. Stops the Justice Punch from happening. And that's going to be 1 kill in front. BluffX, that Elder Drake is just hurting him. That could have been a kill too.
Yeah, that could have been a kill. But right now, because of the health bars from Invade, Cerberus Esports is starting off this Baron. But they don't want to just... don't not just to kill this Baron and take it as fast as they can. They want to set up a trap. They want to wait for Invade to come to them, but it doesn't seem like Invade will be going there. BluffX though might be getting caught out.
Dragon and also a Baron. Dragon is just gonna be expiring in a bit, but they're gonna be starting the push onto the top side this early. 21 minutes off the game. Cerberus could end this anytime they want to, and Cerberus is just gonna take this for sure.
Yeah, Cerberus will probably take the inhibitors in a bit, but they're still just slowly sieging, waiting for their members. Duckby might be getting caught out here.
He's gonna go in. Showstopper, the Haymaker gets him the shield that he needs. Survives, and that's gonna be the end of it. Bell B is gonna be next. Typro Pam doesn't have any way to go. Justice Punch is not available, and that's gonna be the win for Cerberus after this game. Invade lost their lead in the early game, and that led them to lose this game. Back Arcane shifts, has the stasis, but this game is done for sure. Even with the Tides of Blood, BluffX is not gonna do anything there.
Yeah, this is gonna be game 1 for Cerberus Esports, and as you mentioned, right, Invade had the early game lead. They were able to do a couple of good plays in the bot side, but in the end, it was Cerberus Esports able to out-team fight them and able to turn the tides by having those aggressive topside plays earlier on. And yeah, it's another day for Cerberus, but I do love to see Invade, even though they did lose that game, they were still all laps by the end of that.
Yeah, and for now, from what we've seen, this is definitely a really great way to explain on why Invade Esports has that problem and not winning games, not closing it out. It is also because of the fact that they really had no way of going, or at least way of doing the mid game to the late game. Their early game is great. Their early game could have won that game, but when it came to the mid game, to the late game decision making, they weren't able to do anything. They weren't able to take down the mid lane turret, and that's a big thing.
Yeah, that's definitely a big thing. They lack the coordination and the macro that some of these teams, as you mentioned, right, for Cerberus Esports, even in the early game, you can see it in some way, shape, or form, which is the resources being taken, right? We kept talking about how Deceiver, how Genza was behind early on, 0-3-3. That should be a marksman not being able to play the game anymore, because that was a 2-1 Ezreal on the other side. But the gold lead was not that big for the Ezreal. It was fairly even between them and Deceiver, and just shows how Cerberus Esports has more of an understanding of how to push these waves, how to get the resources for their champions. And even though they were put a bit behind in the early game, even though if you're playing the solo queue, you think will be in a bigger hole than you think you are, but them knowing where they are at that point of the game, knowing that how much gold they were able to accrue and which breakpoints they need to force on the enemy when they get those items, they're able to build on that, and they were able to force it on Invade. And that is something definitely that Invade should be looking at in the next in the postseason. Maybe try to practice more of having that vision, having that presence of mind to be able to make use of the gold and economy you have and force it on the enemy.
Yeah, and that's honestly one of the bigger reasons here for Invade. Yes, they wouldn't really have any chances anymore. This games that they have doesn't really matter. But taking just a look at that damage that they dealt as a team, BMM wasn't really able to do anything much there compared to what BluffX could do. That's just how a Vladimir works, especially for the late game. But the amount of impact kills that BMM had that game was enough to say that he was able to do much more compared to that Vladimir. So that's why the damage stats, yes, it's gonna matter, but if you don't get those impact impact kills that you need as a champion, you won't really garner any value here as a team. And also, INV Esports doesn't really have a great way to DPS in the late game. That's also one of their problems there. That's why they were lacking a lot of damage.
Yeah, definitely. That is the main weakness of an Ezreal, right? That's why you want the Ezreal to be ahead in the early to mid game. If he could get his Muramana and Triforce as fast as he can, maybe at the 10-minute or even before that, if he's able to get that before, then maybe they'll be have enough damage to poke down Cerberus Esports when it comes to these objective fights, especially on the second Drake. And that's why we saw Invade was kind of competitive up till the second Drake, but onwards then it was gone, right? Because they didn't have the damage, they weren't able to set things up against Cerberus, and it's hard to set things up when it's a Sivir who's just, when they see you overextended, when they see you going for the fight, they're just gonna counter engage you by popping the ultimate.
Yeah, the On the Hunt is such a great tool that people haven't been really expressing enough. Because in this game, as we said, even during the pre-game, we were talking about how mobility is such a big tool for you to win games. That's why you always need to think about that. That's why here in this game, it's going to be important for them. After we have this break, they need to really think about what they could use. I mean, at this point, INV Esports won't have a chance in the playoffs anymore, so they can just play around in that next game if ever they want to, whatever they want.
Yeah, definitely. But yeah, that has been game 1 of the specific CES between Cerberus Esports and INV. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
Step light, strike hard. Crack 'em like a tomb. I go where the trouble is.
Gonna go back to the picks and bans. Our players are excited on getting that game 2 and maybe INV Esports would have a surprise in store for us for this next game. We're still gonna be your shoutcasters, but again, everybody, it is a battle between CES, Cerberus Esports versus Invade Esports.
Yeah, definitely a battle right here. It seems like for game 2, Invade did choose the blue side, while Cerberus Esports will be manning that red side. Still, it's gonna be Duck B in the support position. For Cerberus, it's not gonna be a Keno, which we usually see often, but Duck B has shown earlier in that game that even though it's a Keno usually on the support position, he is no slouch when it comes to that. A very clutch and very great set plays that we saw from game 1.
Yeah. For now, the game is gonna be really interesting because Invade is gonna be on the blue side now. They have priority on the next picks that they're gonna go for, but from what we're gonna see here, Invade could definitely take that Aatrox or go back to the Hecarim because the Hecarim is available. That's gonna be taken by Invade, and Aatrox is still gonna be taken by Cerberus and maybe even the Sivir. They still go for the Akali just because they do expect there's not a lot of champions that could really fight against an Akali once a Vladimir is banned.
Also, I feel like Cerberus Esports intentionally let the Hecarim go so that Invade would priority pick it so that he can still get this Aatrox in the hands of Y1. We did see Y1 earlier had a really good couple of kills, still able to also tries to like predict the flashes as well as the dashes using that Aatrox of the knock-up. So we'll see how Y1 will be able to use that again here. Hopefully, or actually I'm expecting good things just because of what we saw from game 1.
Yep. Now they're going to be taking the Sivir into their own hands. Cerberus Esports could definitely take a support here if ever they need to, because the Gragas has been picked up. The Nautilus could be taken so that they would have that early engage power they could have, and maybe pick up a Zeri later on if ever it's not going to be banned by Invade.
Yeah, Zeri would still be in the cards for them. Sivir and Gragas have been picked by Invade, so a bit of a disengage tool as well for them, as well as a really strong engage tool on the Gragas. We're able to hit the cast, able to isolate targets, but it has a bit of an anti-synergy as well with the Hecarim, because what you want to do in the Hecarim is try to hit a lot of members with the ultimate to get them to fear, get them to run towards you so that you get a couple more hits before they could start to fight. But if you do if the Gragas also cast a cast at the same time, just get flung around, so that's gonna be weird. Could be a bit of an anti-synergy in the side of Invade, but I do see the next couple of bans. I do like the Xayah, takes away a lot of the safety. Another very safe marksman in the hands of Cerberus Esports, but Zeri might still be on the table, as you mentioned. Might be something Invade will look to ban on their last ban.
Yeah, gonna be looking for that last ban for this game. For now, Cerberus Esports gets in with the Cossadin bun so that the Akali is not gonna have any problems here once they move forward. You still go for it. Yep, there you go. The Zeri is gonna be banned here. So Cerberus Esports doesn't have a lot of choices. Tristana and Ezreal is also available. Illusion is also banned. So you don't really have a lot of choices in that ADC. They go in for a Corki for a full AP composition.
I kind of don't like the Corki pick. I think I would like the Tristana pick more. For this one. Even an Ashe pick would be better. Playing it a bit more with that attack speed. But yeah, they do lock in that Corki. Cerberus Esports has something different in mind. I think I could say.
Oh man, what do they have in mind here? Jax is always going to be a good pick, especially that we're in an ADC meta, but because they picked up a Corki on their side, I don't know if that is the best pick that they could go for. So based on what we're seeing here from Invade, it's a bit all over the place, but all because of that Sivir. This is workable. This composition is really workable. Oh wait, what?
Oh, huh? Okay.
I mean, Destiny is good.
Yeah. Destiny is good. BluffX has played the Twisted Fate before, I believe. Also, if you pop Destiny, you can see the Akali inside the Shroud. But still, as you mentioned, Ida, you mentioned Invade had an all over the place composition, and
this is one of the this adds up to it.
you and also you mentioned that hey, this could still work. They have the Sivir, but when they pick the Twisted Fate, it's like nah.
But now it's not workable. Now you can't work with this comp anymore. It's It's like a rank game that I'm seeing here for Invade just because of the picks that they have, because it's super all over the place. The problem is how they approach the dragon. That is one of the biggest reasons why I said that, is because the dragon approach is going to be hard, and having a Twisted Fate just doubles that up.
Exactly. You don't approach the dragon then. You just don't. As the composition of Invade has, the best thing they can do whenever Cerberus Esports tries to go for the dragon is to push the side lanes and maybe go for a 1-3-1 split push with the Twisted Fate having a Lich Bane and trying to just take down towers. That might be something they could look at. Having the Sivir in the mid lane allows her to respond very fast to the side lanes. Pops her ultimate, able to help the one getting ganked. But that's it. That's the most thing that they can do right now. With what they have. Objective fights, objective takes are just gonna be too difficult for them, especially with the composition that CES has, which is more meta, more classic, has a lot more ways to just force a team fight on you.
Yeah, it's really hard to have those goals in this types of composition if everybody does want to do a lot of different things, and that's one of the reasons why we are still talking about how this composition is going to be hard to make things work. We talked about how Genza with a Corki, this is not as smooth as what we expected, like a Tristana or a Varus that could work out here for the team, but it is still workable though. It's just one champion that was just strayed away from what the composition wants to do.
Yeah.
And oh man, Invade has everybody.
Yeah. As you mentioned, right? Invade has a solo queue comp, has a rank game comp right now in their hands. And we'll see, maybe this could be a comfort thing, right? What they have nothing left to lose.
Level 2, body slam, stops them from pushing. Now they don't have any more flashes with the exhaust. Genza has been ignited. Look at the patch coming in from Typro fam. One body slam or one barrel. Yeah, barrel could end this line, but the first blood still goes to Cerberus.
Yeah, and after the kills on the marksman, this is so much. They're gone. We can leave. We can just be at peace.
Yeah, and on the top side though, Taku, what I like about the Jax pick is that Jax is one of the safest picks that you could do for you to have an easier time in lane, and it's gonna go good. Unless that Fiora player knows how to play really well against a Jax, because honestly, all the hands are in the hands of a Jax. A counter strike is way easier to pull up than a riposte.
Yeah, it's still a bit of a skill matchup, right? But at the same time, the cards are gonna be, or a lot of the decisions are still gonna come from the Jax. So as a Fiora, you have to be in the mind of the Jax. You have to really read him very well. And I think one of the things you can do that is to try. Ooh, almost 17 HP, clean,
really thought
safe for Delish. But going back, right? I think one of the things as a Fiora player that you can do is just keep pressuring the Jax, make him double think, make him not have the time to think about those decisions. Try to just keep forcing the pressure on him, and you might just have him slip up in some of these crucial decisions that he needs to make of when he's gonna time the riposte of the Fiora.
The problem here is for the other squads is something like this, right? They use the ultimate shadow onslaught of shadows onto the bot lane. Duckby wasn't able to hit the dredge line. I was about to say that they might not able to get the kill, but they gave me no chances because they made mistakes there.
Yeah. That's a bit of a boo-boo right now for Cerberus Esports in the bot side. And Pro able to defend.
Yeah, if VMM gets a great shuriken flip here. Oh no, never mind. They're not gonna follow through.
Yeah, but there's apparently a kill on the top side on the replay right here. Belby. Ooh, the riposte.
That was so good.
Yeah, that was so good from Taco.
Yeah. And now that definitely counters our point a while ago. It's not gonna be a problem if Taco is just gonna wait for it and get the riposte anyway.
Yeah. I mean, you can also time it out, right? If he hasn't let go of the stun until like the last couple of seconds, you just time the riposte to make sure it hits. Duckby in the mid lane. Maybe something to do here. Okay.
We have a lot of damage here. Explosive cast Genza was able to run away, and Duckby could be able to go for a flash. Right now, they're not gonna get any kills, and Invade wasn't able to get anything out of that.
Yeah, as you mentioned, they don't really a lot of damage in that fight. They didn't have the Sivir. So at most that we could do if they were able to catch Genza, maybe just maybe had enough damage to take the Corki down. But yeah, the combination of champions right now that Invade has is a 3-man group in the mid lane. Well, did not have that enough damage. Going into the gold lead right now, Cerberus Esports have a very slim gold lead, similar to in game 1 where it's very close between the two teams. We're gonna reach the point where we're gonna see the objective soon when we hit the 5-minute mark. And as you mentioned, Invade doesn't really have the best tools to stand in these objectives. So either we'll see a handshake, or maybe Invade will try to set up a play. Twisted Fate can set up plays, maybe with an ultimate, maybe with a gank. But the thing is, he's at the bot side right now, so not as many options as we would have liked for this Twisted Fate.
Yeah. And this is one of the reasons why, because Twisted Fate, yes, could go for a Destiny, could go for a gank if ever they need it, won't need a teleport. But when is that gonna matter? Yes, it's gonna matter at some points in the game. But once Akali gets the items that they need, it won't really be a problem that they need to answer right now. Invade is already at the top side of the map, and based on the actions of Cerberus, they would contest this Rift Herald.
Yeah, they will. They will try. Y1, maybe catching on the leash.
Ooh. Onslaught of Shadows was used already. And Dredge Line is going to be used to counter. Now they don't have anywhere to go right here. Invade Esports, especially with that red carpet. Where are they going to go right now? Unleash is trying to go in. Do have the speed. They take it in the end. And Genza is going to be trying to help them out. Look at Taku. Was able to lunge away. BMM is going to follow through. Gets the damage with a 5-point strike. Gets the end. And that's going to be a kill for their side. Right here, they still have one kill that is going to be coming, which is Bell B. They're going to get that kill. BMM might be next. Ignite on his head is going to be surviving. Doc B was able to get the Dredge Line. Survive for a fliver of health. And BMM is going to die at that pit. Bank is going to be next. And the flash is going to work out for Genza. One more gold card, but Y1 was able to get the slow. And that knockup is going to be enough. And that's 3 kills on the board. Or rather, 4 kills on the board for Cerberus.
Yeah, 4 kills on the board for Cerberus. Also securing the Herald. Dragon is still on the table for them. They'll be going for the recall, getting their items, getting their HP and mana back. And they just might be ready for another fight here against Invade and the Dragon Pit. They also had the Herald. They could very well just put it down in the mid lane. Genza is the one who was able to pick it up. As you can see, is already running through that mid lane. Invade not even trying right now to go for this Dragon on the dish. We put in a ward bank. Okay, didn't get called out, but we do expect this Herald to be dropped in the mid lane soon to open up that mid lane.
Oh man, that third Darkened Blade was enough for him to go for the execute. Nipro fam got there a bit too late. The Dredge Line is going to be used, and that is going to be an explosive cast to the death. He wasn't able to do anything much there, and this is what we're talking about, this composition. How are they going to be dealing with everybody if they don't really have enough damage to get any executes?
Yeah. That's the thing, right? That's so hard enough for Invade, but they're still forcing the issue.
Goes in for the Destiny. Duck B, very, very tanky. They got another knock up right there on the members. They're gonna go for back. The perfect execution goes back for the shuriken flip, and they can slow them down. Unleash is gonna be dead here. He's gonna be swinging his halberd, but it's not gonna work out against Cerberus because, as we said, they don't have any damage. How are they gonna go for the kill? Bell B could actually chase down Genza, but how is that gonna work? They're gonna be slowing him down. They got the kill, and that's 1 kill out of 2 for Cerberus.
Yeah, that's 1 kill out of 2, but in terms of the objectives, Dragon has been picked up by Cerberus. Even mid lane right now is being shipped down by Y1. The top side as well in Seat of Fiora still on the push. Wow. They just finished it. Didn't even matter if Invade was there. Even checks the blue buff. Oh no, Taku.
Taku's gonna be fighting a 2v1, or rather a 2v2. Y1 is in the area though. Gonna be chasing down this guy. Wasn't able to get the body slam! And what a great ankle breaker from Taku.
Yeah, Taco just finessing right now. Invade can't even catch him in the top side. Taco even able to take a second, third. Bot lane's also down, and
it's all going down.
It's all going downhill for Invade though.
Oh man, Invade. They tried during the first game, but right now the momentum has already shifted. Look at the desperation that they're doing. They're trying their best to get something, but they can't even chase anybody down, even with a Destiny.
They can't. They just can't. They don't have clear ways to catch It's not a slow game by any chance. We saw already in game 1 how fast Cerberus Esports likes to take these games. Even though they were behind in kills, they still kept going on Invade, just kept wailing them down. You can't time these things on a Twisted Fate when the game is just this fast. And Cerberus Esports putting the pedal on the metal right now. Y1 even just staring down Typro Pam in the jungle. So hard right now for Invade to find any opening, as they don't have the damage. They lack the tools as well to catch anyone.
They used it on the hunt, and they don't have anything anymore. What are they gonna use? They're not gonna get the reset, get the dredge line, get close. Duckbee's gonna go for the knockup. Back is gonna be the target, but on the back line, they'll bluff X. Is super low. One knock up to the death. They got the kill and they got more. 3 are down. One more pullback onto Belby, but Undeleash is gonna back away with the onslaught of the shadows. And Cerberus, oh man, they're just gonna be ending this game for sure.
Yeah, they're just completely dominating Invade right now, showing the limits of the composition that Invade has while making full advantage of what they have. Looking here, as you mentioned, Ondan has already been used. And even though Duckby served himself on the silver platter to Invade, they weren't able to even deal enough damage, able to take him down that fast. Cerberus Esports is already there. He doesn't even get taken down. And Cerberus Esports right now just wailing on Invade.
Oh man, Invade can't even do anything against this squad. That's also because of the fact that their composition really doesn't give you enough of that space that you need in order to let Sever get the items that she needs. So Bank doesn't even have any time now, because Genza for sure does have the 2 items already. Really fast, goes in for the dredge line. And Duckby is just gonna move forward, goes in for Bluff X. They have the ultimates right there on their side. Gonna be slowed down even with the on the hunt. They're gonna be getting the kill onto Duckby. He was able to get the shields up with the on the hunt. They can't even run away, and they got no kills out of that battle.
They couldn't even hide under their tower. Cerberus Esports didn't even seem to see that there was a tower that they were diving. They just kept going. They just kept pushing against Invade and Belby. Yeah, you do get you do get a tower on the other side of the map. But Cerberus Esports, this onslaught is not stopping, even taking this inhibitor turret in the mid lane. The Nexus is now open, and Cerberus Esports will just be looking to break the base.
Yeah, they were able to slow down things. Now Belby is also gonna fall. That's technically an ace here for Cerberus. 18 kills on the board. They have a 10k gold lead. Oh man, this is gonna be a 2-0. They might be able to have a chance on getting a steal here. But no, they weren't given any chances because BMM is in front of them. Bluff X goes in, and he's gonna go out in just a bit. The lights are gonna close down, are gonna be turned off in front of them, but BMM goes in at the back with the perfect execution. And this game is done for sure. Bank goes in for the on the hunt. He's gonna be getting some damage in. Not enough to even whittle down Y1 and Duckby.
Yeah. Cerberus Esports again showing how strong they are. BMM, as you mentioned, if this was a more even game, if the Invade had the composition that they were able to deal damage, he wouldn't have been able to just zone the members out of Invade, because they would just be hitting him and they would have been able to kill the Akali, proving much of a threat. But since they didn't have enough damage, it took too long. They were able to take down the Akali in the end, but still at what cost? And that is another Drake. Baron's being started here by Cerberus Esports. Belby can only watch on as Undeleash tries to run here and maybe go for a steal.
Have HP onto Undeleash. Look at the push coming in from Y1. Gets a great stun on the members of CES. Now they're just going to be moving forward one by one. Invade Esports are going to fall. Undeleash is just going to get knocked up, and there is nobody to defend Bank. And Belby is just going to fall over. And CES is just gonna topple down this building. That Invade Esports, a 1-floor building, and that is gonna be down. Cerberus Esports is just gonna be winning this fight with no answer whatsoever from Invade. Yes, they don't have damage, and that is the reason why they lost.
Yeah, they don't have damage. They don't have clear ways to catch people. They have ways to run at them though, but they weren't able to run fast enough to be able to secure any kills by the end. Cerberus Esports with a clean 2-0 against Invade Esports. Cerberus is showing right now how good they are, even though they have subbed out their support using Duckby instead. But Duckby has shown himself to be also a very pivotal member when it comes to these fights against Invade.
Yeah, and wow, definitely gonna be a heartbreaker here for Invade. gonna be last one or last two chances for them to get a win on that record. That's gonna be the important thing now. The goal is to get a win and not even to get to the playoffs, because it's gonna be real bad for the record if ever INV Esports for 2 seasons now is gonna be down at the bottom of the leaderboards that we have for the APAC conference.
Yeah, and I just want to say the last game that INV has for the season gonna be against EDG, and EDG has shown themselves to be one of the top dogs in the CES conference and in the whole league. They've just beat they broke the unbeatable records of Trace Esports and Thunder Talk. So it's no slouch. We might see a perfect record coming from INV, and it's not the record not the perfect record kind that you want. Coming
this is
from them. This is it.
This is the bad kind of perfect record for INV. Oh man, they haven't won a single game on a best of 3. And that's a different type of record though. Oh my. You know that they're trying. They're trying their best to get something here for their squad, but it's still not enough. They're a bit too late on that meta. Yes, they have the champions that you need for them to work it out, but their macro doesn't really pair well with how the meta is working right now.
It doesn't pair well. It doesn't also help them picking themselves into a hole come game 2. But you can also say that, hey, they didn't have they didn't have anything else to lose. They just wanted to try things out. But now on the record, for them, they could say that, hey, this comp doesn't work. Let's not do this again. Let's not do this again against EDG. Maybe try things out differently when they get there. But we'll be seeing our MVP as well. It's going to be on Y1 on that Aatrox performance.
Yeah. Y1 just got the better end of the stick here. He was dealt better cards for them to work with. I mean, we still go into that trend that you were talking about here, Crazy Apple, that whenever a Hecarim becomes available, yes, it's a good champion. But if you're not going to be winning with a Hecarim, might as well just pick another champion here for their squad, because didn't really work out. But again, everybody, that was just such a great game. We still have an interview for our squads, especially Cerberus Esports. I would really want to know who gets to get interviewed here for the squad.
As you mentioned right here, we're waiting for the interview. We'll see who will be the interview. I would love to see Ducky getting interviewed because he doesn't get to play with the roster as much. Just trying to pick his brains of why did you pick the set? How did it feel when you were able to have that last second showstopper to be able to win that fight on the Dragon, which felt like they shouldn't have won. A lot of good plays coming from the guy, and it kind of shows how deadly the team right now of Cerberus Esports, because they can flex 2 different kinds of supports. One guy, Keno, we know that he's really good at the Alistar, so if they want to pick something else, they could put in Duckby for a different game.
Yeah, and for now, for what it's worth for Invade, they would really need to get an interview soon, because we want to pick their brains as a squad, but I think it's not going to be possible anymore as we move forward into this tournament. Oh man, it's just sad. It's just sad for Invade Esports. But again, Cerberus Esports getting to cementing themselves in the top 4 is just because of this win. That is something to really put out there. Even if they lose against Trace Esports, they still have 6 wins. So it's still a big lead compared to the other squads here in APAC.
I don't think they can be overtaken right now, because for Buriram, they have a game tomorrow and on December 20. They only have 2 games left. 2 matches left. So at most they have a 5-win record. It's not going to be enough. So I think right now for APAC at least we have solidified our top 4. It's just going to be the rankings that might get turned around a bit.
Yeah. Now let's go for the interview first.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the interview. This is Yoho, joined by Doug B from CES. Hi there, can you say hello to our audience?
Mình gửi lời chào đến khán giả nha.
Hello.
Hi, congratulations. So I want to ask you first, in game 1 you actually have Alistar and Braum opened. So what makes you think that Set is a better option?
Thì ở game đấu đầu tiên á, thì mình còn rất nhiều cái sự lựa chọn chống chịu khác như là Alistar hay là Braum á. nhưng mà mình lại lựa chọn set ở vị trí hỗ trợ, thì tại sao mình lại có cái sự lựa chọn này?
Dạ, tại đơn giản là bọn em muốn trải nghiệm một con bài support mới.
They just want to try out a new support picks.
Just want to try some new options. All right, got it. So in the early game, in game 1, they are listening, just keep bullying your dragon lane. So what's your consideration at that time?
Thì đội mình đã có cái giai đoạn đi đường khá khó khăn cho cặp đôi đường dưới ở cái trận đấu đầu tiên á, thì lúc đó là kiểu mình trao đổi giao tiếp với nhau như thế nào để vượt qua được cái giai đoạn đó.
Dạ, đương nhiên là cái đấy là tùy vào chiến thuật của team, cái đấy cũng không nói được ạ. Nhiều cái không nói được ạ.
Kiểu nhưng mà kiểu hai bạn cũng kiểu phăm hòa để cho cánh trên gánh đúng không?
Dạ vâng ạ. Anh nói thế cũng được.
So they try their best to like not to lose like a lot during the landing phase, so the top side can carry them later.
Alright, got it. So you just play safe and let the top side carry the game. So like last question is, did you expect that twist fate in game 2?
Thì câu hỏi cuối họ hỏi là tụi em có gọi là đoán được cái phần nào đó, gọi là biết trước được là đối phương sẽ chọn TF ở game 2 không?
Dạ có, trong 3 lượt pick đầu bọn em đã đoán chắc chắn là bên đấy sẽ lấy con TF rồi.
They kinda already expect that TF pick in the invade first phase.
Alright, got it. You kind of already expected. That is awesome. So that's all for our interview. Thank you. Good luck.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, and it's a good thing that we picked the brains there of Duck B from the last game. They expected the Twisted Fate pick. They even were not surprised about the set picked. Because with the Alistar and Braum being available, Yoho really asked the right questions there. Because I was really curious why they picked the set too.
Yeah, same. I was very curious about those picks, and all of the questions we were asking right before the interview started, they were able to answer. But I believe that has been our first series of the day. We'll just be going to short break, but don't go anywhere. We'll be back with our second series of the day.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.
小子骨骼惊奇呀！
So heavy when I drop it like a backpack. Chit chat, best stick it in a WhatsApp. Looking at the glitter in your Snapchat. What's that? You break like a plate in an earthquake on the first day, like a clown at birthday. Too late, got wait for the first.
牛啊，这个球！
菜呢？
Step light, strike hard. Crack 'em like a tomb. I go where the trouble is.
There's something about games.
What you're doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.
Welcome back, everybody, to our next game. It's gonna be Roster-Y versus Nova. Gonna be your shoutcasters for now. I'm gonna be Dash, and I'm here with Gyeong, and all of the caster squad is here. We're all in the camera ever since a while ago.
Yeah, just having a bit of a good time this Saturday, of course. It is the weekend, but we are loaded with exciting games, of course. After the incredible victory of Cerberus Esports, now we move towards KT.RY versus Nova Esports. And this is going to be a banger. KT.RY so far in the top spot of the APAC Conference. Nova Esports is so far grinding through the ranks. They've had some troubles during the past few weeks that they were trying to get their groove in.
Yeah.
They struggle against other teams, just like KBG and just like now Esports. But so far, they have been polishing their movements. Long has been able to carry out better this time around. They came from a win against Cerberus Esports as well.
Yeah, and from what we've seen here for KT.RY, they're back at the top of the spot, like what they did during Season 1. It's a bit of a adjustment that they had to make, but at least now they're back in their groove, even with this new kind of roster that they have. And so far, it has been working out for them. And as we expect from this squad, who has been the best of APAC from the last time, but again, still gonna be in favor of who's gonna be doing better during the playoffs.
I mean, it has been a challenge as well for KT.RY, right? They usually struggle against the other CN Conference teams, though they have won against others like Woohoo Gaming.
Yeah.
It still would be a massive responsibility for them to continue going with their momentum, because they're on a 3-game win streak, right? They won against Naos, won against Woohoo Gaming, and won against INV Esports. Don't know why I said that, but it's a struggle right now by INV. Hopefully they do get their group in the near future. But KT, this time around, has been really grinding through the ranks as well, especially that they did change their roster, right? It's Luna now in the mid lane, Acrobat as a Dragon laner, and Zero from the mid lane moved towards the support. They're still trying to experiment on a couple of things, but so far, it's looking good for them.
Yeah, and so far, it has been working out for the squad as a whole here. Because at least now on the other side, we do have Nova, who definitely has a very almost the same as what they had during the last time. But again, Nova Esports is one of the teams that you do expect to win a lot of games, but recently they just lost against EDG and Weibo Gaming, and the only team that they won against was Cerberus Esports. So still not a good spot to be in. They're basically at the lower middle part of the pack here for the CN Conference.
Yeah, it's always about Long. Whenever we see Nova Esports, it's always about Long. Some teams were able to actually beat them, like Edward Gaming. Of course, that team is just on a different dimension right now. Weibo Gaming was able to see some mistakes that Nova Esports made, but on an average, Nova Esports are able to pull off a win through Long every single time, even if they're down 10,000, 11,000, 12,000 gold deficit. They still can bounce back just because of this player. That's why this head-to-head right now is so important, because we see, though actually having more KDA, Long though has impact through objectives every single time.
Yeah, and that has been one of the cases here for when we're talking about the Long and the Weibo problem that we have in the CN Conference. Long has a lot more chances of getting more objectives compared to what Weibo is a very high momentum, high kill type of player, but now it has changed. Tracy Esports with Weibo right now is a different beast. They can definitely take objectives really easily and even take kills for their side, but now that is going to be the problem here for Nova Esports. That's why they lag back against Trace Esports, is because how would they be able to make use of Long in a different way on how Weiba just evolve in the CN conference.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we see Long usually as a carry, but I think the others as well has to really pop off because it gives Long too much of the responsibility to be able to secure everything for the team. And most of the time, we do even see so many bans being thrown out towards Long. At one point, there was even a 9 jungle champion ban during Nova Esports match against Trace Esports. That's how much attention is being given towards Long, just to respect him, just to minimize the winning capability of Nova Esports. And now we see our Dragon laners, right? We see Acrobat versus Remake and see how staple both of these ADCs actually participate and perform during their matches. Sometimes Remake is forced out to be on the defensive. Acrobat oftentimes has to switch between Luna's champions and switch between ATCs and ADCs. But right now, we do see Acrobat actually improving more towards the ADC.
Yeah, and from what we're seeing here from Roster-Y as a whole, they do have a chance against Nova Esports if they're going to be clashing. Because remember, they won against a squad, Woohoo Gaming, who I thought could definitely get to the top spot. But now Woohoo Gaming is down at the bottom together with the other squads there. But Nova Esports is also lagging behind compared to the other groups. So Roster-Y, this is definitely a next level challenge for them fighting against Nova Esports. So if ever they win this, that could definitely tell us how closer we can get on the APAC side for them to win against CN conference teams.
Yeah, because it has been such a great development right now in Season 2 for the APAC teams. We see more wins of APAC squads against our CN conference teams. The gap is slowly closing. The meta is now being read more by our APAC teams, and the adjustments are being made. But let's get down into the business right now. Let's go to the stage.
欢迎各位收看英雄联盟手游职业联赛 WRL-A， 我是优吼。今天是第7周的第4个比赛日，接下来将由 Nova Esports 对阵首尔 KT.RY， 两支队伍深谙团战运营之道，谁能胜出？我们把时间交给赛场。Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia. This is Yoho. The coming up matchup will be Seoul KT Roster-Y versus Nova Esports. Who can win this battle of masterminds? Let's wait and see. 首先，让我们有请 Nova 战队登场，有请单人路选手 in the solo lane 一泽。
Wait, it's gonna be different.
下面有请打野选手 in the jungle 龙。
Yeah.
First, sorry, I just have to say, for some reason, because it's sometimes CT going with the trash talk, right?
Yeah.
In the trash talk session. But it doesn't look like a guy that would say negative.
接下来，让我们有请中路选手 in the mid lane
Love also looks too nice.
Yeah, he has that net there.
Yeah, but one thing that I was surprised of is there's no trash talk sessions anymore.
接下来，让我们有请射手选
That's
手
why I
in
was
the duel
expecting a
lane
trash talk
remake。
sessions at least. But for now, we're not gonna have that. No spicy sessions for both of these squads. But Roster-Y and Nova Esports, Nova always has been a favorite ever since the first World Championship that we have here for Wild Rift. That's why they're a really strong force. But now, everything has been different. Everybody has evolved. Fighting against an APAC team could be a challenge based on what they have now, based on stats.
We should always, I mean, everyone should always respect Nova Esports in their capability. They're champions.
接下来欢迎首尔 KT.RY 战队 in the solo lane RY Rattle
and they're one of the bigger
in the jungle RY2 in the mid lane RY Luna in the dual lane RY Acrobat
a lot of the people
and support RY Zero.
That's why you don't have any trash talk sessions
两支队伍现已集结完毕，让我们即刻进入召唤师峡谷。All the players are getting ready. Let's start into the wild.
It's always fun to see the era matches, right? Because we see so many different champions that
we don't usually see.
We don't usually see. Sometimes I actually forget that champion exists in Wild Rift just because we see too many of the same champions because it's meta, right? But when you see it on air match, oftentimes I'm like, oh, alright, there is a Samir.
Oh, that
there is a Timo. So that champion. There's a Rammus in Wild Rift. Okay, fine.
Yeah. And that's why here for our games, especially for the Abram games, we usually just chill and just wait for whoever is gonna win. I mean, yes, it's gonna be affecting the match overall, but at this point, it doesn't really do that much. Because yes, you get the first pick, but the 2 second picks that you could get on the other side, because compared to Season 1, getting the blue side is much more important just because of the fact that the blue side is more important just because there is some champions that are really broken during Season 1. In Season 2, it's way, way better.
Yeah. Though we have seen trends still dictates that blue side is much more preferred by our teams, especially in DCA content, because Hecarim has to be banned away. Evan has to be banned away. Sometimes the Zoe needs to be taken away as well. That's why there's so much more space, so much more things that we can actually do on blue side to get to target ban a particular person. In this case, KT would want to ban out Long's champions because he has like millions that he can just use, except for the Shen maybe. I think that champion is something that he oftentimes kind of struggle, that became like a winning condition for Trace Esports when they battle against him, just because he couldn't really deal the damage that he wants to, and it's so hard to get the smite going towards the objective. Now we move towards the fight for side and then engage.
Oh man, a 2-man knockup right on the get-go. And that's only going to be the reason why this early game is going to be way easier for Nova Esports, is because of how these compositions work here.
And there's a brand too. Oh man, I recently have tried out and went with the trend of the collector brand, and it's fun.
Yeah, that is true. When the collector just explodes everyone, especially when they have the Leandres or the passive on their heads. What was that? What is Long doing? So funny. Nova's making things a lot more fun here. Oh, then they go for a 3-man knockup after that. And now Yami's just gonna fall.
Never let them know your next move. That's the motto of Long. Just went in with a jump, immediately flashed away. They engaged, but didn't follow up as well.
Yeah, they go for the knockup again. The hold is gonna be working things out for WRL-A2 here. Full kills already on the board for Nova. Zero's not gonna get any value out of this Irelia. Honestly, an Irelia in Aram is just so hard to use because of the amount of CCs that the other squad has.
I mean, crowd control is so important for the setups, and that has been the meta right now. Loads of crowd control. Sometimes they do load out on damage, but oftentimes does struggle a bit when they don't really have something that can put in or lock on the champions. That damage, insane.
Yeah, Luna, I thought he's gonna die there just because of that barrel that they had lying around in the side. But Neon could go with one shock blast, and that could definitely get them the kill there. And as I'm saying, that shock blast got the kill, and now Zero tries his best to make things flashy. But now one more arcane chip, doesn't even need it. The Mystic Shot was able to get the kill for WRL-A2.
And 4 versus 3, they go in.
Yeah, boom, passive onto Remake. To be slowed down right there. Rattel's not going to do anything much, and Nova just took the cake.
Yeah, easy kills being taken here by Nova Esports. They have the setups, they have the damage, they have so much crowd control and pokes as well, just because of Neon and Remake. It makes it so difficult for KT to handle them.
Ooh! Yeah, right there, Yami. Doesn't have the ultimate, he's going to die though. He's going to go for the reset. Right there, we've seen Luna try his best to get an Inferno Trigger in, but it's not going to work with the amount of CC that this other squad has.
Great counter coming in from KT.RY. Now they should have a chance to maybe deal some damage towards this turret, but it's so difficult to do that, especially with the counter potential here of Nova Esports. They stall for a bit.
Oh man. Right now, Zero is just going to get the kill there for free. With that headbutt, he's just going to be wrapped in a gift wrap there.
Just a tilter action there coming in from Yami. It's always so difficult to escape from that kind of position. In front of Trigger, no damage.
Yeah, especially for this guy. This guy has always been good playing the Alistar ever since the start of this tournament, even during Season 1 yesterday. Gets the kill on Luna. What a very flashy play. Now they're going to go for the Rattel. Damage on Long is going to be enough, and that is going to explode on his head. Half one slows down Zero, and as we said, an Irelia can't do anything in this game.
You can't do anything, especially when there's like Gragas. There's so much crowd control. Every single champion here on the side of Nova Esports has crowd control. So how can you get in? No, you just can't.
Zero can't even play the game, and that's the sad part. Oh! What the heck, Yami?
No! That's sad. They should get this tower.
That was a surprise, though. I thought, okay, Remake's just gonna go for Ignite. What a disrespect there.
Disrespect. Just walks around, secures the kill, and goes straight into the base.
Oh, man. Oh, man. Let's take a look at what Nova is gonna do here. They're just gonna be ending Roster Y. Because remember, Roster Y, with the composition that they have, they don't even have a lot of damage, too. So, it's gonna be easy for Nova to just end this as fast as they can.
You know what would be so fun to have here on KT.RY if they have a Zyra? Well, that's not yet possible this time around. Maybe in the near future, because we're on that
next week. Yeah, I think next week we're gonna have a Zyra available. And in this meta, in where we have a lot of melee supports, that is where the Zyra shines the most. That's why I hope we could see somebody pick up a Zyra on the next games. What is Long doing? Oh my. That's so funny.
The biggest outplay.
Yeah, I mean, they don't know what the next move is, and look at what they did. Because of that flash, they got the kill on Zero.
The biggest outplay of them all is Long.
Yeah, true set barrage was used by Acrobat. Flash is going to be used onto the back line with the Collector. I think Remake is also going to die here. Gets it, pass it back up. Luna gets the kill. Now they only have 2 members still alive, and Acrobat is going to be next. Look at what they're doing here. Neon is just crazy with this Jace. Oh no, he missed!
Alright, triple kill. Rattel's the only one left, but doesn't have the damage. Snowball, the Blink will do it. Double kill, but so many kills for Nova though.
Yeah, Nova had so much. It's still just a 2k gold lead, even though they got so much here. It's also because of the fact that Long just died easily in that early fight. That's why they weren't able to deal enough damage in order for them to get the executes. And look at how fast that execution is. The combo is just so easy to pull off.
So easy, just because they have so much crowd control. For KT, it's on a different story, right? Because they have to be on point. They have to be able to burst out at least one member here of Nova Esports, or else they're the ones who are gonna be bursted out, and they still don't know what the next move is.
Yeah, get the knock up backline. 3 members have been knocked up, and Roster Y is gonna be ended here. Nova Esports has played this game so well. We even have the Nexus shields because of how early this game is gonna end, and Rattel just waiting for any revives from happening. They don't have a lot of wave clear. The Buster Shot was able to push them back. They can't even end it right now. Neon is just gonna try to end it, and that damage from the Shock Blast was too much.
Oh, they bashed through the Nexus shields. That's how big the damage is present here on the side of Nova Esports. Rattel.
Oh no, made a mistake. Right there, Rattel is not gonna end it. They have the... Oh no, he missed the shot! No. And Yami is not gonna get that kill in the back line. All of them are gonna die.
At least there's a sign of life here on the side of KT.RY. Luna was able to pop off with using the Inferno trigger. Was able to execute some of the members here of Nova Esports as well. They should be able to push this wave. However, Long is here. He's gonna try clear out the wave. Wasn't able to get on that last minion.
What a great knockup. And yeah, he rocket jumps into just to add salt to the wound there. Now Roster Y is just gonna be taking this for free. They're taking a lot of damage, and that's gonna be free kills for Nova Esports. And now Remake, it's a good thing they had that. That Whirling Blade was enough to get them the kill. And now the turnaround coming in from Roster Y is gonna come out, and the damage is just gonna be enough here.
Man, KT still fighting back. Nobody just went in. That's so funny.
Yeah. They're just all trying their best to get any kills that they can here. But look at how fast they're doing this. Luna almost got the kill on Yitze.
Basically, both of these teams are very comfortable on blue side and red side. It shouldn't matter that much to them, except for the benefits of being on blue side. KT can still adjust if ever Nova Esports does decide, if they win this fight for side, to be on the blue side.
Yeah.
And just trying, I mean, this composition is actually quite difficult given the lack of magic damage on the side of KT.
Oh no. We're gonna be trying to get some kills. Low HP on some of the members right here of Nova. And they're looking for a reset for sure. And that's why they're just going in here without a mine from the side of Nova Esports. The damage of Remake is not even going to be enough here, and that's Roaster.Y taking those kills. 20 seconds though, they might have enough time to end this.
They have to take this tower down first though. They flash in. Neon still able to exit out.
Yeah, Rattel a bit too far forward. They don't get the fling. Luna's just trying his best to get something here. But so far, Roaster.Y, look at the turnaround that they're doing.
The shields are up. Oh! Barrage.
Great true shot barrage. Surprised him with that. And now Nova. Everybody is now going to be alive. And the reset is going to be perfectly timed here.
Let's see what's going to be the approach here of Nova Esports. Set up.
Yeah, get the knock up. Nothing else. Acrobat is going to be next. He's going to die in the process. But that is going to be the end of it. Luna, but was cancelled a bit too late right there. Now they won't be able to end this life. And Yitze is just gonna get that damage.
Yeah, it's the big bro that gets the end win there. Yitze and Yami both on the tanks. Oh no, no
Slows
escape.
down Rattel. They do have a fling though. Ultimate is gonna be used.
Too much.
Gonna be using the body slam in just a lot of time. And that is gonna be it. Rattel is still gonna be able to run away, but here it comes. The damage from Neon is
Never
gonna be
ending
enough.
CC. Just Yitze and Yami, they just play around the Rattel, and Neon was able to pick up that kill.
Yeah, Yitze's super low now, so Roaster.Y. Oh no, that shock blast dealt so much damage.
Ooh. Imagine if we have like more items towards Assassin. The Jace is just gonna be having such a great time.
Oh no, it's so much damage. Luna is super low now. They can't even help him out. Zero can't even throw the Vanguard's edge right there without the mine. He was able to though. He got the kill onto the backline. Long got killed. But at least now Zero's gonna be surviving. Got the stun just in. Roaster.Y only has 3 members to defend this.
And they have to defend this if they don't want to give. Actually, good cancel.
Yeah, has the whirling blade, but the shock blast is gonna be up in just a bit now. Gonna go and push him back with the thundering blow. Rattel is just gonna be surviving for long. Remake, they would really need. Oh wow, the stun was just perfect there.
So perfect. Nova Esports struggling though on ending this game.
Oh, Acrobat Arcane shifted in, and that is the reason why he died.
Unfortunate Luna.
Oh wow,
very
look
close.
at the damage coming in from Remake. Luna was able to get the regeneration in just a bit. They lost the Jace, but they're going to be having long in just a bit. Remake is going to be taking his side. No ultimates just yet. But the Vanguard's Esper is able to get the kill on one. And Yitze and Yami are going to be next. Would Long have enough damage here?
So far, Nova Esports had too much fun. And now they're starting to struggle. Woo, that was cool.
Yeah, if that Dredge line was able to hit, that could have been a kill there for free.
Zero still alive though, should be able to defend this base and buy enough time for the team to go on a reset and respawn to help out in defending. This game has been quite close. It could have been ended by Nova Esports, but they had too much time to have fun. And this time, KT.RY is the one having a sign of life, coming back slowly, especially with Luna starting to deal the damage. A little bit late on that Manamine though, but still can provide a platform in which he can deal enough damage to shred through Nova Esports.
Oh man, the damage on Acrobat, that is half HP. And just one shock blast combo, and now Neon might be dead. 2-shot barrage is going to be used. Still not going to be enough for them to tank up a lot of damage here. Long's range is just definitely massive. And that's why it's going to be hard for them to really move forward. Goes in, Yami gets the headbutt, but the flashes is going to work for the team here. They take their time. An explosive cast is not going to make it easy for Roaster.Y to do anything much. That was a great reaction coming from Luna. But Nova is just going to take over this game.
Alright. Finally, after 13 minutes, the game has ended. And Nova Esports would get the side selection priority. And so far, they have been okay on either side, but blue side is usually the way to go. So let's see if that's going to be the decision here of Nova Esports. Again, in order to win against Nova Esports, you have to target Long. You have to defeat him first and pin him down massively and give no chances for comeback. Because even if you give the slightest chance, I mean, many teams have struggled against Nova Esports. Nova Esports bounced back so many times already. And one example is their match against J-Team, in which Long had just one chance and he took it without hesitation and had the best time in providing a comeback potential for Nova Esports in 2-0 J-Team just because of the steals that he made.
Yeah, and Nova Esports with the amount of confidence that they have right now, will that be enough to win against the so far the best team of APAC? Just based on the scoreboard that we have here for the APAC conference. Right now, they would really need to put their best foot forward to show everybody that they're not yet done with Wild Rift.
Let's see as well what's going to be the adjustment here on the side of KT.RY. We don't know yet which side they are actually going to go. And looks like we just received news. Nova Esports will decide on red. Looking to be much more confident securing the last pick. And it makes a lot of sense. You would want to give Long the last pick, if ever, so that he can adjust and just have the better end in terms of the matchup here.
Oh man. And now what are we gonna see here for Nova? Remember, from their last games, they were able to pull off a Nilla together with a Morgana in their composition, and having two ADCs in their comp actually really worked well. So that's something that I expect here that KT.RY would respect, because a Fed Nilla with a Morgana is such a headache to deal with.
Oh yeah, Morgana Nilla. It's only Nova Esports that does it, that utilizes that kind of combination as well. And they make it work. That's what makes Nova Esports much more difficult to deal with. Because of their adjustment, because of their unique compositions, KT has to consider every single matchup, every single combo that Nova Esports can actually pull out here. They focus, of course, on Long with Vi, Evelyn, and possibly the Aatrox as well should be respected against Long. But let's see if Do can actually be the one to pick it up instead.
Yeah, and there's a Hecarim too that might be available here. A Kha'Zix ban onto Nova, or rather from the side onto Roster.Y could be a good one here for Nova Esports. So Do wouldn't really have any chances of picking a jungler on the side. A Hecarim and a Camille is available, so that could potentially be the first picks here for Roster.Y and Nova.
Wow. Gwen Dan is just for Rattel. That's how good Rattel is on this champion. Hecarim though is gonna be picked up here for Do. Let's see if Nova Esports would pick something like a Lee Sin or an Aatrox here for Long.
Yeah, and Aatrox would be way better together with a Sivir in this composition that they're brewing up. But they have something else in mind, picking up the Zoe. An Akali is also available that Luna could really pick up here on the mid lane, together with Do's Kha'Zix. So they would have a very well-rounded composition if ever they pick that up as a team here. So right there with the Hecarim being picked together with a Camille, a mid laner could potentially be good. Or if they're going to be giving that up, a Sivir could also be a good pick here for Roster.Y.
Yeah, Severe
or
a Galio, but looks like they want to buff on Luna, on this Akali to have the shredding and executing damage against Nova Esports. Has a lot of potential. He has been really grinding on this Akali as well. Early jungle take here by Long, if ever, on the Aatrox. This is one of his best champions as well.
Yeah, having the Aatrox here really gives you a lot of this surprising factors that you could use as a team still. Because remember, Aatrox and the Jax would still be used in the mid lane just for them to have a very interesting pickup here. And Nyla is still available that Long could definitely use for their side. That could definitely surprise Roster.Y here if ever they pick up the Nilla and then pick up the support after.
Because they can just adjust this, right? It's still a bit of a flexible composition that Nova Esports has picked up. And Neon can utilize something like a Jax, the Aatrox can still go towards Yitze, or vice versa, and then suddenly a Nilla. Remy can also use this Zoe too. This is how difficult it is to match against Nova Esports. Some teams have been able to get a better read against them, but most oftentimes it's Nova Esports that gets the mind games going.
Yeah, and also because it's a Hecarim. Hecarim really, because of the recent patches, the early game of a Hecarim is almost the same as what the Aatrox could really put in the table. That's why it's okay to even pick the Nilla, just for you to have that late game power for their side. They could go for that last pick and really surprised roster-wise, so they wouldn't have any big answers here against Nova Esports. Nova goes in for the Galio so that it's not going to be picked up by roster-Y, so they're going to be left with a Braum or even an Alistar here for roster-Y.
Great denial and also great response towards an engaged composition KT.RY. There's so much crowd control. And Nova Esports, all 4 champions has crowd control. And if KT.RY makes even the slightest mistake in going in and how they are gonna be going in, Nova Esports can punish them heavily. Luckily for them, because Acrobat is really good. Loon as well is really good on the Varus. Now they have an anti-engage, if ever, with a Chain of Corruption.
Yeah, and they even have a Rakan just for them to re-engage if ever they need to. It's gonna be a full dive composition. If they pick up an ADC here, that ADC on the side of Nova is not gonna have the best of days. But it's a good thing that they have a hero's entrance. If ever somebody goes to the back line, it's gonna be easy for them to defend that Ezreal that Remake has picked up here. An Ezreal and a Varus, that's a very welcome sight here for Nova Esports. But with roster-wise composition, it has a theme. And that theme is to dive the back line as fast as they can.
As fast as they can, and have the Varus be independent, have the Rakan to protect him as well. Go with the front to back. That's the goal here of KT.RY. Nova Esports though has a lot of folk. Zoe and Ezreal is gonna work so well for them to chip down the HP of KT.RY before they can even engage.
Yeah. Nova would have a hard time here, especially during the early to mid-game stages of the game, because considering the fact that they have a lot of assassins, or rather dive, that they have on the other side, this Ezreal, even with the Arcane Shift, the Zoe, with the Zoe even would have a hard time just getting close. So that is one thing that they need to really think about here. But if they would be able to utilize the poke and not let anybody get close to them, that could also be a good angle here for Nova.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they have so many ways that they can control a team fight. 4 champions with crowd control, 2 champions that can poke. Everyone can engage, everyone can follow up, and this team has been getting their synergy into a different level every single time they match against an opponent. And even if they're on the backside, even if they have their backs against the wall, they continue to return the punches, they continue to fight back. KT has to be very careful in how they are going to be approaching Nova Esports. This is a great composition that they have designed for this game, but you can never be so sure. But Nova Esports always has some surprise.
Yeah, they always have the answer to any problem. And it's a Nova still, the first champion that we have in the world stage. That's why this squad as a whole could definitely find the right balance in winning against KT.RY here.
I think the reason why, to everyone that is watching right now, there is a bit of a delay in the start of the game. I believe the reason why this is the case is because Neon is the one holding the Ezreal prior to the match starting, and it's Remake holding the Zoe. So I think they're just changing that so that the Zoe would be on Neon and the Ezreal would be on Remake.
Yeah. Right now, what they can do here for the squad, we're still waiting for them to start the game.
Oh!
But for now... oh.
Just received news. So, we have a bit of a bathroom break.
Oh.
I mean, if you have to do something, you have to do it.
Yeah. I mean, when you're playing against Nova Esports, you really need to get that bathroom break before you start this game.
True.
So yeah, it's gonna be okay for them to be taking this time. I think they paused the game. They're already in game, but they just paused because they're gonna be starting in just a bit. Everybody, this is gonna be game 1 of this series. We have 4 series this game. We're finished with the first one a while ago, and now we're in the second series. Game 1 is gonna go through roster-Y versus Nova Esports.
It's just the start of the day, everybody, and we're about to see some greatness between these 2 teams. So it's Ezreal for Neon.
Oh no. It's gonna be good start. I missed that, actually. I missed that part in the games that we have somebody in the audience cheering for the squads. I kind of missed that.
True. Maybe one day, right? It would be on site as well, you know.
Yeah, I hope so.
Only hope.
Yeah, I hope we get that soon. But again, for now, we won't be able to cheer for teams that we like for now.
Yeah, we're here to support in our very own special ways anyway. KT having a good start so far would tend to just focus on scaling. They do have the setups later on to counter the engages here of Nova Esports, but with Akali and the Camille, I don't think they would be attempting any initiation of fights, at least in the mid lane. Nova Esports has a tendency to bully them out though.
Yeah, and with the composition here of Nova Esports, you do expect that in the early game, they won't really take any fights. Because Ezreal, until the mid game, until he gets his Muramana, and also for Remake to get his first item, they won't really be dealing much. So they have to respect this early game that KT.RY has, like what they're doing in the bot lane. Trying to be a bit aggressive. Acrobat super low now. They have the Ignite on his head. He's going to be surviving that.
That's too much damage that he took. And that's going to force him to go back into the base. Neon, though, bullying Luna as well. Doing a really good job getting some plates as well onto the tower. But he's close to getting a plate. And again, this is the bullying. That is the advantage of Nova Esports right now, at least in the early game.
Yeah, once Luna gets to level 5, he needs to be afraid here now. Now, Yitze already got the picture that somebody's kind of looking for a fight here in the middle lane side of things. So with that, it's just going to be backing away for just a bit. Though it's going to be level gap a bit onto the jungler side. So with the counter-strike done, I think Yitze needs to be careful. Ignite was used. It's a good thing he doesn't have the Hextech ultimatum.
Yeah, it's still a bit far towards level 5, but first blood?
It's also because Zero was not here. That's why they got the first blood.
Unfortunate.
Yeah.
The timing was perfect for Nova Esports. I hope we get a replay of that. So, okay. Thank you so much. Because we do see the punishment.
Zero is too far.
By the time he went for some vision in the river, Nova Esports called for the engage.
Yeah, good call. Good call from Nova Esports. That is what you need to do whenever Zero. This is one of the things that could be punished, considering that Zero was a former mid laner. He needs to be very, very wary of those things. And now Yami goes in for another time. The damage is going to be there. He can't play the game. Acrobat is dead again.
He just came back from the base. Not 5 seconds later, he died. That's not the best start here for Acrobat. Oh, man.
This is just so sad for Acrobat. A while ago, he had the advantage against Remake in the early game. But because of that first kill, that changed things, and now Varus needs to be careful.
It's textbook playstyle that Nova Esports is making right now. After securing a kill, you invest your jungler towards ganking as well to fully bully out someone that you ganked or killed prior to the gank. And right now, Acrobat is the victim of all these assaults, and Nova Esports is loving the bullying that they're doing right now.
Yeah, Nova Esports gaining that advantage, even though we told everybody that it's not going to be easy early game. But once they traverse that gap in where the Azrael and the Zoe is not going to be dealing damage, especially during the mid game, that is when both of these champions are going to shine the most. And once we head to this mid game, after we get to the 5-minute mark and we get our objectives, they get advantage already.
2,000 gold lead as an advantage. That's massive prior to the objectives, and now Nova Esports can capitalize on that, utilize that towards a great priority towards these objectives. Ocean Dragon and Drift Herald can be taken by Nova Esports. They have the composition, they have the setup already, just with the lane conditions right now. Yitze is winning against Ratel, and the bottom lane is winning against KT as well.
Yeah, they go in for the recall. See, even with the Rift Herald, which is going to be up in just like 20 seconds, they need to get their items first. Once they get a bit of the items there, especially that serrated Dirk from the Aatrox, that would really help Nova Esports. But they also remember that Nova always loves taking their first streaks because they always want to have that chance on taking that soul.
Of course, it's Long that loves the scaling, loves securing the big objectives here. And they have the leverage already in terms of gold. Let's see.
They're already starting here on the bottom side of the map. But now, with 3 members onto the top side of the map, they can definitely chase this down. Super low in HP, Zero. Definitely need to back away, but Nova is not going to contest for more here.
Yeah, they're happy with the trade already. They're not going to engage, but they are just zoning out Luna as well, so that they can have access towards the tower, maybe to get a couple more plates. and just equalize it towards the intended push with the Rift Herald of KT.
Yeah. Damage not gonna be enough. Luna has the perfect execution. Enough damage supposedly if he used the Shuriken flip a while ago. But right now, Yitze is just gonna try to play it safe because there's no ultimate anymore. Can go for a fight here if ever they need to.
Some poke as well, landing towards Luna. Ooh,
Yeah.
that's so close.
Ignite on his head. But this tower in the top lane is gonna take a lot of damage because of that. And this Rift Herald is just gonna be taking this tower in the bot lane for free.
I mean, it's a tower still for KT, but not the best angle though. Because mid lane is the most important thing. However, Nova Esports is doing a really good job defending it, preventing any place from being taken.
Yep.
And that allowed them to have this mid laner, or mid tower, standing after the RH take here of KT.RY. Now we look at the gold and see still Nova Esports having the advantage despite the tower takedown of KT. This can leverage down towards the scaling here of Nova Esports much better in preparation for the next objective.
Yeah, they're just waiting for the next objective here. And WRL-A2 needs to shake down Nova as fast as they can. Because compared to their composition, Nova Esports has a lot more late game power compared to what WRL-A2 has. So WRL-A2 really needs to find a way to traverse this gap and maybe get away from this 3k gold lead.
Luden's already picked up here by Remake as well. The pokes are gonna hurt even more. And KT has to be very careful whenever they go towards the river. Because Nova Esports are fully aware of their position every single time they track them down and try to poke them out. Top lane!
Yeah.
Luna.
They know that they can win this fight. And now here comes Zero, goes in for the knockup. That's going to be a very dead Galio. Luna was able to run away there. Now Long is trying to push the pitcher here. Okay, he was able to get the damage. Gonna go for a knockup. They're gonna go in. Daw is super low, but he was able to survive. Zero still has to dash, so he's gonna be surviving this battle. Have the exhaust in front. Not gonna be hitting their targets. True shot barrage is gonna be used. Zero was pulled back, but no, it's not yet enough.
Fortunately, the Sleepy Trouble Bubble did not have the Luden's proc, or else he would have died. But that was close. Still, KT got one kill. No answer back, just some pressure by Nova Esports. This tower is close to being taken down though. KT has to do a really good job in defending it now.
Yeah, and this 1v1 in the bot lane, it's not gonna be easy for that Camille. That Jax, even though he's not so fed, he already has a level advantage compared to Rattel. So Yitze is just gonna make it easy here. Again, objective's gonna be up in just 2 more minutes. We're gonna be seeing Nova fight again in that second objective.
8 minutes, 3,000 gold lead by Nova Esports. It's slowly ballooning as well as they continue to scale up. And even if KT does have some great angles in the late game, especially with the Akali having backline access, especially with the bursting ability, you should always take into consideration the zoning control of Nova Esports. If they manage to pin down this Akali, everything that they have worked hard for will be denied.
Oh man, Yitze. He's not going to be losing this 1v1 for sure. Even if Zero's here, what they need is a lot more damage. So right now, the fight is just going to go in favor of Yitze. And he's just pushing this lane just for them to have more space on that next objective.
2v1, not a problem. I'll bash the turret right in front of you as well and continue to pressure as Nova Esports, or the rest of Nova Esports, is just going towards the other lanes. This mid lane is so close to being destroyed as well. And that's how consistent Nova Esports has been on all the objectives, all the checklists in order to win a game. They're very methodical. That's why Nova Esports are the champions of the Icons Global. That's why they continue to rain down and continue to fight back, even against the other strong teams. And KT has to be fully aware of that. They need to start having answers towards the approach here of Nova Esports.
Yeah, they would really need to find a way to win this. But for now, Nova Esports is just going to be taking their time before they go to the objective. They're already starting. No vision from the side of Nova. Might be a bit too late, but Daw is already starting here. But now they might be able to get the damage. Daw is still not phased. He's still starting the dragon. Yitze having a 1v1 with Luna. But Daw is still trying to get the damage up. Rattel onto the backline. Got Remake on a low HP. Goes into the backline. They go in for the jungler. Long is super low. They use the hero's entrance onto their side. Nova Esports, they lost their clutches against this dragon, and WRL-A2 are making it easy. No counter-strike onto Nova, and WRL-A2 took that dragon in 1 more kill.
Oh man, that zoning of KT was perfect. They zoned away Yitze, they zoned away Yami's engage as well, zoned away Neon. through Rattel, and then they focused on Long as well, preventing any access towards the Dragon. Take a look at Luna and how he's being able to zone out. He's preventing any kind of flank. Then the engage coming in from Zero, the Chain of Corruption being thrown out. They nearly got the kill towards Long as well, but that's not really the most important thing. They forced out the hero's entrance as well, secured the Dragon, and then prevented the backline access here of Yitse. Managed to pin them down as well, secure a kill. It's such a great execution coming in from KT.
And as we said, that's what they need to do here for Roster-Y. The composition really relies on the dive, and being a threat to the backline is enough. Luna and Rattel did that fight so well that they just needed to threaten the side lanes of the side of Nova Esports, and that was enough to get the pressure on Nova, and that's why they got that easily.
So easily. I mean, it had many steps, but the way that KT was able to do all the steps in order to get that small win was so impressive. And now they have basically prevented the sole potential here of Nova Esports. They got the better end of the Dragon stacks as well. Infernal Dragon should give them some boost in terms of their damage later on, which they need every single bit of it to burst down Long later on.
Yeah, and they got 3 towers already on the side of Nova, so they still have a 4k gold lead. Not a really big kill game here for Nova Esports and Roster-Y, which is very characteristic of both of these squads. So Nova Esports is just going to be threatening the Baron here. Remember, 12-minute Baron is so easy to get. That's why Nova is hovering on this side of the map.
KT has to be fully aware. Vision control here by Nova Esports. Some pokes.
Yeah. Duh.
Fell.
Trying to threaten it. They have the Meteor Engine to get the vision on that Baron. Still not starting, but because they don't have any vision here, Roster-Y is going to be forced to start this. Because of that vision that they have there, True Shot Barrage is going to be hitting 3 members. Now Nova Esports could definitely start this if ever they need to.
KT has to be fully aware. They have to keep them in check while dodging some of the pokes here of Nova Esports. They're just going to be fine. Go Sin! Oh!
Yeah, they got the kill onto the. They can start this right now. Uses the hero's entrance to get that elevator. And now Nova is just going to be taking this Baron because they don't have any junglers anymore.
This time, it's going to be much more difficult for KT and also why Luna is in a bad spot right now.
Okay, goes in, gets the taunt. They have the perfect execution, but Nova has a better execution.
He just wanted to clear the way, but Nova Esports gave no opening, no room to escape, and now Baron's going to be in trouble. KT has to contest. Let's see if they can.
Acrobat does have the Chains of Corruption. Great taunt, canceling them from taking anything else. Rattel is going into the back line, just trying to deal some damage against the members right there, but it's not going to work. Roster-Y loses their footing. Another TP is going to come out, but it is not going to do anything much. Daw is here, but at what cost? That is just going to give them a lot more. And that's going to be a kill, an ace. Never mind, they still have 0 alive.
I mean, it was a good kill by Doe towards Yami, but is it really worth it? No, of course. Baron has already been taken here by Nova Esports, and now they can fully utilize it. The only perk that KT has gotten that is the -1 towards the member of Nova Esports that has the Baron. But still, it's still a massive lead. A win here by Nova Esports that they can fully utilize in taking more structures from KT.
In this composition that they built, I did believe that Roster-Y had the better composition just because of the dive that they have. But because they can't reach Neon and Remake, that is where the problem lies. That is where the damage comes from, and when you don't take down the damage, Nova is just going to take this for free.
It's because of the amount of crowd control that Nova Esports has, providing such a safe position towards the poke carries here of Nova Esports. KT couldn't go in. They just can't.
Yeah. Can't even do anything much here. Even with the Akali pick that they have, Akali is just going to get taken down if ever Nova is given the chance. With the Baron, it's going to be easier for them to take. They don't even mind taking any of the Drakes here. They have somebody pushing in the top lane, but they got 2 towers, 2 inhibitor turrets out of that.
It has been such a clean performance here by Nova Esports so far. They've taken all the towers, all the objectives, except for that 1 dragon and the Herald. It doesn't even matter. Long will get this 2nd dragon for the team. And with the Baron, of course, it solidified their lead now towards 8,000.
Yeah. 8,000 gold lead with 7 kills and a lot of towers on their deck. That's already 7 towers, yeah. And that's gonna be bad. Already got hold of what Roster-Y can do. And considering that this composition too from Roster Y doesn't have a lot of wave clear, it's not gonna be easy for them to defend a lot of these turrets.
KT, I mean, there is still a chance, but it's gonna be through a mistake of Nova Esports. We saw the capability of KT.RY a while ago when they secured the dragon, or at least the second dragon. They were able to zone out some of the members here of Nova Esports through great setup, great execution, and great target selection. They have to do it again.
Yeah, but if they let them poke them at this distance, they need to start the fight as soon as they get there. Zero is gonna be the one who should start the fight. Once he starts the fight, and the backline won't be able to find any answer, that is when Roster Y could start winning. And that's why here, they need to really find a way to get an engage on that backline.
Oh, that damage!
Yep, started. Already going from front to back. Neon got the damage, they got the jungler already. Daw is down. And Nova Esports could definitely take one more objective here. It's a good thing that Baron is not available. They could have taken that easily.
It's just through the pokes! There's too much! There are infinite amount of pokes that Nova Esports can just throw on KT.RY. And the fact that they don't really have a tanky support is being punished here by Nova Esports. Zero cannot go in. Zero cannot be the one to start things off here for KT.RY. Look at that damage by Remake! Just too much! Without even the Sleepy Trouble Bubble proc. And now the Baron's gonna be taken here by Nova Esports. No way for KT.RY to contest. They just have to give it away. They will try.
Yeah, no jungler though. They're gonna go to the back line. Yitse is defending this for his life together with Remake. He's just gonna be taking a lot of damage and he's not gonna die just yet. He's taking down everybody. They got the Baron already and that is gonna be enough. This game is already done. That damage on Acrobat. This two members right now with Long's damage was able to get him to half HP with just the third Darkened Blade. And now Nova is gonna be taking this. They're gonna be ending this game. Though it's gonna be chased down. Onslaught of the Shadows was used. But with the Baron, they can finish this game.
Yeah, I like how Long just ditched the mid lane push there with the minions and went straight to Daw. He just wanted to secure the ace here for Nova Esports. It's basically an easy win by Nova Esports at 17 minutes and 50 seconds.
Heartbreaking for Roster Y. Because they got the win on that for, or rather, second Drake, and I thought that they could really use that to maybe push the boundaries in their favor. But in the end there, they weren't really able to do anything after that game. And again, that's going to be a problem here for the squad. What could they do here come the next game? Because so far, it is not working. It is not working on the side of Roster Y.
It's definitely not working. They are struggling immensely. All throughout the game, there was only one sign or one glimpse of hope that we saw during one dragon fight in which they were able to take the dragon, Infernal Dragon, and also take a kill towards DT and prevent any sort of poke and engage. However, after that, Nova Esports was able to adjust, was able to recalibrate their movements and focus more on the poking, focus more on denying the engage of Luna as well, basically rendering their whole composition useless. That's how great at adjustment Nova Esports are. That's why they're champions.
Yeah, and that's why Nova Esports, especially that they're a CN Conference team, they are fighting against a lot of this CN Conference team every time, whenever they scrim, whenever they do anything. So that's why even with the Hecarim being available for a lot of the squads here, Hecarim hasn't found a lot of wins, right? Because considering how almost the same Hecarim is to the Aatrox in Wild Rift, it's way easier to pull off an Aatrox just because of the amount of damage that an Aatrox could deal compared to a Hecarim right now in this state of the game.
The only positive thing we have seen here at the side of KT.RY is that dragon fight. Nothing else. It has been such a clean and dominating victory by Nova Esports. And many things has to be adjusted here by KT.RY if they want to still go here with the game number 3.
Yeah, that's gonna be a question here. What did they do inside of Nova Esports in order for them to just dominate game 2? Roster Y is a team that we do expect to get this to a 2-1 maybe, but this is a different beast that Nova Esports is right now. With the composition that they had, that could have been a loss for them, but they made it work.
They made it work. KT may still be able to have some adjustments here. Maybe pick up the Alistar instead of a Rakan. Maybe have a bit more of access towards Ezreal instead of Tevaris. Let's see what's going to be the adjustment here. But Remake getting the MVP, of course, is well deserved, especially with the damage that he has been able to dish out towards KT constantly and freely, just because of the protection that he is being allowed to.
Making it hard for the squad there. But again, everybody, that was such a great game for Nova Esports. They could definitely take this down for a 2-0. But again, we're just going to be taking a short break. We'll be back.
Let's go. Sicker than a wizard with a top hat. So heavy when I drop it like a backpack. Chit chat, best stick it in a WhatsApp. Looking at the glitter in your Snapchat. What's that? You break like a plate in an earthquake on the first day, like a clown at birthday. Too late, gotta wait for the first.
牛啊，这个球！菜呢？
Step light, strike hard. Crack 'em like a tomb.
Hello everybody, we're back into this next game. It's gonna be game 2 for Roster-Y, and they need to actually turn things around though. Nova Esports just got an easy win against them.
It's the how that is going to be a little tricky here for KT.RY, because Nova Esports is executing everything to the book based on theories, and it's so far working here against KT.RY, going with the double pokes, having enough crowd control, having enough space provided for the carries. But now, looks like one champion slipped through. Rattel's Gwen is now available just in exchange for Nova Esports to pick up this Aatrox again for long.
Yeah, and the question here is, with the Gwen, is that gonna be enough for them to garner themselves a win here? Nova has a Camille on their hands that they could use, but definitely a Jax would be way better here if they're gonna be fighting against Rattel's Gwen. They need to find a way to have a safe laner on the top side because Rattel is so good at playing this Gwen.
So good. He is one of the best Gwen users in the whole of Wild Rift League Asia. That's why the comeback potential, especially in the late game, is now in a much more higher position for KT.RY this game. And Nova Esports has to find ways to isolate and burst him away. The Gragas is a good thing. Kassadin might be a good thing here for Neon as well, just to match with the late game scaling of this Gwen.
Yeah, and also there's no way to counter the Kassadin now, so it's already a good pick with Kassadin getting picked up here by the team because Akali is down, Vladimir is out, so the only answer that they could have here for Roster-Y is get an ADC in the mid lane, just for them to bully out this Kassadin from Neon.
If ever this is gonna be the case, still going to be a risky position here for Luna, because Aatrox, Gragas, so many gap closers, so many crowd controls as well are present to have some impact in the early skirmishes. Now the Severe and the Ezreal both are going to be taken away here by KT.RY to minimize the amount of champions that Remake can actually use. Still, many champions are available. They actually take away the Ashe, interestingly so.
They could go for the double ADC here, because considering that they have a Gwen already, a Lucian is already perfect, a Leona in this meta, it's also because they don't really have any choices anymore. I mean, a Galio could be a choice here for Roster-Y, but a Leona could be a very one-note thing for Roster-Y, so I don't know if it's the best pick here.
I mean, some players has been really interested in picking the champion up, like Remake, for example. He has been really spamming this champion and has been able to utilize this champion well. And maybe Zero wants to get in on the notes here as well, on the Leona. Zeri is going to be picked up though by Remake. Massive late game scaling and the adjustment that we have talked about back in game 1. This Aatrox can still go towards the other lane if they do decide to pick up the Lee Sin. They're still thinking about it.
Yitsa is going to be picking this up, but Anila could also be a good pick here on the top side if ever they would need, or rather on the long side. But because they want to play it safe and don't need anything much, they would pick that up. But the Yone getting picked up by Luna here for the mid lane, that's a way better pick. That now makes sense if ever they have a Leona here. Getting so much amount of knockups and having that solar flare, that's going to be easy to land.
Yeah, just making more ways for Luna and the rest of KT.RY to be able to dish out the damage. So much crowd control this time is present towards KT.RY, and I love it. Nova Esports should be the one in caution here, going up against KT, because even if they do have the Aatrox, Camille, Zeri, Kassadin, and all those late game champions, just one bomba combo coming in from KT that if Yami fails to disrupt is gonna cost them this game.
Yeah, that's gonna be what they need to look for here. Nova Esports has an easy to pull off composition, especially that they have a Zeri on Remake. And they have a lot of things that could make things work here for the team, because even if they have a lot of engages from the side of Roster-Y, there is a Gragas that is available for the team. An explosive cast could definitely stop them from getting any Wamba combos here.
Let's see if this composition can be fully utilized by KT.RY to push this game number 3. It's everything on the line. KT.RY wants to maintain their top 1 spot as well in the APAC Conference. Just one step in doing so. They have to fully commit onto this, be able to win this game, prevent Nova Esports from 2-0ing them. Let's see if this is going to be the case.
You can go to that storyline, right? That's true. If ever Roster-Y loses this, they might have a chance of losing their first place spot in the APAC Conference. So they would really need to win this in order for them to stay there at the top. But again, that might not be possible because Nova has been playing this game so well. Yitsa is going to be chased down. Now he's super low.
Oh, not really the best start for Nova Esports, but definitely some smiles on Ratel as he is able to force him to go back into the base, is freezing the wave as well. A bit of a banter in the bottom lane, but nothing too shabby, nothing too pressuring for Nova Esports.
Yeah, and what I'm really afraid of here is the top lane matchup that we have. We'll probably have watched Worlds. Everybody probably have watched Worlds. And Gwen is one of the champions that makes Aatrox's life in the top lane very hard. That's why it's not going to be easy for Yitze here.
Oh yeah. And also, even back in Season 1, like, we saw Gwen as a great matchup towards AD champions like a Jax, just because of the amount of scaling and also the shreddy power.
Ooh! Goes in for remake. Yami is not going to be stunned. They're taking their time, but half HP already on Acrobat. That's a good start for Nova.
This time, they are just going to be trying to get some wins here, at least in the laning phase. Great management by Nova Esports actually here in the bottom lane, despite the aggressive nature of Acrobat and Zero with these champions. Top lane as well. Oh man, Yitze having such a hard time. Luckily though, he does have the Honey Fruit to heal himself back to at least 60%.
Yitze is not going to have the best day here for the top lane. He could go for the weak side lane. But that's one of the problems whenever you're picking up an Aatrox. You can't go weak side. Because if you go weak side for an Aatrox late game, you wouldn't really have an easier time. So now, already pressuring on the bottom side of the map. This is what Roster-Y needs to do. They need to pressure on Long as fast as they could because they would really need to stop this guy from carrying the game. But remember, it's a Camille. So you don't really expect Long to carry with this champion. So they're all putting their hands up on the remake deck, on the Neon deck.
This is actually one of the things that bothers me right now.
Oh,
hold on.
great combo. One more shot. Yitze gets the first blood, or rather the first kill that he needs on the top lane.
And the question I was about to ask a while ago is, why is Long the one using the Camille? But we see now why. Because Yitze is able to just carry out, get the first blood, the outplay, and the sustain as well. Maximize to get this win in the top lane.
Maximizing that cooldown on level 4 is a very big challenge whenever you're picking up an Aatrox. So now that was such a great start overall there for the squad. Now Nova getting that first blood. Definitely not going to be a big winning moment, but it's still going to be enough for them to really have that advantage.
A massive advantage already. At least in the laning phase here of Yitze, just some pressure relieved onto him. This time though, KT.RY might want to invest a bit more towards top lane so that it can be equalized here and provide some platform for Ratel. Have the scaling better on his side. So far it has been cancelled. KT goes towards the mid lane in preparation for maybe a fight that is brewing here with Yitze actually here as well.
Yeah, goes in for the explosive cast. They catch one, they catch a tank, and Zero is not gonna fall anytime soon.
Not really the best target, right? Because it's a Leona that can have the better stats in durability with just one ability. But Esports unable to punish the rotation here of KT.RY. Remake as well has taken some damage. Luckily, he does have the Honey Fruit as well to just heal himself back to a more comfortable state in the laning phase. And with Yami back here in the lane as well, they can just prevent any sort of engage by KT.
Yeah, sees where Zero is. Now they're gonna be starting this already. Now Nova Esports, what they can do to even just slow down this game. They would really need that time in order for them to get that damage that they need. In the early game, they would have some problems. They only have Yitze to deal some damage in this first objective. So they can definitely go for a trade here.
KT so far is focusing on the scaling. Acrobat doing a decent job as a Lucian here so far with applying the pressure in the laning phase, at least towards remake. But later on, he will have more pressure in trying to dodge out the engages here of Nova Esports. It's so difficult. Even if you have the dash here for the Lucian, even if you have a flash, so much setups are available here on the side of Nova Esports. So much burst as well that puts this Lucian in a big risk of dying.
20 seconds on the clock, or rather 10 seconds on the clock before our next objective. Now they're going to be trying to start out with Zero. Damage is not going to be there with that Zenith Blade. But with this, we can definitely see where they're going. Nova Esports going to the bot side of the map, surrendering the referral to the hands of Roster-Y.
Top lane, Luna poking out Yitze. Dart in the vicinity just in case he needs his help. Does start the Herald He will be spotted out by a ward, and Long is already starting on the Dragon as well.
Yeah, they can stop this. They have Luna in the area. Knockup's not gonna hit. It's gonna be still a hard fight. Neon was able to drop out of the way, and they use the Hexic ultimatum. They don't secure it in the end. And that was just 10 HP that we've seen there. Daw is gonna be chased down right here. They could secure this easily. They still have the smite onto Daw. They're not gonna be getting the kill onto Daw.
34 HP, correct me if I'm wrong, but that was how close it was from being stolen by KT. Fortunately for Nova Esports, they were still able to secure it. It was just a trade of objectives, a couple of kills as well along the way. But Nova Esports now is again investing on the scaling, on the late game potential of this comp.
Too close for comfort. Good thing that illusion was there. Now, this is gonna be a good start. Remember, this is also one of the champions that is a counter to an Aatrox. A Yone and a Gwen. And a Fiora together with it. So, at least they don't have the Fiora, the trifecta that could counter the Aatrox. So at least they're gonna be surviving for a bit here for the side of Nova Esports.
Yeah, imagine if there was no ruling on the requirement of having an ADC.
Yeah.
KT would have invested on the Fiora too.
For sure, for sure. Oh man, this is just this is just so sad. That was almost a close call here for Nova Esports. For now, BO3, what they would really need is to push their early game lead here in favor. I mean, it's still balanced, but for now, they have the advantage if ever they try to engage. So going for a push in the mid lane is going to be important here for BO3.
Herald's going to be spawned into the mid lane. Hopefully, if KT is going to be able to deal the damage.
Nobody's here.
Plate.
Yeah.
Okay. Nobody's there to defend. Tower takedown by KT.
Yeah, that's perfect though. So for now, BO3 getting that mid lane turret, really important for them to have those pushes. So for now, Nova Esports could not answer this. What they could do to definitely stop them from getting anything more. BO3 could just snowball out of that mid lane turret.
I think what's going to be the approach here of KT.RY lingering in the area here, at least in the jungle camps of Nova Esports rather are going towards the jungle camp here. Although we'll be getting some of his resources. Thank you along the way. Attempting to take this tower as well. Yami is just zoning the members of KT.RY, allowing them to equalize the amount of towers that was taken from them.
Really good answer though. Most of the time people don't know how to answer that, but BO3 also knows how to answer back. With that push in the mid lane and the top lane tower getting taken down, a Baron call on 12 minutes is not impossible.
Just go with the push as well with Ratel answering back so that they can have the net benefit of everything that is happening right now in the map, maintaining a gold lead, some gold leads. But in terms of the scaling, in terms of position, in terms of the priority, they do have a bit of an upper hand, especially with 2 towers that KT.RY has taken. Acrobat is the one that has the most gold. It is nice. However, if we look at the other members that are actually scaling here in the side of Nova Esports, Yitze in particular, Neon as well, that's a scary situation now for KT.
Yeah, for KT.RY, this is going to be a chance for kills here for the other squads from what we're seeing. What we've seen from Nova, they could definitely go for a push here, but Yami could be surprised! Whoa! What a great explosive cast, but it's a good thing, no follow-ups! Long wasn't able to get a Hexic ultimatum. That was super close!
You know what? Yami surprised both KT and Long.
And us.
And us! Never let them know your next move.
That was max range though. The max range of the AoE on that explosive cast, I thought it was not gonna hit, but it was super calculated for their side.
That shocked everyone that is watching, even the other members of Nova Esports. But still, good response coming in from both of them. Respect by Nova Esports, respect by KT. Nova Esports though denying yet another camp here towards Daw, just limiting the amount of resources that he's getting from his own jungle.
It's looking really hard now for BO3. Even though they're the ones who got the first towers, or even the towers on the top side, this is looking like Nova has the game over their heads. So that's why, oh man, it's still gonna be scary for BO3 now.
So scary. Even if they do have some sort of late game scaling, right? The Yone, of course, the Gwen, the Hecarim is gonna be able to sustain even more later on as well. Cannot deny the amount of burst coming in from Nova!
Ian got caught. Had the crown of the Shattered Queen. So it's a good thing he was able to survive that. Now they don't have 2 ultimates in their favor. So this is gonna be big for them to use in this Drake fight. They're already starting the explosive gas from Yami!
Genius!
Was able to stop them from taking any chances on that Drake.
And this time, they are on Soul Point as well. It's a well-decided setup by Nova
This
Esports.
guy.
And Yami is the king of setups, king of, manipulation.
Yeah, remember, he didn't have vision when that was happening. They only had a sliver of the pixel that they've seen from Daw, and that was enough for him to call an explosive gas there. That could have went sideways, but he made it work.
He made it work perfectly to allow the dragon to be taken by Long. And even if you don't see that much fights, it's the many things that is happening around the map that makes the biggest difference. We see a massive win here by Nova Esports. Even if we see the gold actually being a little even, the scaling is much better for Nova Esports this time, just because of the 2 dragons, just because of the setups, because of Yami.
Yep, it's not gonna be chased down onto the top side, force the World Ender out, just for him to stay safe.
Man, it's like we're seeing League of Legends PC with LCK meta right now.
Yep.
Very little movements, but many impacts from the small movements.
Yeah, and
that's why we see it even more.
And this is one of the the champions that you do expect whenever you see an LCK matchup, except for the Leona though. But most of the champions here, this is what you expect from an LCK match. So this is still gonna be hard for Nova Esports to be able to win this, but look at what they're doing here for WRL-A2. They might go for the bot lane. Want to go for the push here. No vision for Nova Esports. Whenever they start this, definitely get this tower down, but everybody's gonna be here to slow down onto Daw. You have the onslaught of the shadows there. Is gonna be their target. They're gonna be slowing him down. Doesn't have any ways to go about it. Hextech ultimatum was used, but he flashed in for a stun.
Tried to go for the suppression, but at the end of the day, he's the one who was taken down. Daw!
He used the ultimate of the shadows already, but he's very, very fast. Look at that Daw with one hit. The burn is not gonna end his life. I thought that was it.
Was able to blow out the candle, the fire. Still able to stay alive, but Baron
goes for the ultimate. Fate sealed, but his fate has been sealed by Nova Esports. Remake flashes in, but on the backline, Rattel trying his best to get something out of it. He had the needle work, he got the kills, but Rattel is also going to fall in the process. Ooh. Acrobat is going to be next. Turn. Though he's going to be at his backs, but the damage from Yitza with the flash ends the life of KT.RY.
Better end is still on Nova Esports. KT though, are they still going to be trying to test the push here into the top lane? I don't think it's going to be a good idea.
Oh no.
Especially with the amount of wins now by Nova Esports. They take the Baron, take the kills, and now they're having the better gold lead as well. Let's look at this replay and how Daw was put in a desperate position. The damage was there as well to burst him out, allowing the securement of this Baron. Great job for Rattel, going still with the risk. He was able to get 2 kills at the end of that. But that was still a Baron secured by Nova Esports. Had it been a different position wherein they actually were in a better situation, maybe they could have gone with a better 50-50.
Yeah.
But Nova Esports made it more desperate in a situation for KT that put them in a bad spot instead.
This is what's really hard whenever you pick a Lucian and you don't really get an easy lane, or at least get massive kills on the lane. You're gonna be losing. We've seen Acrobat play that so well. Even if he played it perfectly, it's not gonna work out. Lucian doesn't have so much damage in the late game, but now they're taking down the towers.
They're doing it so well. Cast gonna be used just for this
explosive gas to stop them. WRL-A2 is gonna go out there. Long is gonna be using the Hextech ultimatum, was able to stop them from pushing. 2 more kills on the board, and Nova Esports is gonna look for the end. The Nexus Shield is still there. It's still a bit too early, but now they're gonna be taking down Zero to get it with it. Needle work is gonna be used for Zero to die, and now Nova Esports is gonna be taking this game. Acrobat is gonna be next, and that's an ace. Nova Esports is just different right now, and WRL-A2 didn't have a chance in winning a game there.
And it's a much more faster game as well. Less than 15 minutes, Nova Esports crumbles KT and 2-0s them as well. This is why Nova Esports right now should be targeted as well respected It's how clean they're just able to get everything that they need and want as well. We saw this game, it's a bit more slow paced, but when we see the resources being taken by Nova Esports, the denial of resources as well towards KT, and them getting every single objective that they need to just continue scaling better than KT, you know that you're in trouble if you're KT. And the way that they have delivered this victory as well, just so clean.
Yeah, and it was also a nice start there for Nova Esports. They were able to get all the resources that they need, and also because of how they maneuver when it comes to those fights, especially what Yami did during this game, definitely an MVP game for him. Because I mean, if he's not gonna get the MVP, but it's also okay because he did so much for the team. They're stopping objectives from being taken just because of one explosive cast.
Yeah, all those casts by Yami was so on point.
Yeah.
Even us casters, we were shocked at some point there, especially the one that is in the top 10, the one in the dragon as well. He has 100% accuracy at this point, and might be an indicator of a ban in their next opponent as well, just because of how clean he uses this champion.
Yeah, and also that could definitely tell us of how big of a difference still on how the CN conference works and how the APAC conference works so far. Even with that performance coming in from KT.RY, they weren't really able to use that Hecarim to a very good level. And that's what is really hard about this Hecarim so far. It is a trap that everybody picks a lot, but they don't really do much whenever they use the Hecarim.
Yeah, it's to think that it has been such a slow gold lead or no gold lead at all. Basically, it's even for the first 10 minutes. But by the time we saw a fight in the Baron, everything was taken over by Nova Esports.
Yeah.
KT has a lot more to improve. And this time around, we talked about them being at risk of losing the first spot or the rank 1 in the APAC. Now Naos Esports has a chance to take over, especially that Naos actually won against Nova Esports. With KT losing, that now puts them in a much more better position, especially here in this tournament going against the CN confident team.
Yeah, and for the teams that we have here, this is going to be hard, especially for the other APAC teams. I mean, we've seen Naos Esports be able to win against Nova, so definitely not a big indication of how this works. But at least we're in the middle of the pack now, the APAC conference, compared to the CN conference levels that we have. Yitsa taking the MVP, definitely, this game.
Well deserved, but also I would like to commend, of course, Yami rather, and all of the setups he made to allow everyone from the carries here of Nova Esports to be able to perform as they needed. And that's just game number 2, everybody. The second series concluded, and we still have 2 more series. But before that, of course, we'll just go in a very short break. We'll be back after this one.
Step light, strike hard. Crack 'em like a tomb. I go where the trouble is.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one.
好了，欢迎各位来到赛后采访环节，我是优厚。那首先恭喜 Nova 2-0拿下了这场比赛的胜利，我们也是邀请到了他们的中单选手念来到我们的赛后采访。你好，先跟大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 Nova 的中单念。
欢迎你。那其实第一个问题想问一下，大家可能会觉得 Nova 跟 KT.RY 都是打法风格上的相同点，可能在于说比较稳健，然后会去偏后期打团嘛。那在你看来，你们两支队伍的不同点会在哪儿呢？
就以前跟他们打训练赛的时候，觉得他们很稳健嘛，他们会经常打到后期，然后今天他们一直在跟我们打资源团，所以感觉跟以前变化挺大的。
跟以前变化挺大的，但今天也是赢了下来。So the first question for him is, from your perspective, what is the difference between your playstyle and theirs? And his answer is like, well, actually, they had a kind of change in their playstyle today. Usually we play against them, they will try everything to make it to the late game, but today they just will have some team fights in the early game with us. 那第二个问题想问一下，第一局当时你们是在锁下双 C 之后，选择让伊泽维尔去到中路，然后下路的左移，当时是为什么会这么去考虑呢？
就中路 EZ 的话，它等级会高一点，然后到时候在边线它可以压制人。
在边线比左一来说来的压制力更高一些。
对。
So the second question for him is like, why meet Israel and both Zoe in game 1? And his answer is like, well, actually, in the when we put Israel in the middle lane, in the middle of the game, he can press on the give pressure on the side lane in the mid game. 那第三个问题。第二局其实你们也有一个这样子的小摇摆嘛，是把青钢影摇到了野区。那当时是为什么这么考虑呢？
因为我们上单觉得剑魔好打格温，
就上单觉得剑魔好打格温，所以龙哥就稍微牺牲一点，就是卡米尔去打野去了。OK， 那。The third question for him is like, why did you put Camille onto the jungle in game 2? And his answer is like, well, actually, our top lane, our solo laner, Izo said he believed that Aatrox is a counter pick for Gwen, so we put Camille onto the jungle. 那最后一个问题，当时第二局第一波资源团的时候，你是卡萨丁在旁边把那条龙给偷掉了，当时你的考虑是什么样的？
就是我看到对面那个辅助大招快打到我了，赶紧大招先逃跑，然后我刚走过来的时候发现龙没血了，就赶紧甩个 E 就把他抢了。
就一切都是这么的云淡风轻且顺其自然。
对，运气好，运气好
啊，运气好，好的，挺谦虚的聂选手。So the last question for him is, you stole the first dragon in the game 2, and what's your communication and consideration? And his answer is like, well, actually, I was forced to that position, and when I get into the river, I realized that the dragon is in low HP, so I use everything I can to steal the dragon, and that's it. 那这一场的赛后采访就到这里结束了，我们稍事休息，精彩比赛。
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
It must be real, right?
and that's
real magic.
Let's go. Sicker than the wizard with a top hat. So heavy when I drop it like a backpack. Chit chat, best stick it in the WhatsApp. Looking at the glitter in your Snapchat. What's that? You break like a plate in an earthquake on the first day, like a clown at birthday. Too late, gotta wait for the first one.
牛啊，这个球！菜呢？
Step light, strike hard. Crack 'em like a tomb. I go where the trouble is.
Welcome back to day number 34, of course, of Wild Rift League Asia Season 2, and the BNB is back!
We're back,
We
we're
are
back.
here for our third series. It's gonna be Oh My God versus Trace Esports this time around.
Yeah, it's gonna be our third series, OMG versus Trace Esports. For OMG, I think they don't really have a chance now to get into the playoffs based on their standings. Also, looking at how many games they still have left. Oh, actually, they have a lot more games ahead of them. Including now, they have 4 matches left. They might have a chance if they're able to, if everything goes well for them. I think they need to win all of their matches.
All of their matches,
and also for everyone else to lose. So it's a tough ask. It's very much a tough ask.
It's a tough ask.
But there is a chance, although it's gonna be against Trace Esports.
They have to win against Trace Esports, against Buriram United Esports, against Weibo Gaming, and against Woohoo Gaming. That would put them from 2-8 scoreline to 6-8, if ever. But yeah, that requires the other teams to be losing as well. It's a very, very difficult position that OMG right now is in. And we see the lineup as well. Whitecat, Indian, SMK15, and Wawa looking to find ways in order to make that happen at the very least.
Yeah, it's, lest we say it's gonna take a miracle, but also it's something that it's just mathematically it kind of can happen, but it's very, very hard, especially against Trace Esports. As you see on your screens right now, their lineup, we all know how strong Trace Esports has been this season, only dropping 1 series so far against EDG. Everything else they have won, so that's definitely gonna be a tough ask, especially we all know Hueba, how strong he is when it comes to this lineup.
It's Trace Esports, man. One of the best teams right now here in this season 2. And we see this time around, it's Yausa that is participating in the mid lane as well, not Korn. So maybe this time around they want to experiment a couple of things to prepare for the playoffs as well. We look at the head-to-head between Inyan and Weiba. Of course, Weiba is just extraordinary in the jungle, especially that he does still have that synergy with Tak.
He also is just a very confident player. Whenever we see him carrying the team or even just going for these engages, he's just a really strong jungler, and it's gonna be going against Inyan, who has also shown some okay performances, but the thing it's such a leap right now for him to take against Hueba. But at the same time, if he is able to step up, right, and maybe shut down Hueba or at least put Hueba down by a bit, maybe that is the key for OMG here to be able to snag a win against Trace Esports.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we have been looking for a day that OMG comes out of their slump, right? They started in this tournament with massive wins. 2-0 against EDG, 2-0 against Cerberus Esports. Now they're on an 8-game lose streak. Let's go to the stage for those to introduce the teams first.
欢迎各位收看英雄联盟手游职业联赛 WRL， 我是优后。那接下来将 Oh My God 对阵 Trace Esports， 是 OMG 触底反弹找回状态，完成以下课上，还是 TE 能够一路高歌猛进，完成横扫？让我们把时间交给赛场。Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia. This is Yoho. The coming up matchup will be Oh My God versus Trace Esports. Where is the end of OMG's lose streak? Let's find out. Now, please welcome Oh My God and Trace Esports.
看到是你上我就放心啦。
So aggressive.
放心吗？放心的回家过年吗？
The mic almost hit him as well. Oh my. Okay. Fortunately, it didn't. But that was close.
That was close. But yeah, that was funny. It seemed like a very friendly banter as well. Even holding each other's shoulders. It's just just adding that.
Just a bonding time moment for that.
Yeah.
15 is so tall though.
Yeah.
So tall. Was it like 7-footer?
I don't know. I guess he looks more like a 6'2", maybe more than 6 feet. And, a lot taller than our average at least, right? I'm reminded right now.
Speaking of taller, we also have like the longest game ever in the whole of history of Wild Rift League Asia with OMG. when they battled against KBG. 36 minutes
in the jungle.
36
OMG,
seconds. I mean, that's one of their closest matches as well so far.
Yeah, that was we casted that whole ride of the game, right? Where we thought it was gonna be a 2-0, but they were able to squeeze in to tie it up, getting a 36-36 record for the game time. That's definitely long, so at least we know OMG. They never give up.
They never give up. Never did any team give up on their dreams, on their road to success, because they're still on their way. They're still in this tournament. There are many chances still left out for them, and every single chance they have, take it to their heart's content. OMG will go with the dream of securing 4 consecutive series wins in their attempt to remain here in this tournament to qualify for playoffs. Let's see if that's gonna happen.
Yeah. After this player intros, for everyone's attention as well, we will be heading into an era match which will be deciding the sides, fight for side. Whoever wins that era match will be able to choose which side they would want to be in game 1. We have been seeing as well picks and bans lately, especially for today. We have seen 2 Hekarims already being let through, and both Hekarims have lost their respective games. So will we see maybe Hecarim not being as much of a priority ban now?
Yeah, it might have some sort of a curse this time around, at least for today.
Yeah, at least for today.
Esports tried it. KT has also tried it out twice. And yeah.
It might be, the meta shift that we're experiencing right now as we head into the last week of the tournament as well. It's a bit of a meta shake-up. It's something that we might be looking forward to as well in playoffs. Hecarim being let through, Evelyn is just being the most utmost being banned when it comes to the red side. We have been seeing as well a lot more Ornn bans. Players now, or rather teams, have been recognizing how strong that support has been, which we have been seeing as well for the longest time in season 2, how effective Ornn is. So yeah, something that I'm just looking forward to when it comes to the draft.
You know what I'm looking forward to, Crazy Apple, is the integration of Zyra soon, when it is allowed to be picked up. Maybe next week, maybe in 2 weeks. We can never be so sure, but that can change everything here, because we've already seen a Sona support, and it worked yesterday massively as well. Maybe this time around we would see utility supports come into play as well. Well, not really utility is the best term for Zyra.
Yeah, she's
carry support.
Yeah.
I'm the damage dealer now.
Yeah, she's the damage. She's Lux, basically Lux support.
Yeah.
Zyra is just definitely would love to see Zyra being used soon. One of the the newest champions that we have in the Rift. As we get into this era match, we already see Huahua just rolling around on that Rammus.
Oh, a Rammus? This is gonna be so fun if ever. Inyan as well as on the Nilla. So this is massive AoE as well present for both teams. We see Katarina on Yosa as well. Weba on the Twitch. This is a fun champion. Let's see 15 actually going in. Cancels out. Blood pool gonna be used here by the Vladimir to try and disengage, but it's not gonna be allowed to survive at all. First blood by Trace Esports.
Yeah, Yusa getting the first blood on that Katarina, the OG pentakiller in Era. We haven't seen a lot of Samiras getting pentakills, but I'm now looking forward to Yusa maybe getting a pentakiller in this Era game.
Juju getting caught with a slow, but is still gonna be fine. Actually gets pulled
in
and goes straight in. Just back into the base. Sheesh, indeed. Never let them know your next move.
yeah, exactly. Never let them know your next move. Never let them know if you're gonna be aggressive or not. But right now, it just seems like OMG getting another pick right here. And Lisa does get away from the OMG lineup. OMG also has very good engage. They do have Anila, which can get everyone in the Trace Esports comp. They also have SMK on the Castle, so really good late game potential as well. The longer the game goes, the more explosive these two teams are going to be.
Yeah. I like how we see a Sona that has Glacial Augment as well. Just because of the crowd control that she actually has right now. As OMG engages, tries to get into the backline, but Yosa actually engages as well with the Death Lotus. Able to do some damage here. Goes to the reset 2 for Trace Esports to take control of this fight. Indian and SMK are the only ones to survive. Able to take 2 kills though. Still fine for this fight. Indian. Will he actually get anything here? Just commits on the fight, goes straight back into the base.
Yeah, he's going for the reset. Also able to buy, gets the Bloodthirster for him. This is going to be the reset right now here for OMG. They might be waiting for Indian to go back before they really engage in this fight, but Trace Esports is really trying to get them into these smaller skirmishes because it's where Trace Esports would more likely get an advantage of. Hueba
is in a bad spot, will get taken down. The slam though by the Darkened Blade here of Whitecat is doing so much. And even if we don't really have that much good matchups here against the Ramos, it's or for the Ramos rather, we still see the impact of this Ramos of Wawa. Now they're shoving up the wave here towards the tower, trying to get some damage done here as well. Not able to take it down fully. Juju though almost gets taken out. Trace Esports still does have the sustain. Katarina goes in, gets wiped out here by the Nillas. Indian is just dealing so much at this point. Whitecat finally falls down. Indian goes in with Apotheosis as well. Slaps the back line. He's now getting the trade at the very least. But still, Trace Esports right now are having a bit of a trouble. OMG getting the profits.
Yeah. Yusa getting it a bit unfortunate right there. But 15 going in.
They want to commit. They want to get more kills. But the Death Lotus of Yosa answers back better. Actually, it's Wawa that picks up the kills. Much better this time around for the Twitch to scale up.
Yeah, Wawa though. And a good flank. About to get Wawa here.
Just surprising him as well. Just in time for Whitecat to be here too. Great follow-up. Great synergy from OMG. Maybe that's something that they can, prep up for later in the actual fight as well. But in this Aram, again, for everyone that is just tuning in onto this mini game, this is designed for the side selection priority. Whoever wins this will get to pick whether they start on blue side or red side in game number 1. Lee Sao getting initiated will be taken down here by 15 as well. Death Lotus not really doing anything as the suppression is just there, especially with Whitecat on this Darkened Blade, on the Aatrox, going in with a Snowball as well. Wave is the only one left, being completely zoned away from the tower. Fortunately though, Wave has been cleared up. 15 goes back in and gets killed up by the turret as well. And 2 kills picked up here by Weba. Only 1 execution there by OMG. And Juju with the Emo play, Tides of Blood as well, dealing the damage necessary. Indian tries to survive with a sustain but unable to.
Yeah, Weba's getting to a point on this Twitch where he's just able to auto freely, leaving the poison and just making dealing lots of damage to the OMG lineup. So unfortunate series of events right there for them. It felt like they were having a bit of a resurgence in that fight, but now Esports in a bit of a dangerous situation.
They have to be very cautious. Juju sustain. Wow, that's like 3 bars with just one transfusion.
Yeah,
man, just Vladimir things,
Yeah. Oh, wow,
here comes the Ramos, but gets immediately countered. That's a nice apotheosis though onto everyone here of Trace Esports. Now they have the advantage. Now they have the control. SMK goes in as well. Juju goes back with a snowball. Gets 1 before it gets taken out. Tower should be taken here by OMG as well. First tower secured here in this fight first side at 5 minutes. Actually a bit more prolonged game than usual. But OMG having the better sign of victory here. SMK tries to go with the execute but gets spotted out by Yosa and says thank you along the way. That Lotus is going to be used but not really dealing that much damage towards the Aatrox. Whitecat will be fine.
Yeah, thank you for the free kill. That's what Yosa said to SMK, but OMG looking for some brush plays.
And Whitecat will fall down. Trace Esports this time are the one to answer back. Wawa is just in the vicinity, chilling.
He's in
the brush.
He's in an awkward position. He's like, guys, wait for me.
Enjoying the view.
Yeah, he's enjoying
a nice view in the Howling Abyss.
It's some nice views, and now he might try to roll in though. He might just be waiting for Whitecat to get back here. Trace Esports might have an inkling that Wawa is at the back.
Roaring Slam is now available to be used. Everyone's clumped up. 15 trying to bait. Here comes Wawa as well, just going towards the back line, but not really felt too much here by the rest of Trace Esports. They still pursue. They still go in. They now turn onto the members of OMG. Whitecat gonna be disengaging. Trace Esports trying to get access onto the tower. The Aatrox is taken off. And OMG unable to defend. They use the ults just to take this wave out. And Apotheosis again by Indian. able to at least secure the 2 kills here against Trace Esports. Goes back in again, and SMK is the only one left. Flashes away, but flash in by Lisao. With the launch, of course, will just close in the gap. 15 is here. Answer back. Snowball did not connect. He actually goes in with the resonating strike. Juju zones him off. Lisao doesn't have mana, but has the damage to take the kill.
Yeah, Trace Esports is just knowing that they're in a stronger position right now, even going for this tower dive, taking it as well. Juju does fall down, but Lisao able to get away. Maybe just gonna go for a later reset, waiting for the team. They need to regroup before going for another fight because they need to get their items. They need to be in a 5-man unit to take on OMG again. But at the same time, OMG, they do have a lot of damage. They still have SMK on the castle, and we all know the late game potential of this champion here in the fight for side. We'll see how OMG does this. They have a lot of potential as well. We saw earlier from Inya and the 5-man apotheosis, but Weiba dealing so much damage.
He is just zoning off the members here right now. Trace Esports zoning the members here of OMG, especially with this switch of Weiba, right? With the spray and pray. Lisao now serving in the front line, being assisted by Tak, of course, with the Sona support. Juju goes in as well, follow up by Weiba, just free hitting that Lotus for days. The reset! Oh my god, the reset is just godly!
4 kills?
Quadra kill, come on, give
No, he's gonna run, he has a Twitch poison!
No! Why? Report Weiba, just kidding.
No, it's not Weiba's fault, it's SMK. He ran away!
It's SMK, he ran away. Come on, man. It could have been a screenshot already. By I mean, I would screenshot it.
I would share it. I would share it on my page. Getting a pentacle as
a story.
Yeah, immediately a story. Immediately shareable content. But yeah, Trace Esports, unfortunately, the KT.RY was not able to get a pentacle, but they did win our era match, the fight for side. They will be able to choose the sides for game 1. And as we were talking about earlier, it has been a different look for today, which we have been seeing since last week, where teams were slowly letting the Hecarim through. Evelyn still being banned out and choosing a different jungler. We have seen some more priority on picks like the Aatrox, sometimes a Camille. We'll see if that's going to be the case here when Trace Esports does choose which side they'll be going for.
Naturally, it is going to be blue side, right? I think that has been the trend for the past few days. And also, Trace Esports did win a lot of their games on blue side as well. It gives so much leverage, to be honest, especially just because of the amount of bans that you can be able to use onto your opponent in target bans as well. OMG this time around has to be the one to adjust if ever they do pick blue side.
Yeah, we'll see. If it's gonna be the blue side for Trace Esports, then it would be a good idea to put them in an advantage position. I honestly think I would love to see both Evelyn and Hecarim through and just let anyone play play maybe the Evelyn and then just don't pick the Hecarim.
Don't pick the Hecarim.
I think Hecarim is a bait, is a hole right now that you don't want to touch. But at the same time, there is a possibility that there is a team that figures it out. There's a team that figures it out. How are we gonna be able to use the Hecarim for a win? And I think it just hasn't translated yet here in WRL-A.
You know how it is going to be the best pick ever? There's a Severe and a Sona. Just go with the speed.
Okay.
We have seen that as well lately, right?
Yeah. I mean, go with the speed. It's just gonna be this vroom horse.
Yeah.
Vroom horse, mega speed horse. With the Soda, with the Silver. I would love to see that coming out from one of these teams, but I think it's gonna be too telegraphed when it comes to the draft. But we'll see. Maybe it can can sneak its way through.
Hopefully, right? Because EDG has tried it out just the other day against G2 Blacklist, and it was so fun to see. The sustain from the zone as well is just too much. No bans on the Horsey just yet. Let's see if it is going to be respected here by OMG, especially that they're the ones on red side. Vi, Gragas, has been taken away though, and we're not going to be seeing any Aatrox and Akali as well, unfortunately.
Yeah, two of the strong champions in the meta as well. Akali is just so slippery and is able to stick to targets, especially to marksmen, so well. Evelyn being the last ban for the first round here from Trace Esports does say that they don't want to see this champion on the field. Hecarim might be let through so far with the bans. I do like taking away the Gragas, that leaves open the Ornn as well as something that for Trace Esports to think about. And now they're left with both the Hecarim and the Ornn to maybe pick here as their first pick.
Is it a trap or an opportunity? Let's see. What is it gonna be for Trace Esports? Because I honestly, in my inner intent, I want to see the Hecarim with the buffers, of course, of the Severe and the Sona. But that's just difficult to achieve, especially with right now, first pick, it's gonna be the Hecarim. OMG can just pick the Severe if they want to. But they settle now with a hover on the Zoe, goes in with one poke champion. They can go for two if ever. Severe works that way as well.
Yeah, they can go for the Sivir, they can go for Ezreal. I think Jace would also be a great option here. Take a jungle already, able to have a strong presence, able to be to possibly go for these early invades. But Ezreal being picked here, as you mentioned, it's going to be two poke champions on the side of OMG.
And what more if they pick something like a Jace, right? That's going to be too irritating to deal against.
Yeah.
Imagine 3 pokes and then having 2 front lines as well just to protect them as well. Oh, man, it's going to be a tough time here for Trace Esports. But they do settle with a Zeri. What champion are they going to be picking up as well? Vladimir against a Zoe. Man, this is so much confidence coming in, especially for Yosa.
Yeah, a lot of confidence from Yosa. Opting to go for this matchup wherein we've seen Zoe's just pop a Vladimir out of nowhere. Even though Vladimir does have the pool, the bubble is enough to be able to put him to sleep, to be able to get the burst down on that mage. So we'll see. Ew! Whoa! That is a pick we haven't seen in a while. Xin Zhao in the jungle. I do love this. Xin Zhao has always been known to be a really strong early game champion, able to gank, able to have those point and click gap closers. Could be something the OMG uses here to take control of the early game, maybe even put the Hecarim behind if they're able to catch him in the jungle.
We don't really see that much Xin Zhao's, and it makes a lot of sense as well just because of how not really meta this champion is as of the moment. But we do see the intent here of OMG as well. The zoning control of a Xin Zhao can work, especially with the Crescent Sweep. It can serve as a disengage tool as well, and to separate the members here of Trace Esports when they actually die. And now OMG removing some of the supports that can actually fully utilize. Same response by Trace Esports as well, removing the Galio. Might be a Leona ban as well, since we do see the rising popularity rather of that champion too.
Yeah, taking away 2 engage supports as well for the side by OMG. Thinking both Ornn and Nautilus are long range. Could be non-committal supports, right? They're using their ultimates to try to get that.
Never let them know your next
Never
move.
let them know your next move.
That's been the theme for today for some reason.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, Alistar being grabbed right there. That is the perfect choice here for OMG because they do have 2 poke champions. They need a bit of disengage as well as champions that can facilitate the middle to front of the fight. Xin Zhao and Alistar are perfect for that. Although we might not be getting as much of the tower dive potential coming from the Alistar, but with pair that with the Xin Zhao, it's still a very potent tool that they can have. Seeing the top side as well for the side of Trace Esports, that Crocodile might be in danger if OMG will be picking a strong skirmishing top laner. I do love the hover on the Riven. Guy can serve the same purpose.
Yeah, this can really work against the Renekton as well. This is so far a great composition coming in from OMG. They have all the tools that they need. They have double poke, they have frontline, they have executing damage, they have some sort of sustain, especially coming in from the Alistar as well. They can go in, they can go out. Trace Esports has that as well, but they really need to invest hard on the engage. They have to fully commit and go towards the crucial targets here of OMG. I like the composition that OMG works, that OMG has more. And we see the approval ratings as well against Trace Esports.
Yeah.
One of the best teams right now here in this tournament. OMG has the higher approval rating.
Yeah, players, or rather the viewers, are loving OMG. We also love the change in this composition in this draft. We'll see if it will work. One thing that we were talking about when it comes to OMG is that it's do or die for them. If they want to have a chance in the playoffs, they need to win every match starting today until their next other 3 matches moving forward. And if they're able to pull this off, against Trace Esports, that could very well be a sign of good things for comfort, and because this is such a different draft than what we've been seeing from some of their teams, and if a draft like this can work, that could very well that has a chance to shake up the meta.
I mean, I have missed the Xin Zhao, honestly, so much. I am still a fan of the previous meta before in Season 1. The Xin Zhao jungle, the Virus ADC, and the Gragas support. I think that is one of the best combos I've seen back in Season 1 too. Right now, we see so many changes. White going straight towards Lee Sao is kind of funny while waiting for Inian to actually have a great position to engage. But Lee Sao will walk away for now and will deny that follow-up by Inian too.
Yeah, he's not biting for the bait. The crocodile was being shown a fresh raw chicken in front of him, but he says no. Inian also not being able to get that position, but a lot of fighting here the top side. This could very well attract the Xin Zhao. After getting the red buff, he could go straight to the top side and try to maybe get a gank here on the rank. That's something we might be seeing later on.
Ignite has been used already by White Cat though, so that's something that Lee Sao can consider when it goes in. Actually, it has his own Ignite ready and available. Will not call it off for now. Level 2 already for White Cat. Is able to heal himself a little bit. Does have the passive as well. Esports should be fine still here.
Yeah. It's gonna be hard for Lee Sao if the Xin Zhao does go to the top side. He is clearing the Raptor camp right now, while the Hecarim has skipped. Oh no, actually he finished the Raptor camp as well as already going to Wolf. So he might be able to head to the top side, but doesn't seem like there's gonna be any attention from the junglers right on the top side of the map. Just gonna be the Garen and the Renekton doing top lane things. Just doing those trades for the moment. But actually we're gonna see the trade again. Still no Ignite on White Cat, so there's not a lot of kill pressure for him. But for Lee Sao, if he overstretches himself, he might be caught out here.
Luckily though, Weiba is gonna be in the vicinity in a short while, so maybe Lee Sao can call for help to secure this kill onto White Cat, because it's so irritating when you want to engage and then you just get silenced with one ability of a Garen. That's how busted, to be honest, this champion is, especially in the skit. Weiba's gonna be spotted out, especially by that ward a while ago, but still they are gonna be committing. Tower damage is something that you should respect though.
Weiba?
2 tower damage? That is so unfortunate. So the only thing that they can do is just clear up this wave and walk away.
Yeah, that's so much information now going to the side of OMG. They know that the Hecarim is low, so there might be not as much pressure in the mid lane. Look at where SMK and Inian are, but they were spotted on the ward. So good decision right now from both Juju and White Cat!
What? White Cat, you keep your camera, your eyes on me, because I'm gonna make the plays, and he did towards Lee Sao.
Did he have vision? I wasn't sure. Let's check the replay right here on the kill. Did see Lee Sao actually on the ward recalling, so he was able to follow him up on the Ignite. Cancel the recall, then go for the ult, finish the kill. Just the never-ending aggression from this Garen catching the Renekton off guard.
Unfortunately, that ward was there earlier before Weiba actually visited a while ago.
Yeah.
That's the ward that spotted him out as well. Unfortunate for Lee Sao, got caught, got killed. And now, White Cat is going to be having a leverage there in the top lane. Yosa as well as being zoned out from the mid lane just because of the presence here of Wawa. Using the Ignite as well to minimize the HP and the healing.
Yeah.
We'll just wait for that last tick.
Yeah, they really want to get Yosa here, but Weiba is in position. Inian's gonna see him.
Oh no. They don't know.
Yeah, they don't know.
They don't know. They have no vision. Weiba was not in the bush. That's the reason why Inian was able to get some information towards him more than he has on him as well. And Lisa again just having a hard time here in the top lane. It's been a long time since I've said this, but spin to win for the Garen is now working. Dominus is gonna be used though by Lisa to try to pin him down. Ignite is sticking, almost takes him out, but unable to still just Garen things, man.
Yeah, just Garen things. Just that sliver of health allowed him to be able to get the honey fruit. Let him live. Ignite proc did not tick as fast as they hoped for. But now OMG so far in the early game seems to be in good control over the whole map. Even 15. Canceling the recall here from Juju. Yusa just getting into the bot side means that he might be a bit late. Or rather, Zeri is going to be a bit late when it comes to the rotation in mid lane. And just Zoe things as well. The amount of damage that this champion can really deal once you get hit by the CP Trouble Bubble can get you out of the map. It forces the recall, and that is the strength of the Zoe, especially in the early game. If you're able to get a early bubble before an objective comes up, you can get a couple of seconds wherein you're in a 4v5 position.
Oh, SMK so consistent on the pokes. This is a really great sign that we're seeing towards OMG, especially that they did pick up the Zoe and the Ezreal first as well during the picks and bans. This time around, we're seeing the impact of SMK massively affecting this mid lane as well towards FaZe Esports.
Yeah, that's gonna be the health damage on Juju. It's gonna force FaZe Esports to take a safer approach as the objective does spawn up. Herald is being taken here by OMG. Keep fighting.
Did it dive? It is Wawa that is just interrupting the
White Cat
also there. Rishad Paraj not going to be connecting onto Juju, but Wawa is in a bad spot. Juju is going to be taken out. White is going to be here, and Wawa still able to stall for so long. Sleepy Double Bubble, the Dragon's still going to be taken here by FaZe Esports. Luckily for them, they need to disengage though. White Cat continues on the fray, still dealing the damage. OMG getting the kills, and no trades at all. They go in, and Indian helps out as well. That's 5 kills. That's basically ace.
Yeah, that's a very clean series of events here coming for OMG. We're gonna see in the replay right here. They started all off with a couple of pokes. They do have 2 poke champions, so they can take their time just whittling down the health bars of FaZe Esports. And White Cat is such an unfortunate position as well for FaZe Esports. They were stuck between a Dragon and a Garen, and they didn't know where to go. They just slowly died off. They were able to secure the Dragon, but at what cost? And that cost is so much gold now going to the hands of OMG.
So much. Injected so much gold, and more is gonna come as well. Wawa diving into the top lane. Yosa is still gonna be fine, but the pressure is actually there. SMK gonna get caught out this time around. Waver's gonna be attempting to take the kill. Finally, Sleepy Trouble Bubble, but the first kill is gonna be there. Sweep him off. FaZe Esports finally get their first kill, but they still have a lot more to do to equalize the goal from this 5k lead of OMG.
Yeah, and it's one thing that you don't want to be. It's to be behind against a poke composition, because when you're behind against a poke composition, they'll be able to get their items first, and they're just gonna hurt early on. When we get into that 9-minute mark, when the next Drake does come up, it's gonna be crucial here for FaZe Esports, because of OMG, they'll be able, if they're still ahead and they'll still be able to put down the damage, it's gonna be hard for FaZe Esports to even challenge the upcoming Drake. Thinking about the Zoe damage, thinking about the Ezreal damage that could possibly come out, and look at the level advantage that White Cat has on these. How it's 2 levels. This Garrett is just so much to deal with right now for the Renekton.
Yeah, Black Cleaver picked up. I don't think he will ever need a Hull Breaker, but oh no! This is so bad here for Yosa. Fortunately so, the Heckel is going to be there with Onslaught Shadows as well. Bob is the only one left, but still is very tanky, of course, with the Unbreakable Will. That's another kill that FaZe Esports has gotten. They can utilize it to take this tower down as well, since no one's there to help out.
Yeah, great setup right there for FaZe Esports. The Yosa going in for the trade, while Hueba was already in position, but Lisa might be in danger.
Oh, one paddle star, Dominus gonna be popped, but not enough to save himself as the sword is dropped from White Cat.
Yeah, sword has been dropped. The answer for OMG on the other side of the map is to get this Garen ahead, to make this Garen a big problem for FaZe Esports. Later on in the game, this Garen is just gonna be destroying turrets on the side lanes, and OMG can just going as a 4-man squad. Oh, dude, that's a cheeky ignite just to cancel the recall. Oh, okay.
Another irritation there with the True Shot Barrage. Man, they're just toying with them at this point. It's not really the FaZe Esports that we've known them to be for the entire season. OMG has been played better than them at this point. 5,000 gold lead maintained. Even if we have seen FaZe Esports to secure a dragon and kind of slowly coming back, this is still a massive lead by OMG that they can still utilize to accelerate this game better on their side.
Definitely. OMG right now might not have the strongest late game composition. Garen is not going to deal as much damage later on. This Ezreal is going to fall off compared to the Zeri as well as this Vladimir. But in the position that they have right now, they could very well take more control over this game. But FaZe Esports so far has been answering in kind. They have been stopping this Ezreal from getting bigger. I actually think that OMG should put this Ezreal in the mid lane so that they could have more control over the two halves of the jungle, both on the blue side and the red side. And along with the Zeri, these three champions link up: the Zeri, the Alistar, and the Ezreal. Any catch they can get, that's an immediate pop. That's an immediate pick off that they can use. So OMG right now, I think they might be, they're just doing that in a different approach right now. It's going to be the Zeri, Shinzao, and the Alistar so far in the mid lane. And still keeping this Ezreal on the side lane.
Yeah, I mean, SMK is already doing such a great job in handling this lane. Basically poking out everyone that he sees in the area as well. Why we just see some bit of adjustment here on the side of OMG, at least on the other players.
Ooh.
He also though getting his health back to full almost with just one transfusion is actually quite OP. On the Vladimir, but still it's not really that much pressure towards OMG as of the moment. Dragon is gonna be secured by OMG with no contestation at all from Trace Esports.
Yeah, they recognize that the poke composition is online. It's gonna hurt if we try to position ourselves in the objective. So instead, they tried to make a play on the other side of the map. But great on White Cat to be able to get away immediately. I also like to comment that he didn't really have information on the other members of Trace Esports. So instead of greeding for the Honey Fruit getting a bit of HP, instead ran. Just full send back to base so that they had the less chance of him getting caught out by any CC, by any other members of Trace Esports. So right now, OMG is playing really well, having great recognition of where everyone is on the map, having great respect as well for Trace Esports, and I think that blue was successfully stolen as well by the Shinzao.
Yeah, just denying resources towards Weiba more and more and more. The gold lead ballooning towards 6,000. Scaling denied towards Trace Esports. And OMG having great control here in this game. They have been looking for ways to come back, right?
Yeah.
We see the gank in the top lane, we see the gank in the mid lane, and in the bottom lane, but every single one has been read really well by OMG. And we talked about OMG needing this win, especially in order for them to be qualified for the playoffs. It requires them to have a perfect run for the remainder of this regular season. And so far, they're doing a really good job at it.
Yeah, so far they're in a good position. I'm just worried when we get to about 3 minutes later and they're still not able to take down the tier 2 turrets in the mid lane and the bot side. That's going to spell a lot of danger for them, because that's still a lot of territory for Trace Esports for them to get gold. That's still going to help ramp up this Vladimir and the Zeri. You can see how defensive Trace Esports is and how Hua is trying to look for these pickups, as they very well know they need to accelerate the pace of the game even more. That's the danger when you're playing this poke comps. Yes, you're in a good position right now, you deal a lot of damage, but looking at the engage as well from Trace Esports, they have a lot of tools that can counter prolonged siege.
I mean, just one fight, one engage can turn it around. 15 this time around is going to be the victim and taken out immediately. That's a great CC chain there coming from Trace Esports, especially that SMK is going to be in a bad spot this time around, and it tries to capitalize, trying to fight back, but unable to get the kills here towards Trace Esports. Is forced to flash away as well. And again, we just talked about it prior to the fight happening, and it did happen for Trace Esports.
Great punish from Trace Esports. Also great discipline on Lee Sao. Knowing that the Ezreal was coming from the top side, he popped his Dominus earlier on to get the rage. And then when the Ezreal was overextended, he's gonna stun him. Look in the replay right there. It was Wawa trying to force things, but 15 just walking a bit too close towards that Renekton. He didn't know where the Renekton was. And a great knockup as well coming from top. You're already seeing here the layers of the team fighting, the engage coming from Trace Esports. Yes, they didn't get a lot more kills, but that's gonna turn a lot. That's gonna go a lot worse for OMG later on if Trace Esports is allowed to scale into this game.
That is fear instilled towards the members here of OMG, but they are still being fearless, now starting this Baron. But that fearless can be weakness if they don't make anything here. That's a great knockup once again here after the quickness into the ground entrance here by Tak still. Are they going to be pursuing? The Onslaught Shadows are just perfect in dealing the damage. White Cat going to be backing away as SMK is desperately trying to get the pokes here towards the members of Trace Esports. But again, it's just going to be denied. More kills again by Trace Esports, 4 of which they have secured, and the Baron's gonna be on the table.
Yeah, it's gonna be the Baron here for Trace Esports. Only the Garen alive. White Cat is the only one alive for the side of OMG. At Trace Esports, what a great turnaround. You saw right there, Hueba was trying to run into the fight. He got CP trouble bubbled early on, but when the clump up members of OMG He saw them immediately and immediately popped the ultimate to get the fear on, to get the crowd control that they needed to turn this fight around. Looking at the replay right here, it does see OMG trying to bait them into this Baron, but the thing is, you don't have to burn this Baron down. The thing you have to do is to poke them down as they go in. It's only SMK who's doing that, and because of that, they have the health bars to be able to engage. Look at that 4-man, 5-man ultimate coming in from Hueba. That's just disgustingly beautiful from him, and that gave TRACE Esports that win and the Baron.
15 tried to poke, but it got too deep, was too close towards the range and the area that the onslaught of shadows was covering and got caught alongside with it. That left SMK being the one dealing the damage and couldn't actually just burst out the members of TRACE at that point.
Yeah, we started off 3 minutes ago. We were talking about the gold lead that OMG had. They had a 6k gold lead. Now it's a 1k gold lead for TRACE Esports. It's gone, and Whitecat getting a catch here.
Just trying to get some leverage here, but it's taking too much time. Finally, Sword is gonna be dropped, but at what cost? It's a dragon for TRACE Esports.
Yeah, I think right now that is the best trade that OMG could get. They're able to get a kill. They're able to push up at least one side lane safely. Dragon did go to the side of TRACE Esports, but with OMG able to get the second Drake of the game earlier, that does not have the Dragon Soul for TRACE Esports. So at least it's a bit of a parity right now for OMG. Now looking at the state of the game, what can OMG do? What can they do to turn things around? It's going to be a very hard ask right now because TRACE Esports is getting their items. The most that they can do is have the Zoe able to get these catches on either the Zeri or the Vladimir. Both of them don't have crown yet, so they don't have the spell shield that they would need, or even the GA for the Zeri. So if they can able to pick them off early in the fight and then force a fight on TRACE Esports, they might just be able to get a couple more structures, but that would require a couple of mistakes coming in from TRACE Esports.
Yeah, and a couple of angles that SMK in 15 needs to take cover in continuously poking the members of TRACE Esports. A while ago, they were able to flawlessly do that, but after the fights commenced, looks like the fear is definitely engraved onto the minds here of OMG. They're no longer pushing forward, which makes a lot of sense because one engage can just turn the tides around. Tak has been very consistent in setting up as well. Critical bubble disconnect, Wave was still gonna be fine. That's a lot of damage coming in from SMK.
Yeah, a lot of damage. Still, this Zoe does hurt. If you get caught out, that could very well be -1 member when you get into these objective fights. Baron's about to come up soon in a couple of seconds. Elder Drake will spawn at 18 minutes as well. So a lot of fight for both of these teams. That's why right now we're just seeing them trying to wrestle control over the mid lane and their side lanes, forcing them to shove towards the enemy team. And with a very equal gold state right now. Indian being forced ulti.
Dominus, slice and dice, and the flash as well, just to close in the distance. And now Tak is also gonna be here with a quickness and all those gap close. Indian in a bad spot, just in time for the Elder Dragon. Is a nightmare of situation here for OMG, but they will still pursue. Going in again, Tak and Juju are kind of low. Let's see if OMG can actually take them down. The answer is no. Yosa is still able to stay alive after everything thrown out.
Yeah. Stasis gone for SMK. No jungler as this Elder Drake spawns into the map. TRACE Esports is forcing the issue. They want OMG to come to them.
And they will allow them to just enter. Yosa is just having the damage being thrown at. Tak going in with the quickness as well. Seri just being able to free it. And now OMG is going to be in a bad spot right now. Flash is going to be used by the guy to try and stay alive. As well, trying to run for the high heels. But they just clump up together to take Whitecat down. You may be tanky, but with everyone there, we can just take you out.
Yeah. It's gonna be Hua, only one left. Inyan will be spawning back onto the map. Elder Drake has not been secured yet. They will be going back for this objective here, Gia. And TRACE Esports in a commanding lead at this point. Even the bot side right now, looking at the map, members of TRACE Esports will be able to back off from the Alistar and this Xin Zhao. But this Elder Drake and this Baron will surely be gone.
It's just perfectly timed for TRACE Esports at this point. They did struggle in the early game, and we commend OMG for that. Looks like TRACE Esports is done playing, and they're wanting to just secure everything right now for themselves.
And the confidence on Tak right now, just emoting in front of OMG, even
standard
popping.
Tak things.
Yes, standard Tak things. Been popping the plant. It's freezing up the Shinzao, but it's Trace Esports now starting up this Baron. It's in full view. There's a ward in the pit for OMG. They do know ward's being taken down right now.
It was a little bit low. Wawa's gonna go in. Taka's gonna be there with a quickness, of course, to interrupt everyone. And the turnaround is gonna be here for Trace Esports. Going towards the backside already is Breach. And SMK is just trying to run for the high heels, trying to disengage, but they're being just chased out here with the members of Trace Esports, easily closing the distance. And SMK is running towards the other side. Blastion's gonna help him, but only to delay the inevitable. Or things is gonna be used to buy some time. Waiba's still gonna be fine. Yosa and Lisa are just gonna be called off to tag along. They turn onto the Baron once again, and Trace Esports are happy with this one.
Yeah, SMK is still in a good position to poke, but he is put down below. Can they?
That can actually go with... No, he can't. Doesn't have the flash, unfortunately.
Yeah, if he had the flash, maybe he could call upon the sword, the Damascene Justice. Maybe get the steal with the execute, but fortunately for OMG, did go the side of Trace Esports with a 6k gold lead now, as well as the Baron. Trace Esports will be looking to go for the death push as they just collect themselves, go to recall, but 15! Oh my god.
Slow down, Juju! We have the Elder Dragon, but Juju's gonna be in a bad spot this time around, still able to kite back! Against 3 members of OMG. Doesn't matter who you are, because this is Juju. The best ADCs right now with Trace Esports, still pursuing the members here of OMG. Lisa was well handling Wildcat this time and having a better end, because it's already mid to late game, 21 minutes, and Trace Esports now bashing through the base here of OMG, forcing them to just go back into the fountain. The lasers are gonna come through, Inhibitor Tower is gonna be taken down. Lisa still pursuing, still taking the damage necessary here for the team as well. As Dominus be going back in. Wave as well. Mr. Parage not connecting onto anyone. The base is wide open, and OMG, they had a good run in the early game, but Trace Esports will get the game.
Yeah, Trace Esports able to turn things around with a couple of great plays, a couple of great moves, punishing the mistakes coming from OMG, and they're able to turn things around. Takes game 1 of this best of 3 series.
Kind of feel bad for OMG because they had a great early game, but when the fights actually happened, Trace Esports just had the better execution, timing, and presence of mind as well. It was so clean when they finally decided to engage the OMG.
OMG still needs to figure things out, still needs to find that rhythm of trying to be a bit more aggressive. I think that is what lacked from them there was doing a bit more risky, having more involving more risk in the early parts of the game, when they were able to already have that advantage. They should have tried to set up a place inside the enemy jungle instead of just warding it and getting vision. They should have been more proactive in pushing out the waves, and I think maybe the Garen should have just been more on split push duty, having him get a hull breaker and just being on the side lanes, and then they would try to force fights in the mid side of the map, or maybe the jungle near, so that it could run towards them. But anyway, that is for next time for OMG. That is something that they may need to look on when it comes to when they go for these VOD reviews of this game, because honestly, this was very, very close to it. This was a game that they could have won.
Absolutely, it was so close. 6,000 goal lead, and then when the fights actually came, Trace Esports just handled them better and turned the game into a one-sided beatdown when they finally decided to. It's as if they were just looking at OMG and what they can actually do, and then put on the serious face and just dominated the game.
Yeah. Hueba, I think this is the first game, first Hecarim game I've casted that I've seen the Hecarim win. So I'm also very happy to see the potential of this champion. Hueba was able to have really great engages, really key positionings. It's also the game IQ of Trace Esports as a whole, able to know where they need to be in certain situations. We also saw Tak on this Rakan just having these like great flanking opportunities to able to get multi-man knockups as well as charms.
Oh man, Tak has been one of the keys to victory as well of Trace Esports, and I'm happy to see him handed over with the MVP. His engages a while ago was so good, and most of the time we do get a little scared when there is a recon just because of how squishy it is. That's why the timing has to be perfect all the time, and Tak was perfectly timing all of his engages and disengages, toying with OMG even. But that's just game number 1, everybody. OMG can still bounce back for game number 2. Let's see if that's gonna happen though after we just go on a short break.
There's something about games.
What you're doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.
We are very excited for game number 2, so we are going to be starting immediately with the picks and bans here of Trace Esports and OMG. And let's see what's going to be the adjustment here of OMG to polish their movements. Because game number 1, they had a great early game. They had 6,000 gold lead until the fights actually happened for Trace Esports. This time, they are on blue side. Let's see if this is going to be worth it for them.
Yeah, we'll see if having themselves on blue side will be able to, finish the games for them. Get a win here and maybe extend this to a third game for the series. But right now, looking at the picks and bans as well, taking away both the Zoe and the Gragas for the side of OMG means that they are not thinking about running it back, not going back with the Ezreal Zoe. I did see a bit of the weakness as well earlier on, wherein if they get to the late parts of the game and then there is a lot of engaged cover for the enemy team, a poke comp can very well just be taken care of by Trace Esports, especially with those engages coming from both Hueba and Tak. Just really nullified the whole poke composition coming from OMG. But as you mentioned, we'll see what's going to be the adjustments here. If they're going to cook up something very different, I would very much want to see another unique composition coming in from OMG.
Oh yeah, we want to see a unique composition of OMG. That will work this time around. We don't want to see too much of an experimentation, too much out of the meta. We saw the Shinzao, which was interesting a while ago, but we didn't see the impact that it was supposed to have in the game. So maybe they need to use a different champion, maybe allow the Vi to be open this time around and pick it up for Inyan so that he can second for the team with much better, reliable CC and engage and disengage potential as well.
Yeah. We'll see. We'll see what's going to be the priority here for OMG as they think about their first pick. There's still a lot of things open. Aatrox is banned, so Ornn is definitely on the table here. As you mentioned, is always one of those very solid tank engage supports. Has a long range, non-committal engage as well, but also can also very much go in. Is very tanky. But you usually see Gragas being picked on the other side as a counter to the Ornn to cancel the call of the Forge God.
What will be the adjustment here? We talked about the buy. Trace Esports actually is the one to pick it up. And can be a little bit concerning here for OMG. But, alright, another tank for the mix here of OMG. This can be very helpful, especially that usually when there's an Akali, we see the Ornn as a jungler, right? But this time, Trace Esports no longer has that protection for the Akali. It can now protect the Vladimir instead for OMG.
Yeah, it could protect the Vladimir. I'm just worried about the damage profile that OMG is building right now because they haven't shown their AD carry yet. I feel like it should have been hyper carry Marksman as the third pick. Maybe leave a different pick for your mid laner. Could have been a different control mage as well. Sivir would have worked really well with this composition. Just imagining Sivir running along with another bruiser, along with the Ornn, and then the Shen coming in with ultimate could very well have been a thing. But with the Sivir down, Zai also being picked away by Trace Esports, it limits the composition that the OMG could have. Zeri could very well be the third ban here, the last ban here for Trace Esports to take away another possible hyper carry.
This is so much AoE actually, to be honest, for OMG. That can be quite risky as well for them. You mentioned the lack of damage. It is very true here for OMG. They need to have more towards their side. They have already so much frontline. That is good. They need to invest on damage. Khan, Nautilus gonna be removed. Galio gonna be picked up here for Trace Esports. Maybe the Riven can actually push through here for OMG. Have it be picked up for White Cat and have the AoE damage for the executing as well, especially with the Wind Slash.
Could be. We'll see. I do also like to see a Fiora coming in from OMG. A chaotic fight that we could see coming in from Trace Esports. If you're able to pop the ultimate from the Fiora, could take down the tank and also give that healing field to prolong the fight in favor of OMG. With Ezreal being picked, this does not bode well in terms of late game damage, but at least having a bit of that safety net for the marksman allows him to play out the fights against the Akali and the Vi. Tak again with this hover.
You know what? I'm still nervous that Trace Esports might actually be the one to pick up the Garen this time around. And just give White Cat a taste of his own medicine, but looks like it's not going to be the case here. They want the standard composition with great scaling, great side lane control, and also just great coverage in any sort of angle in a fight. The Jax is going to be picked out here for Lisa, which is just so much better in terms of the matchup because one counter strike can cancel out so much of the damage here of White Cat on the Renekton and at least deny some of the damage that will be focused onto him later on when he fronts for the fight here of Trace Esports.
Yeah, ease of use definitely going to be on the side of Trace Esports in this game. It's such an easy composition to play around. It's just going to be Vi and Galio being the main frontliners going in. Jax can serve both roles, can be both of a split pusher as well as a frontline engage, or at least playing around that midfield to allow the Xayah to have a bit more space so that she'll be able to put down her feathers. They do have an easier composition to play, which means that they can focus more on the macro as well as their own individual micro skills, since they don't really need to rely as much on everybody else to be able to do their job. So on the other side for OMG, just having I'm having doubts with the composition just because it feels like it's harder to play. It needs the Shen to be in great positions. It needs the Renekton to be ahead of the top side for the Ezreal and the Vladimir to be able to transition themselves from the mid to the late game. So OMG, there's a lot on the line for them here. If they lose this series, they guarantee that they won't be able to get into playoffs. But if they are able to turn things around, get a reverse sweep against Trace Esports, they might still have a chance.
It's up to OMG and how they are going to be redeeming themselves through this composition, through this potentially last chance of OMG. Every game is going to be so important for them. They have to win, or else they're just going to be out of this tournament. And it's going to be, of course, a sad time for them, and especially those that are supporting them.
Yeah.
Especially that we saw them like start in this tournament, right? With they had a great start here in this tournament, but so far, it has been a slump for them.
Well, we also see a lot of people supporting them, right? We saw the approval rating for them before Game 1 started, and they were at the top at 59%. Talk highlighted again. He was MVP in our Game 1. He did CC a lot of enemies, 44 seconds in total in the previous game. He has shown really, really good proficiency on the Rakan. Sadly didn't see that today here in this game too. It would have been so nice to have a Zyra Khan. And said Galio could serve a similar purpose when it comes to those engages.
Yeah, Trace Esports this time has a actually no pressure at all over this game. They have won game number 1 flawlessly as well. Just stuck to their win conditions, especially when the power spikes game. This time they can do the same. Folks coming in from 15 once more, forcing the disengage of Tak, and it's gonna be taken down. First blood by OMG, and Juju has to disengage, has the healing, of course, of the Honey Flute, but has lost the support already.
Yeah, lost support. Juju is in a bit of a danger as well. Ooh, the damage! Just a small pixel left for Juju. Just a bit more damage from OMG. It might have been enough to take down the Xayah, but unfortunately for OMG, they can only just take the one. Wave on the top side right now. Maybe anything? Oh, he's spotted on the ward, so Whitecat won't be able to, won't be pushing himself forward into this lane while Lisao is looking to shove this lane. Hueba though might have a timing. If he gets to level 5 here, he might be able to get to the top side, but great ward right there from Hua Hua prevents a possible dive at the top side.
Oh yeah, just this great vision control. Just allow any better movement later on in preparation for an incoming fight, as OMG this time is again getting pressured here by Trace Esports. But 15 though is doing a really good job so far. Tak gonna be zoning everyone away. The follow was there by Wave as well, forcing the charge. But the assaulted battery to just chase down is a little too much. He dies. The shield coming in from Indian. It's just much better. Backline actually gonna be breached by SMK. Is he gonna be flashing in? Looks like he's not gonna be pursuing Yusa for this meantime. And Trace Esports 0-3 start. This is the same thing a while ago. Yeah. We are very much commending OMG now, but still.
Yeah, it's a different composition though. It's not the full composition, but as we get into this replay right here, Hueba overcommits on the support. And there was also the ultimate of the Stand United from Indian. Great use there from the Shen to be able to block some of the damage on Hua Hua, preventing him from falling. So Trace Esports wasn't able to get anything out of that fight. And going back to you mentioned, right, this is another great early game from OMG. 2K in the lead right now in terms of gold. You have a lot of pressure when it comes to that jungle synergy right now. The problem they're gonna hit later on is that if they go slow in this game and they don't have as much damage in the middle parts of the game against team Trace Esports, it could be taken advantage of.
Yeah, Trace Esports are gonna be looking for an opportunity to bounce back here in this game. OMG has been having great control so far. This time they haven't made some mistakes yet. But one mistake can cost them the game again, similar to game number 1 a while ago. Juju this time having a bit of trouble, getting poked out here by 15. Has been very consistent with chipping down the HP here of Juju and Tak. And that's great control here of the Dragon Laner.
Yeah, so far OMG doing really, really well. Something we saw earlier as well. Juju and Tak though not being able to have any good advantage, even just the farm. They're being pushed out here by OMG. In the terms of the rotations, I'm looking at the middle lane right now. Yeah, it's gonna be the Xayah there. The key here for OMG is they need to win this objective fight. If they're able to win this out, able to get the Herald, they can propel themselves in a good enough spot again to mimic what happened in Game 1 and maybe, just maybe, have more tools to be able to force the issue in Trace Esports.
Yeah, Trace Esports are just going to be playing this passively. They know that they have the better scaling later on. Their Kali, the Jax, and the Xayah is going to be dealing massive damage and will be protected by both Weiba and Tak. And OMG has to continue bullying them, prevent and slow down the scaling of the carries here of Trace Esports. So far, that's been good. They have great scaling as well, but we can never deny Trace Esports. We can never be so sure. We saw their performance in the Redemption a while ago in game number 1. They were able to pull off so much of those big fights, big calls, despite being down 6,000 gold. That's how great Trace Esports is. It's a great move that we are seeing now, an investment into the Dragon here by Inyan. They're also interrupting. Wawa gonna be going in. Whitecat as well dealing the damage here onto Yosa, still able to flash away towards the pit. And now the Herald is not gonna be stolen here. Trace Esports still the one to get it. Wawa's gonna be flashing out of the pit as well. Trace Esports lost a couple just to secure that Herald. And OMG still applying those pressure.
Yeah, OMG definitely applying the pressure. Inyan actually stopped taking the Dragon and used the Stand United to try and steal the Herald away from Trace Esports. Now they are delayed in the timing. Overall, Trace Esports is the one who won out on that trade because they were able to deny the Herald, even though they did lose one man. Now the tempo is very much being equalized here by Trace Esports. They have stopped the possible bleeding that OMG could have cost them. And at this point in time, with the Dragon up, with OMG not in a good position, Whitecat.
Oh no! Yosa found that opening this time around. He was sick from being bullied a while ago by this Renekton. Just like the previous fight, he finally got his revenge. Now Trace Esports are not at all pulling the punches. They're willing to leave a dent towards the faces here of OMG this time around, establishing control over this Dragon. I actually thought that OMG already was able to secure this Dragon. But now Trace Esports is the one to secure it. It's looking to be a bad sign. Dover objective have been secured by Trace Esports. Looking for more. The charge is going to be there as well. Follow the Forge God here onto the back line as Drill. Actually, Juju is being the one to be dished out with a damage. Golden Breaker, Season This has been used as well. Tak going to be disengaging. Yusa not here just yet. The Shen ult 15 having the confidence to go in. Great Feather Storm to just disengage and dodge out the taunt. And Yen's just going to be walking away.
Yeah. Inyan also using his own ultimate to cancel out the ultimate, but Juju! Okay. That was a dodge and a half for the members of Trace Esports right there. 15 almost hitting his mark. But as we were talking about earlier, yes, OMG still has pressure on the map. They might be able to get the first tower here in the top side, because Trace Esports was not able to secure it in the mid lane with the Herald. A lot of the gold is going to be going in favor of OMG, but Trace Esports, they're still in this. They're not out yet. The early game advantage for OMG is not big enough to cover some of the difficulties and the complexities that the composition has, as well as the weaknesses that the scaling of this Ezreal, as well as the Vladimir, that they will be encountering later on. Trace Esports will be able to still stick to that. Going to this replay right here, it's going to be a 1v1 between SMK and Lisao. I think SMK was able to just... This is an overcommit right here from Lisao against SMK, and he was on the wrong side of the map as well. SMK just able to clean him up.
Yeah, all the blood was just removed towards that Jax. And yeah,
that's a very
vampire
anemic
things,
Jax.
you know. Loved it. I had like reservations already for lots of wine of a Vladimir. Wawa will call that Stand United to help him out. But that's a key ult no longer available for Inyan.
Yeah, also with Huahua being down, that's one member away from the map for OMG. Trace Esports able to put down the pressure. And further on, it was OMG pressuring the map against OMG. Now turning the other way around. Trace Esports. Oh, but Juju. Okay, if he was a bit closer, that would have been Whitecat immediately stunning him up. But great reaction as well, preventing any more aggression. But that has also stopped the recall now for Juju. Oh no, Tak.
Punch. Shuriken toss as well. Yusa wanting to go in, but unable to. Just happy with his own control of Trace Esports. OMG still having great pressure established towards this red side team right now.
Yeah.
Also, side lane pressure is being established really well by OMG. This bottom lane might just fall down. Yusudo doing a really good job pushing the waves, denying the pressure, the crash down towards turret. And Waba as well gonna be initiated. Shuriken gonna be connecting as well. The kill should be there. Not really onto the best champion. It's Tak that got it with the thank you.
Thank you, yeah. And I actually was thinking, Tak, are you gonna go for Justin? You're gonna get a kill, and he did. And actually another one.
Because why not? Stand United gonna be used this time around though to help out SMK. And look at the sustained durability of this Vladimir this time around. Usage still gonna be committing. Still is not enough. And the Ezreal 15 is the one to get the kill with SMK living.
Yeah, SMK was able to get away with a sliver of health. The bot side, he wasn't finished there by the Akali. Indian still looking for a couple of stragglers here in the bottom lane, but so far OMG able to take down turrets, able to defend, as well as able to get a couple of kills. The pressure for them right now is a lot better than game 1.
Absolutely. KT.RY Esports are much more feeling the pressure as this game progresses. OMG having the better angles, having the better answer back in clutch moments like that is such a great development by this team right now. Again, we mentioned a while ago, they needed it. They so far have been playing this as cleanly as they should. It's not yet over though. Still a long journey for OMG. This game hasn't been the cleanest yet. It has been better on their end, but can never be so sure. So KT.RY Esports, they can and will try as well to just have a comeback yet again here in this game too.
Yeah, definitely. So far for OMG, in terms of the numbers, it's not going as well because it's not a 5k lead, but look at the stats right now on that Ezreal. 501 already has a Triforce End of Ramana. This is the mid-game Ezreal that's coming up online. And just it hurts right now, right? There's gonna be a lot of damage coming from 15. If they're able to allow him to just pick off the members here of KT.RY Esports, to allow the Mystic Shots to come raining through the composition, they might be able to siege. But for KT.RY Esports, of course, they wouldn't want that. They want to force the issue.
Yep, White Cat is still gonna be fine. I mean, the Jack doesn't deal that much damage yet. Consistently, though, it is starting to be irritating. But OMG are attempting to take this dragon.
Oh no,
White Cat. The wave was gonna be in the top lane. And that's not really the best sign coming in from KT.RY Esports. Not really the best focus. And now Indian's just gonna be joining after using the Stand United. They are able to give the damage, give the kill towards 15 as well. Better gold funneling here on the side of OMG this time around. 4,000 gold lead. And now they're transferring towards mid lane.
Yeah. Great bait as well coming from the side of OMG. White Cat made himself look like he was gonna overextend himself, but he still had the flash. KT.RY Esports took the bait and they were punished accordingly. And now OMG, further on, it felt like they didn't have as much pressure because of how much this Ezreal's gone online. They have this moment right now where they can put the pressure against KT.RY Esports. It's gonna be on KT.RY Esports. They have to figure things out. How are we gonna be able to wrestle back control of the map? And that would just very well be from picks that they might be able to get.
Not really the best target. Indian's just gonna be loving any sort of auto attack that you do towards him. The charge is also there by Wawa, followed up by the rest of the damage here of OMG. They're willing to fight. They want to fight. Yusa is trying to walk away. Has the Shroud as well to just hide. But gets charged up, gets knocked up. Hero's Entrance is gonna be used here, but not really to help out KT.RY Esports. Unfortunately, they got killed instead, and OMG are just getting this Baron now.
Yeah, OMG in a great position right here, securing the Baron. This might just be the lead that they're looking for to be able to pilot this composition to the finish. Baron has been secured. As we get into this replay right here, started off with KT.RY Esports getting caught out here by OMG members, and they couldn't get away at this point. They still have a lot more engaged in their hands. OMG just have a lot of potential to be able to get on top of you. Unfortunately, Tak using the ultimate to get this into the faces of OMG members, they immediately fell right there. Almost 9k gold lead, and as the turrets are about to fall, OMG might accrue a 10k gold lead for them.
I mean, if that's gonna help them secure this victory, right, they should maintain it as well. So far, it has been a better game compared to game number 1. It was 6,000 and one fight allowed KT.RY Esports to fully take control. This time around, they have been looking for fights, initiating fights, but it's not allowing to be a sign of life here for KT.RY Esports. OMG has been able to handle them so well too. Summon is going to be popped here for White Cat, but still fine. Still can continue pushing as the mid lane and bottom lane are being pushed by the rest of the squad here with the Baron farm minis as well. The jump around by Tak still not really going to pursue OMG this time around. Wave has been struggling as well despite the buy pick. Yusa taking too much damage just with the Tides of Blood. KT.RY Esports looking to defend their base. They don't want their inhibitor towers to be taken down. 15 has been very consistent as well with the pokes.
Yeah, he has been really good when it comes to piloting this champion, this Ezreal right now. It all started from the early game, and now they're here, getting into that mid to late game part of the game. Trace Esports was not able to stem the bleeding. They don't have the resources right now on Juju as well as the Akali to pop the members of OMG. They need a bit more time. Earlier, we did see Lisao on the Jax able to bully around the Renekton just because of how strong a Jax does scale into the game. But right now, with the lead that OMG has, he won't be able to do that as freely. Maybe in a couple minutes more, if they're able to hold on as the scaling of OMG plateaus and as the scaling of both the Xayah and the Akali increase, they just might get parity against OMG.
Going 12,000. This might just be a first for OMG. 11-2, and they're doing it against one of the best team right now in the world in the Wild Application. Yosa just deleted in time before they actually were able to delete him, but it was a great follow-up here with the taunt as well of the Sheriff Indian. Now Juju and the rest of Trace Esports are looking to walk away. Great interruption here onto the backline here of OMG. Still is not going to be enough for Trace Esports to fully come back here in this game. Dominant Stasis is going to be used by Wildcat. Still is able to walk away. The Slice and Dice Inhibitor Tower going to be falling down as well by Trace Esports. And OMG just having such clean executions here.
Yeah, Whitecat also almost falling right there to the Xayah, able to flash away, build some distance before falling down. We're gonna start this replay right here with Yusa actually getting caught out right here by the members of OMG. This Akali doesn't really have much for survivability. The strength of this Akali is to try to take down squishy targets, but at this point in time, she can't do it in OMG. I felt like they were playing with their food a bit here because Wahua went in a bit late. But again, the follow-up from OMG, because of how strong they are, how far ahead they are, they can just go for these like prolonged engages and get a positive outcome out of them.
So far, it has been so much positive outcomes though for OMG. They have the Dragon Staff, they have the better end on the fight, they have the massive gold lead, 13,000, dude. Crazy Apple, this should be OMG's game, right? It should be. With this lead, it should. We saw this kind of moment when they battled against Keep Best Gaming before. It took some time. They managed to end it finally. But we saw the struggle, especially in their close-up. It can be the same here against Trace Esports. Yusa still able to hide under the shroud, still controlling, minimizing damage. He is taken. Perfect execution going to be used to exit out as well. Go towards the rest of Trace Esports. But no longer does he have the big ultimate for the damage.
Yeah, no longer that big ultimate. OMG getting corralled right here as they try to bait out the Baron. Trace Esports knows it hasn't been started yet, so Trace Esports can take a bit more of their time. This is not the fastest Baron taking composition for OMG. They do have an Ezreal and a Vladimir, as well as Renekton and Shen. None of them scream strong Baron taker, so Trace Esports can take their time here as they stare down OMG.
They are. They're being very patient, looking at the winning condition. And that is to chip down the HP of Juju, Weiba, and also Yusa. They managed to do that. They can actually call for the Baron. Or just continue on the onslaught. Bottom lane, they spot up the Jack. Mid lane, they spot up Yusa as well. Finally, he's going to be here as well. Inyan serving the front line. Just Parag hitting Juju right there. Able to deal massive damage towards him. They turn onto the Baron. Trace Esports. They need to decide, do they turn or do they give this away? Looks like they are just going to be giving this away.
Yeah, they are giving this away. Baron, there's so much, but what is going to be in exchange? It's going to be the Elder right now. Yes, Baron's been picked up by OMG, but Elder started immediately by Trace Esports.
That has a big responsibility to interrupt. This is punch going to be used. Denied, actually. They are going to be entering onto the pit. Yusa is in a lot of trouble this time around. Trace Esports low HP. And OMG is willing to turn. Juju's going to be in the back line trying to use the Feather Storm, but still is going to be denied. Elder Dragon stolen by OMG. And Trace Esports is wiped on the floors. It's a clean ace by OMG. And possibly a clean close as well.
Yeah, they're just going for the wave in the bot side, but it does fall down. OMG able to close things out, able to force a game 3 against Trace Esports.
We have been wanting this win for OMG. They have been wanting it as well. It has been a big pressure for this team. But one step towards defeating Trace Esports has been a big development by OMG. Necessary to continue raining down here on this tournament. They're one step away from winning in the series as well.
Yeah. There was a lot of doubt coming from us when it comes to composition that OMG had, because it felt like there was a lot more complex things that they needed to do. But if you're able to get that early game lead, that gives you that capacity to able to do more risky things, to be able to punish the enemy. And that's what they did by the end of that. When they were able to shove up towards the inhibitor turrets. They did a risky play, which was just fighting in between two turrets for as long as they can, and they did get the win from that. So kudos OMG forcing this game 3, and this is them really clawing their way into a possible playoffs finish.
Yeah, it's a big improvement coming from OMG. We saw the potential already. I mean, this is, again, I've been saying this a lot, especially today. They were one of the teams that beat down EDG in a one-sided 2-0 series.
Yeah.
We saw their potential already early into this tournament, but they have been read more by the other teams lately. That's why they have this 8 series loss so far prior to this one. But after a massive improvement from game number 1 and game number 2 this time around, in 18 minutes and 36 seconds, we see a one-sided beatdown that OMG did against the top 2 team right now. They're ranked 2 of Wild Rift League Asia Season 2, the regular season.
Yeah. It's gonna be tough as well for Trace Esports. Right? How did he get back on this? And I really think it's just to clean up a bit of the early game. The early game snowball from OMG was not something that they could have they could not have prevented. It is something that just checking some of the VODs for them, just getting a bit of that breathing room will allow them to recognize some of the mistakes that they did in the early game. If you're not giving OMG that early game, it just might be the way for them to be able to take this game 3 for Trace Esports and maintain at least that record to be on toe-to-toe in terms of match wins with Undertalk.
Yeah, I mean, this is a great development. 15 as well, being so consistent on the poke, securing the first blood a while ago, is deserving of the MVP. 10-0-3 on the scoreline. This is his first as well, and maybe more to come if they manage to pull off this river sweep against Trace Esports. It is possible, but it is going to be difficult. But again, still possible. Let's see which one will happen here. Of course, game number 3 is on the way. For that, of course, we'll just go in a short break. Crazy Appanel and I will be back after this one.
Let's go. Sicker than the wizard with a top hat. So heavy when I drop it like a backpack. Chit chat back, stick it in a WhatsApp. Looking at the glitter in your Snapchat. What's that? You break like a plate in an earthquake on the first day, like a clown at birthday. Too late, gotta wait for the first one.
牛啊，这个球！菜呢？
Step light, strike hard. Crack 'em like a tomb.
It's time for the decider match here between Oh My God and Trace Esports. Game number 1, Trace Esports was able to bounce back after 6,000 goal lead by OMG with one team fight that they executed perfectly. Game number 2, we saw OMG having a cleaner execution this time around, allowing no bounce back for Trace Esports, and they maintain their side as well towards game 3.
Yeah, OMG still maintaining blue side. Trace Esports does go for the red side, and they subbed out Yusa as well. It's gonna be back on Korn in the mid lane, so all the gloves are off. Yeah, all gloves are off here for Trace Esports. They don't want to let OMG have a chance to win this series. They really want to cement themselves, Trace Esports, if that is, to be at least second or maybe even overtake ThunderTalk if ThunderTalk does drop a series later on.
It's a serious mode by Trace Esports. It's the best analogy as well, you mentioned earlier, taking the gloves off.
Yes.
Full impact by Trace Esports as well. It has been a while since we've last seen Korn. Usually they just put them in when they're on a serious match, and when they want to experiment on a couple of things, they let Yusa be the one to participate, which is him being able to perform as well this time. Let's see what's going to be prepared by Trace Esports for us as a treat in this game 3 against OMG. Look at the respect already by OMG. Just because Korn is so good on the Akali, they have to pick this champion up in their first pick.
Yeah, and they also took away the Vladimir, right? But this leaves the Hecarim open. We did see Hueba earlier on in game 1, able to get a pivotal re-engage on OMG, turning things around. That was the point wherein the 6,000 gold lead was reduced to nothing for the side of OMG. But with a hover from Trace Esports, this set tells us that they're not gonna go for the Hecarim. They're not gonna go for the champion that has been opened up. Instead, picking up the Vi again, a run it back here for Hueba, who used it in game 2.
Yeah, this is massive adjustment coming in from both of these squads. Ezreal as well gonna be stolen by Juju because 15 was so good on this champion a while ago in game 2.
The early game buffs really help the Ezreal. I think it was in patch 4.4b where they buffed a bit the Mystic Shot. They reduced like 0.75 seconds on the cooldown on rank 1, and we've seen very early on in these games wherein if the Ezreal gets a Mystic Shot on the enemy champion before he hits level 2, that is enough damage to be able to win these 2v2s. And yeah, it just really shows right now the rising priority of the Ezreal in the bot lane.
Hecarim. For some reason, Crazy Apple, I'm kind of getting nervous with Hecarim being picked up here by OMG. Yes, it's good for frontline. Yes, they're also going to be falling in with the Ornn for added crowd control, for added frontline ability for OMG. But for some reason, I'm feeling that this is going to be just a trap by Trace Esports.
Yeah, they're literally daring OMG right now to use the Hecarim champion that has been let through, and the Kassadin being locked in here by Korn. As you mentioned, he's really good at Akali. He might also be really good when it comes to the counters to the Akali. The Kassadin is kind of similar to Akali, able to dish out the damage, able to assassinate as well. But the ramp up for this champion takes a bit too long compared to the Akali. It takes a bit to the late game. But still, if Trace Esports is able to buy that time for the Kassadin to be able to scale up, they can just pop the members of OMG.
I love it. Kassadin, late game, can be a great matchup against the Akali as well, but they need more as well. Someone that can suppress this Akali later on. Kali is just the main thing. It's one of the best picks we can see right now here for Tak to just suppress. Has the Shield of Duran as well to zone out Hero's entrance. Everything has to be on point here for Trace Esports. It can be very useful as well to help Hueba when he goes in. So far it is available.
Yeah,
it's going to be taken here by Trace Esports.
Gal is available. One champion they can also look at is probably the Alistar to push away the Hecarim and he goes in. Can also opt to go for the Han, just have full send, full engage. But yeah, I do agree. Gal is going to be better here for this situation. Also could very well be the long range helping tool when both the Vi and the Kassadin just goes in later on. So a lot of good things right now for the side of Trace Esports. They do have a good composition building up. It's just going to be two champions that needs to build up the tier though, or at least the Rod of Ages for the Kassadin as well as the Ezreal. So that might be the point of weakness for the composition of TRACE Esports.
For some reason, I'm thinking of a Varus here on the side of OMG. Xayah is a great late game scaling champion, yes, especially with the reposition available with the Feather Storm, of course, and the Blade Caller as well to add in one more CC. But we saw the experience of Juju a while ago with 15 using the Ezreal and him using the Xayah. It can be done by Juju this time against 15, and that's risky.
Yeah, definitely. It's definitely gonna be risky here. Another Amumu. Of course. When will we see the Amumu being locked in? Please. We'll never know. Yeah, one day, please. One day, please. But right now, Garen has been locked in again by White Cat. We saw him earlier just bullying out Lee Sao in game 1. But with the Fiora being picked right here, I do like it better for the composition of TRACE Esports. They do need a champion that is really good at split push, able to pop tanks, especially as we see 3 tanks already on the side of OMG. So having that Fiora could very well be something that TRACE Esports leans on for a bit, as Korn will need to scale up into this game.
For some reason, I remember just one experimental build that I saw on one of the clips on the Fiora. The Zeke's convergence. You just pop in your ult and just circle around it, and it procs the Grand Challenge instantaneously. The fastest way you can do it, but it's on the PC version. Not really on the one. It's not really the best build for the Fiora as well. It's just built for the Grand Challenge and solely that. But let's see, because Fiora does work well against tanks, right? You mentioned that earlier, and it can be very helpful as well in the laning phase because you don't really need to fully commit on the consistent TPS. You can just rely on the pokes to the vitals and can be a great bully against the guy.
Yeah, could be a great bully, especially when it's able to scales up into the game. But early on, Garen will be able to take advantage of this Fiora in the lane, able to shove things out, especially with the spin to win mechanic of the Garen. Able to shove these waves. So a lot of pressure that OMG can throw at TRACE Esports. We might be seeing another game similar to both games 1 and game 2, wherein OMG will get the early game lead. The question is if TRACE Esports can turn things around similar to game 1.
Yeah, this is the decider match, everybody. This is where we will see if OMG will still retain here in this tournament and will still have a chance to participate in the playoff. Most important game, honestly, here for OMG. They've invested so much, adjusted so much just for this game 3 to happen. TRACE Esports had a great adjustment as well. Now brings in the big guns, especially with Korn in the mix in the mid lane. Let's see what's going to be the result, the conclusion of the series.
Yeah, actually Juju and Tak trying to steal off at least one of the Krugs. They'll delay the Hecarim for a bit, and that is the advantage of having a first shoving matchup in the bottom. But Lee Sao is in a bit of a dangerous spot against White Cat. There's no longer any ignite for White Cat, so that might be the reason why Lee Sao is just that low right now on the top side.
Just continuously bullying, especially with this kind of poke, right? All you need to do is auto attack, land your first kill with the delay cancel, or animation cancel rather, and just spin towards the Fiora. And it's so hard to fight back when the Vital is on the other side.
Yeah. That's why right now, in terms of the laning phase, this top side is just going to be really, really tough for the side of TRACE Esports. It's something that we're also looking at. That's something that they will lean on later on when it comes to dealing with the tanks. But right now, it's just going to have a tough time against this Garen. It's something that maybe Inyan could take advantage of on the Hecarim. He is spotted right now that is taking the Krugs with the early advantage that Juju and Tak was able to have with the bot side. They're able to put down the ward, so they very well know where this Hecarim is. Maybe information that Hueba can use right now. But we don't really expect a lot of things happening in the early game with what the comps are looking at right now. So both of these teams might just be able to do things quieter, but at the same time, OMG needs to bank on that early game that they have been winning for the past games 1 and 2.
Yeah, I mean, that's their winning condition, right? That's the pattern that they have established from game 1 and game 2. And can be used in game 3 as well. But TRACE Esports responding accordingly already, investing a couple of members underside towards the top side. They spot out Inyan instead and will be forcing out the onslaught of chance just to be able to escape, but will not be able to as Lisa picks up the kill. First blood by Crazy Esports.
Yeah, first blood, but I don't think it's stopping yet.
Just a sponge for the disengage. A flash by SMK to secure. Shuriken toss as well. 5-point strike. And Wave was gonna be the next target. Ignite the King, and the answer back by OMG is just much better.
Yeah, OMG answered with 2 kills compared to the 1 that Trace Esports was able to pick out. Great reply as well coming from OMG. We're gonna see in the replay right here. Tak wasn't noticed right there because the red trinket only spotted Hueba. So Inyan didn't know that there was actually 2 people coming up to him. If there's only 1, they might have been able to turn things around. But OMG, Huahua, and SMK with the great response right here. Able to take out Lisa and Hueba by the end of this fight. And OMG, we're talking about that they need to be the ones to win the early game. This just could very well be a good start for them.
It's a great start as well. SMK picked up many kills as well. OMG having the net profit here with 1,300 goal lead at 3.5 minutes. Whitecat is alleviated a bit of the pressure, but Lisa getting a kill is actually substantial here for the laning phase. We see that the Shin has been picked up alongside with the steel caps, helping him sustain a little bit better and land more damage here towards Whitecat. Just managing much better.
Yeah, they'll just be able to manage here on the top side. But one thing that we haven't seen for a while is that bot side with Ezreal and the Galio. So at about the 4-minute mark, we do expect for them to be able to rotate into the mid lane along with the Xayah. We do see a lot of these teams prioritizing the mid lane for the dual lane so that they'll be able to rotate to whichever objective that they choose to get. Korn though on this Kassin has not been touched as well. A big win condition right now for the side of Trace Esports if he's still able to scale into the game, is able to safely farm on the side lane. This gold lead that OMG has, even if we increase it about 3k and this game goes to another 15 minutes, another 12 minutes, Korn will just be able to affect the game in such a way the Cassidy just does, like deal the damage, being super mobile, super slippery. The other team will not really have a chance to deal with it. So right now OMG is still on the clock, even though they have a decent early game by the answer on the top side. They still need to push things even forward.
True. Just push forward, be relentless. That's the goal here. That's the win condition of OMG. But also, they should not be reckless at all at any point here in this game. Trace Esports, we know how much they can punish. Right now, they invest on the scaling objective again. It's a great sign. They are banking, especially they do have the Ezreal, they do have the Fiora, they do have the Kassadin. That Mountain Dragon can actually help in the durability already. Immediately, at least in the laning phase, to resist some of the damage here of OMG. It might be a little, but those little things matter so much, especially this is match point.
Yeah, exactly. Lee Sao though, getting the 1v1.
Grand challenge proc, but still, it's a... Well, no Ziggs convergence.
Yeah.
It's gonna be much more difficult, but Call of the Forge God gonna be used already here towards Stack and Juju. Bottom lane though, Korn and Weba just working in tandem to secure that kill onto SMK. And the mid lane should fall down after just 1 auto attack or 2 from 15. Finally, does take it down. Trace Esports though might be at the risk of many plates from this tower in the top lane to be taken down. That's gonna be here preventing. Shieldtron gonna be used, flash away as well because 15 is gonna be here flashing in to chase him down. Great denial as well with the Justice Punch just to allow them to pick up the kill and give it towards 15.
Yeah, they really want that. They really want to get the support of Trace Esports. On the other side of the map, Korn and Hueba has just been wailing on this turret. The SMK able to defend. Able to prolong the life of the turret. As we get to the replay right here, yeah, Hueba just flanking around. I believe it's just going to be the ultimate on SMK. As soon as he sees on vision, we'll be able to be jump right here. And just the 1-2 punch that we do see a lot from the Vi, as well as you get to see a lot from the Vi as well as the Cassidy. I didn't mean that pun right there, but it just really fit for that part.
SMK, we saw his struggle a while ago, right? He's being pinned down a lot of times. That's a great movement coming in from Trace Esports, but cannot deny the other champ as well working so hard. Whitecat has been so consistent in quote-unquote irritating Lee Sao, and he is going to be so useful later on as well. Look at the items right now. Extra investment on the Executioner's Calling just to deny some of the sustain here of Lee Sao and to the other members of Trace Esports later on. Plus, what's great about this composition is that they have a consistent DPS from the Akali and from Desire, right?
Yeah.
The Garen as well can deal great damage later on. But they have double executing damage from the
Oh,
Akali
Inyan.
and from the Garen. Corn this time around is going to be obliterated by Inyan. Absolutely nothing that Pac can actually do to protect him right now. And 4 people just diving under the tower flawlessly as well to take the kill and take the tower as well. Top side is going to be initiated. Answer back here by Esports. Great movement. They should be able to take this tower as well just to answer OMG's intent in the bottom lane.
Yeah, great answer right there from the side of Trace Esports, getting a kill in the tower on the top side. But for OMG, we've been talking about how Korn is the linchpin here. They need to take down the Kassadin so that he won't accelerate the pace of the game as much as he can. And by denying that bot side, by getting the kill on him, that is at least a step in OMG's favor here. Although the gold does not translate to much of an advantage right now for OMG. It's only 2,000, but any way to slow down this Kassadin, it's going to be positive for OMG.
Oh yeah, OMG having great leverage here in this game. Honestly, I actually thought that this would be a one-sided beatdown coming in from Trace Esports. That has been the trend that Trace Esports normally does against anyone except their match against EDG. Right now, we see other teams developing. Best time as well because everything is on the line now. As we are slowly concluding this season, this regular season, many teams are going to be dropping. And many teams are just going to be going towards the next part of this tournament, the playoffs. OMG are still looking to clutch, making sure that they do have a standing chance to qualify for the playoff. This is just a 2,000 goal lead, but so far, it's also a positive sign that we're seeing towards this team.
It's gonna be an amazing turnaround for OMG if they're able to complete the series win here, giving Trace Esports their second loss, and then having a run to qualify even for the 8th spot of playoffs because it's not totally in their control. They need all of the other teams like Nova Esports, J-Team, Weibo, JDG, Wu Gaming to lose their games to not get to a higher spot. But Lee Sao catching White Cat here. This could be a 1v1.
It's gonna take some time for the Fiora to take down this Garen though.
True.
It has the meteor enchant as well. It's just so irritating to put down the HP threshold much better for the executive with Dimash and Justice. God of War gonna be on to 2.
Ooh.
Great knock coming in, followed up as well by SMK. Juju's still gonna be walking away. OMG just shoving them out so that they can have better position here into the Infernal Dragon. And again, Trace Esports, they want to secure this for the stall point. The charge going to be there as well towards Stack still. Going in with the knock-up Justice Punch going to be used. White Cat going to be initiated here by Weipa. Still great damage coming in here from OMG. They managed to take Weipa already. Stack as well going to be the next target here for Trace Esports. Still trying to fight back. Juju's going to be obliterated in an instant. And the Infernal Dragon still going to be taken here by OMG. Lisa running for the high heels but will not be allowed to escape. And massive massacre here by OMG towards the members of Trace Esports with everything being taken by them as well.
Yeah, it's only Cord left here. Dragon as well being secured by OMG as we get into the replay right here. We're gonna start here as you see Tak getting caught out here by the members of OMG. And on their side, Weiba tried to all in on that Dragon but immediately getting popped by the members of OMG. So no jungler to secure the Dragon for themselves. Trace Esports caught here with nothing essentially for their challenge on the Dragon, just extending the gold lead right now for OMG. And OMG, we are talking about them because they are the ones who really need this win. So really try to get themselves to the cusp of trying to get more points into this playoffs. While Trace Esports right now, even with the sub for Korn, it doesn't seem like it's going well for them at the 11-minute mark.
I mean, I have been saying that word so many times already, but it is so true. We're seeing such a great development coming from OMG. On some shadows, God of War is going to be a Juju's going to be obliterated in an instant. Spin to win here by the Gan, of course, to deal the damage here onto the back line as Lisa is just trying desperately to walk away. Featherstorm going to be by 15 as well, and getting the unhit to the members of Trace Esports. It's everything being taken here by OMG in a complete execution as well towards Trace Esports. 3 members picked off with no answers just in time for the Baron.
Yeah, that's just a disaster for Trace Esports. They lost any bit of control they have on the map, losing 3 members and also the Baron being secured right here by OMG. They can't siege up these turrets. There's gonna be one gimme turret in the top side. I believe it's gonna be about I thought it's gonna be low HP. But if they take this down, this is more standing gold that OMG is gonna take to their side. They're gonna extend this lead to about 10. okay if they're able to secure more towers on the map, and that just might be the lead that OMG needs to stop any form of late game that Trace Esports may throw at them.
They're prepared. They have been grinding, hustling, training, any other ING words that we can think of to make this happen right now, to keep the dream alive. OMG is definitely having the best potential right now to be able to secure this victory. Taking the Baron, denying the soul point here from Trace Esports, taking more towers, taking more kills away from Trace Esports as well, and making sure they get a better scaling here in this game. Now Trace Esports actually want to initiate. Attack gonna be initiated here. Featherstorm gonna be used already for the disengage. Inyan just serving really well for the peel. That as well, just gonna be silencing Wei, but it's so funny to see when the Garen goes with the first kill, but it's like bonk.
It's just a bonk, right? But yeah, Tak doesn't have the flash anymore, so no fast engage with the taunt. It's gonna be hard for Trace Esports now to find that open. It's gonna need a heavy investment from Hueba. I know still Tak just running into the members of OMG with Baron buff up minions right now for OMG. They can siege up these turrets. Top side and mid lane are getting a bit low. Or White Cat's the only one alone, so that might be where Trace Esports looks to get.
Assault battery, Grand Challenge gonna be used, sword is gonna be dropped, also the Savage there to answer back as well. 4 versus 5, let's see if OMG can actually fight back. Gargoyle to stall and endure so much of that damage. We see the respect by Trace Esports. Even if they have the numbers advantage, they have to walk off.
Yeah, because they don't have as much damage right now that OMG has. Even though they are in their base, they're defending, even though they already took down the Garen, they threw a lot of their resources. They took the Grand Challenge as well, so a little bit from Hueba. It's actually lucky for Trace Esports did not lose more from that extension. It's OMG right now running away.
Yeah.
Trace Esports still have all of their inhibitor turrets, so this is a very good position for them to defend.
Actually, Trace Esports, yeah, you're right. They're doing a really good job in defending, managing, despite them not really in the best spot right now. We see massive gold leads still being maintained by OMG, but this is one of their troubles. We can recall the match against KT.RY Gaming.
Yeah.
Game number 2. It took 36 minutes and 36 seconds just for them to end the game. And they had the inhibitors broken at 18 minutes. The close-up has been a challenge for OMG since the beginning. Right now, it still remains. Let's see, of course. But yeah, anything can change. This team can still develop. This team can still push through. All they need to do is be able to close out this game the best way that they can while preventing any comeback from Trace Esports.
We'll see. That's definitely something that OMG can do here. Korn is a bit overextended, but still Kassadin has a lot of jumps. We'll see if he can be called out here.
Call of Support God gonna be used already, but no longer needed, as Inyan had the damage to pin down the Kassadin of Korn. And this is gonna be very important. We saw the actions as well. It got killed. Trace Esports losing a key member here just in time for the next dragon as well to be spawned up. Baron as well gonna be available. SMK gonna be here in the vicinity, checking Lisa and Juju out while dodging some of the skill shots there of the Ezreal. And OMG just happily taking this next dragon as well to be buffed up even more for his scaling.
Yeah, that was a huge mistake, honestly, coming in from Korn. We expected for him to get away. He had the Kassadin. Kassadin has a very short cooldown on his jumps, but with the movement speed that the horse had, that Hecarim had, he was just able to run beside the Kassadin even through his jumps.
You may pass through portals and teleport, but he has 4 legs, Mike.
He has horse's legs.
He has horse's legs as well. That's why they call it horsepower, not Kassadin power.
Not portal power, yeah.
Yep.
Oh god.
Trace Esports. Oh no, on the brink of destruction. SMK
gets
They don't get anticipated his position. Stalls with Azonia's hourglass to be able to be safe, but still gonna get killed. There's major damage right now. Made here for OMG, but still are they gonna be fighting back? Trace Esports Stamina are gonna be trading a couple of members being picked off by OMG. Still, they continue to fight. 15 is dealing massive damage here. White Cat as well going to be helping out, silencing some of the members here of Trace Esports. Dapper sitting under the tower. They're not scared at all. They know they have the leverage. It's only the last remaining member. Wave of Featherstorm going to be on the other way, but still not going to matter here for OMG because they can just focus onto the tower, get another inhibitor here. Proc the GA maybe here of Weba so that they can turn onto the next inhibitor tower here into the mid lane to open up the base fully, but they don't care. They want to post onto the Nexus. They want to end this game, end the misery, end the 8th series lose streak in finally secure not only just a victory, but a chance here in this tournament for the playoffs and win against one of the best teams right now in the tournament, Trace Esports.
What a way for OMG to break their lose streak, and that is to beat Trace Esports, the second best team we have right now in the league. Probably the second best team right now we have in the world. This just shows OMG are still not out. They're still not done. Their perseverance, the strength of this team is showing here, and they still have a chance to get to playoffs. And if they're able to do this, if they're able to complete or at least start this possible Cinderella story to get themselves into playoffs, it's gonna be an amazing storyline that we might be able to follow when we get to playoffs.
I mean, man, they didn't just beat any team, guys. Everyone that is watching right now, this is not just a team that they have beaten. This is a team that they've beaten that is just number 2 right now. The team that beat KBG, that beat JDG, that beat J-Team, Nova Esports, Weibo Gaming. Name any team right now except EDG. They've had such a great performance against them. But now, in a reverse sweep fashion, in a best redemption by OMG, they won against this team of Trace Esports.
Yeah, and mind you, they also did a sub. They went like, hey,
they put Corn.
They put
game 3.
Yeah, they put back Corn, right? Corn has been one of the linchpins, as well as you mentioned, when Trace Esports wants to take a game seriously, they put in Corn. And game 3, they subbed him as an emergency because they were already feeling that OMG is here to play, is here to stay. And that just shows that even at full strength Trace Esports, OMG can take them down.
True. And you know what's interesting as well? Game 3 was faster than game 2 as well.
Yeah.
Despite Corn being here.
And
they still managed to just handle him. Oh.
Yeah. And they were able to force mistakes, right, on Trace Esports. That was what we were finding from OMG last week, was them forcing mistakes and then getting advantages over it. And OMG in this series has just been able to do that over and over and over again. Yes, game 2 they lost, but game 1 they lost, but game 2 and game 3, man, OMG just looked like a very different team.
In every game as well, they've won the early game. Yeah. That's the biggest difference of all. Not only do they fix the closeout of this game right now, they also establish great control in the early game. And Inyan has been a pivotal person as well here. We've seen 3 Hecarim game losses prior to the series, but now we see 2 consecutive Hecarim wins as well. With him using it at game number 3 and having such a great execution for OMG to flourish this time around. Looks like we're gonna be looking forward to more towards OMG this time. They're still gonna be having 3 more matches in the near future before the regular season ends. But we're not also ending this stream just yet. We still have 1 more series before us concluding this day. We have KT.RY Gaming versus Thunder Talk, very reminiscent of last season. Let's see what is gonna happen after this short break.
Step light, strike hard. Crack 'em like a tomb. I go where the trouble is.
There's something about games.
What you're doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.
赛后采访环节，我是优后，也是恭喜 OMG 拿下了非常非常不容易的这一场胜利。我们也是邀请到了他们的中单选手 SMK 来到我们赛后采访。你好，先跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 OMG 的中路 SMK。
SMK 选手其实虽然看上去反应会比较平淡，但我相信他的内心也一定非常非常的激动，所以就来问一下，就因为拿下了这么不容易的一场比赛，尤其是面对到当前成绩非常非常好的 TE， 从他们手上拿下胜利，然后终结了自己的连败，现在心情描述一下。
心情第一反应是挺激动的吧，然后又。第二种心情其实就一种欣慰吧，觉得我和我的队友们其实，辛苦没有白费。
激动，同时也非常的欣慰，因为这一阵子我相信对于 OMG 来说，一路可能说走过来会有点艰难，但是背上的疼痛终于还是化为了洁白的羽翼，然后能够让他们拿下这场胜利，然后去更高的天空去翱翔。那其实，我想问一下，就是这一段时间为了就是今天拿下这么好的一场胜利，你们在期间做到的一些调整和准备有哪些呢？
其实就是每局比赛打完吧，然后回去复盘，训练赛也是一样，就是找每个位置的问题，一个一个把我们的问题挨个解决，然后再做得更好。
一个一个挨个解决，然后慢慢的去查漏补缺。So the second question for him is like, what do you think that you improved in this season? And his answer is like, well, actually we just play a lot scrims and in ranks, and we trying to find out our like mistakes or bad habits and trying to correct it. That's all. 那第三个问题想问一下，其实这个赛季，你在中路的英雄选择上来说的话，像吸血鬼这种后期大核你也玩，然后像佐伊这种可能比较偏打线打节奏的英雄你也玩，那站在你的角度上来说的话，你更偏向于哪一种英雄呢？
其实我更想全都要，就我认为是比如说阿卡丽吧，阿卡丽还有佐伊这种，就是前面打架能力也不错，然后到了后期其实也还是有一定的 carry 能力的，就是后期也不乏力嘛。我觉得这种英雄就在我个人认为，就前中后期都能有不错的效果。
需要那种比较均衡的英雄的小孩子才做选择，对吧？我全都要。好的。So the last question for him is like, in this season you are on hyper carries like Vlad and also on some laning champ like Zoe. What kind of champion do you like? Do you prefer? And his answer is like, well, actually, I love them both. I want to be dominating in the laning phase, and also I want to carry my team in the late game. So, champions like Akali or Zoe, they are my favorite champ. 那这一场的赛后采访就到这里结束了。我们。
你小子懂得惊奇呀！
So heavy when I drop it like a backpack. Chit chat, best stick it in a WhatsApp. Looking at the glitter in your Snapchat. What's that? You break like a plate in an earthquake on the first day, like a clown at birthday. Too late, gotta wait for the first.
牛啊，这个球！菜呢？
Step light, strike hard. Crack 'em like a tomb. I go where the trouble is.
something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.
Step light, strike hard. Crack 'em like a tomb. I go where the trouble is.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.
Step light, strike hard. Crack 'em like a tomb. I go where the trouble is.
There's something about games.
What you're doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.
菜呢？
Step light, strike hard. Crack 'em like a tomb. I go where the trouble is.
There's something about games.
What you're doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.
Step light, strike hard. Crack 'em like a tomb.
It's time for the last series of the night. It's gonna be the former champions Keep Best Gaming going up against the #1 right now here in Wild Rift League Asia regular season, Thunder Talk, as they go with their grudge match once again. Very reminiscent of the CN playoffs back in season 1 as well, where we had a 5-game series between them that was so close. Thunder Talk wasn't able to pull up a victory. Now they have a chance to dominate against Keep Best Game. The question is, are they going to be able to finally pick up a win against KBG? Or will KBG still have the trend going with them winning against them?
Definitely, that is going to be the question on our hands here. As you mentioned, a rematch from the playoffs from last season, KBG versus Thunder Talk. So far in the season, Thunder Talk has been the team who has looked unstoppable for the most part, having perfect series until they were stopped by EDG from getting their 9th win streak. So still, Thunder Talk, a very strong team. Currently, I believe they're a 10-1 standing. While on the other hand, KBG had a bit of a rougher start at the start of the tournament here in Season 2. Currently at the 7-4 standing. Still a formidable team in their own right. But looking at the lineup right here, we were talking about earlier off broadcast, and one of the players we're gonna be closely looking at is gonna be Datan, how he will be able to match up against XBY.
Absolutely. We do see XBY winning massively against other junglers, especially right now here in this tournament, being very flexible. No matter what champion you give towards him, he will be able to fully utilize it and help out the team here of ThunderTalk. The Ton has been really trying. Go on with the carry champions, be able to utilize those damage champions like the Aatrox. Kha'Zix is really good on his side. We saw the lineup of KBG, and now we look at ThunderTalk as well and see such a formidable team that has been dominating in the scene. The only team right now to have only one defeat, because Trace Esports a while ago lost to OMG, and ThunderTalk doesn't want that to happen to them.
Yeah, obviously they do want to keep their top spot in the regular season. It's such a massive thing for them, especially when it comes to playoffs. It's going to be something they can lean on, as well as having a better matchup when we get to that point. And highlighting here, both of our junglers coming from KBG and ThunderTalk, the Ton and KT.RY. We're talking about how these are going to match up. You mentioned that KT.RY, anything you give to him, any champion that is currently meta in the jungle, he will able to use. But the Ton, there are a couple of champions that he is more comfortable with, and we have seen when those are banned out, he doesn't have as much of an impact as compared to his other champions.
We're about to start as well. Let's go to the stage for the host to introduce the teams.
欢迎各位收看英雄联盟手游职业联赛 WRL-A， 我是优后。接下来将由 KBG Gaming 对阵 ThunderTalk Gaming， 强者对决，谁是猎人，谁是猎物？让我们把时间交给赛场。Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia. This is Yoho. The coming up matchup will be KBG Gaming versus ThunderTalk Gaming. Who is the prey? Let's find out. Now please welcome KBG Gaming and ThunderTalk Gaming.
今天只有一个成交。上个赛季你们要是有竞赛，就不会被我们偷家了。
Interesting exchange of words, short and sweet. Of course, unfortunately, we don't really understand.
Yeah,
they're saying, but we kind of get their energy. Both of them are kind of comfortable with the setup right now, and just looking to have a great performance as well, especially here in the series.
Yeah, it looked like there's a lot of, as I said, confidence and playful banter between them. It's always fun to see how these two every time we see those kinds of matchups, especially here in the LAN setting for these teams. But going back as well, I just wanna run it back a bit to what we were talking about earlier, because I think that's gonna be the main point of what we're gonna look at when it comes to our official game later on. Is going to be the Ton and KT.RY. We're going to be closely looking at the champion pool of the Ton, if he's able to expand for this series. Because correct me if I'm wrong, you remember mentioning that some of his champions were Kha'Zix, was it, and was it Aatrox? I'm sorry if I'm messing up the champions that the Ton is more comfortable with.
I mean, pretty much like Zalpi. He's really good on engaged champions, plus Kha'Zix. Yone, Aatrox, the other champions like the Nilla, I don't really see him shine as much as the other junglers. KT.RY though is on a different dimension. He is just so good on it as well. And no matter what role he is, whether it's an engaged champion, whether it's a damage champion, assassin, or some sort of a utility frontline, he will be able to impact the fight. That's why this is going to be a tough matchup right now. The series for KBG, Andran really needs to step up and be able to carry the team here. The Ton also needs to step up this time around to not be overpowered by the impact here of KT.RY.
Yeah, something we'll look forward to later when we get into the proper game. Right now, the teams are just setting up for the fight for a side. It's going to be a 5v5 era match. Whoever wins here will be deciding which side they will be in for game 1. And I'm hoping to see maybe some more, fun picks here in ARAM. We have seen the Teemo before. We have seen a couple of fun picks as well. We saw Ramos earlier. It's just rolling around trying to get those taunts in. And yeah, I mean, for me, ARAM, it's fight for side. It's something that these teams would also need to play seriously on, just because it is going to be pivotal for them to get that side selection for game 1. But I do want to see some fun picks as well, because ARAM traditionally has been more of a casual game mode for our league players.
I mean, one of my this sentiment, this negative feelings that I have on ARAM. I do love the map. But I kind of wish there is like Howling Abyss, but blind pick. Not a randomized. You can have like your best composition design, your preferred champion as well. I think that would be so fun if ever. Because right, it's ARAM because it's all random, all mid. Right?
Yeah.
And of course, it's the champions that they do get to select is randomized, and I believe they don't get to reroll as well. Whatever's given towards them, it's the champ that they have to use. We're looking at the camera as well of Anran and see that. I hope he's okay. Like, he seems to be a little bit on this, like stressed out a bit, right? The hair.
Yeah. I kind of saw that too. I know. You know, maybe it's just thinking about what the settings are. Maybe he
maybe it's just hot as well.
Yeah, maybe it's
trash ahead.
But you think about it, right? They're in Shanghai. It should be cold right now. It's December. It's winter there. It's very cold. So that's why we've been seeing them, a lot of them wearing jackets, right? Earlier on, I think in the first match we saw someone like showing out their jacket. So maybe I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
So I'm sorry. Apologies, because sometimes I do forget that there are other seasons.
No, I forget. We're in the Philippines.
Either hot or hot but rainy here.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Here in the Philippines. Unfortunately for us, we only have 2 seasons.
Yeah.
Hot and wet. Not really even cold.
There's no cold. It's just hot and wet. Like that's the thing. It's raining outside. Doesn't help. It still feels so hot.
Yeah, it's more human. How does this games go here? Especially that this series is going to be insane, of course. First blood comes through. Thundertalk is the one to get it against Keepa's game. We see a Dr. Mundo as well. One of my later more favorite champions that I've been picking for some reason. you know.
Yeah, I know. I've seen the Mundo. I've seen the Mundo, the Giyang Mundo in action. It's been something we played along with, but yeah. X-By is the one piloting right now. We have seen it before in the jungle, so he must have some familiarity with it. Whoa, that is a very aggressive in by Z. Just getting some damage on KBG, but KBG I feel like they have a more problematic composition to play around. They do have a Blitzcrank for the Hawks, but the thing is they do have a Yumi, so they also have to play around.
I just want to have a while they fight, I just want to give a bit of an analogy on the matchup right now, especially in the mid lane. Because Andra 9 and Z are definitely rivals. And Z might just be the only kryptonite of Andra so far.
Yeah.
It's very reminiscent of Worlds before in the League of Legends PC with Faker versus Spawn. Because assassins are the way to go here for Z. We see right now also that KBG is so far winning in the team fight here in the fight for side. X5 is going to be healing up. You get what I mean, right?
Yeah,
Z is just so good on the assassin champion.
Yeah, I get what you mean. Like, while for Unrun 9, he plays a bit more, diversified, right? For Z, if he gets his hands on the assassin, he can just win the game off of it. I guess he could also kind of another comparison that I was thinking about is like Knight and Yagao. Right, two players who used to play together. Also, much closer to a comparison here, because it's the LPL region. They also have slight differences when it comes to playstyle. Yagao feels like a bit Knight. Feels a bit more of a carry. Yagao is more playing for the team, so it's something that we'll also be probably seeing here between Andra 9 and ZSA matchup.
Let's see if that's going to be the case here. I think Andra really needs to play around team more as well. He does get his shining moments, but I think he needs every help that he can get from the rest of Kikas Gaming, because the last time that they have met, we saw the mid diff coming in from Z, especially with his Akali against Andra 9's it was Izeri at the time. So Stomper going to be used here onto the back line. SMY just doing so much with the crowd control as Thunder Talks raining down on them. Z landing the Tides of Blood as well. Chama trying to be sustained here by Yuyu, but it's not going to be enough. Never going to be enough. KG this time around don't want to be attached here by Yuyu as the next target, but no one to attach from this time around. He's the only one left and survives, gets double kill as well towards Thunder Talk. I mean, Cats has 9 lives.
Yeah, they do. They do, and there's the Yuyu just showcasing that very well here, even getting a double kill, getting a shutdown as well. Not even trying to get the heal, just going for the reset right now. The Yuyu is at this point, this Yumi might just be buying a Ludens, might be buying some more magic damage items, so it just hits even harder.
Hits diff. It's different when it's a Yumi with AP, and plus you can transfer your stats towards the one you're attaching to, right? So it works so well, especially when he attaches to Andran or KG. Oh, they're just gonna hurt so much more. It's gonna be so difficult to take them down as well. Very beneficial here for Keepus Gaming, especially in their composition that flashing. It's funny to see.
Okay, that's a weird pressure. Shalma going in.
XY gonna be flashing out still. The follow-up's gonna be there. SMY going in alongside the rest of Thunder Talk just to clean up KBG right now. KG's not gonna survive, of course, even with the help of Yuyu, as they just get the ace cleanly as they can with no survivors and everyone just surviving on Thunder Talk.
Yeah, it's just Thunder Talk's composition is just very much stronger, I would say. It's KBG right now. Gwen will be able to get to the point where she deals damage. The Zoe, not as much. But the thing is, with the composition that Thunder Talk has, it's a lot better for Aram, but still getting caught out here.
It's the composition here of Thunder Talk is very for the game, right? Except for the Dr. Mundo. We don't really see Dr. Mundo in top lane. Maybe in the jungle if it's some people using it, particularly Weiba when they battled against KBG before in game number 3. This time Tower gonna be falling down, Z gonna be going in as well, still unable to sustain himself. Rather SMY doesn't have the punch this time around, and the burst is just gonna be there. Shama as well, the needles by KG. Just doing the work. Shama's gonna be giving his life towards Soil. He's going back into the base, Sleepy Trouble Bubble, and the paddle star, the pull as well because of the Daton's hook. Just massive right now to allow KBG to get towards the second tower right now. Soil desperately trying to defend but will not be allowed to get the minions and deny the taking of the tower. Will be grabbed as well with a hook there by Daton. And it's a great dominating start here by KBG.
Yeah, it's all because KG is now online and this Gwen, although we're not going to see it there. KG does fall down into members of Thunder Talk, but how can you blame KG? Just push 2 turrets, able to get a fight off and able to just reset right now. And it seems like for KBG, if they're able to get a remake of that fight, if they're able to let this Yumi just throw her ultimate on their members to get those heals and to get the damage on the other team, they can just win these fights outright against Thunder Talk, even though Thunder Talk has more of a, as you mentioned, more of a in-game, more of a traditional composition for them. But we'll see. It's still, I still feel like Thunder Talk has the advantage just because on the hunt is just going to be so crucial when they're going to force the issue on an overextension of KBG.
Dr. Mundo with additional movement speed,
oh god,
Justice ult, and then on the hunt as well from the Severe. Plus SMY is just going to be having so much fun. Seth is a big impact champion, especially here in the Howling Abyss. Great hook coming in, and the silence as well to top it all off. Jin just going to be falling down. As well coming towards C. As Andran is just dealing the damage. He'll stop it a little bit late, but still tries to capitalize here on this fight. And the Haymaker doing so much work, but not enough to change the tides here of this team fight. XY is the one to survive. Not for long. Unable to defend as well. No more Nexus shields to protect this last remaining structure of Thunder Talk. KBG can maybe just have a sprint of a victory here. Unless Shin is going to be able to do something here to protect the base. He as well going to be here. The Dawn hooking him though. Gets a setup, the silence as well, and the damage to burst out this Vladimir. And look at the snip action here of KG. Just deleting all the HP bars here of Thunder Talk. They barely survived. Nearly gets taken out there by Yumi.
Yeah, nearly gets taken out. KG's Gwen is just showing everyone is made out of paper. Actually, the Kha'Zix does fall to the Yubi. Probably a Ludens proc that got him.
Another chapter gonna be used just for the CC there. KG is being protected so much by Yu. X-Spice the one to fall, burning to death. He falls down as well. Z a little bit late here towards the party, but still it's starting to clear out the wave. Will not be allowed to do so though. KBG, well, with one wave, I don't think this is going to be possible to be ended just yet. But Thunder Talk will still be okay.
Yeah, the Yumi Gwen is just online right now. They can't stop the Gwen. The Gwen's dealing so much damage, true damage as well, and having so much sustain, along with the Yumi boosting her movement speed as well as her stats. It's just so broken at this point.
So broken. Redemption gonna be used for the sustain. Still, Thunder Talk are fighting. Soil trying to get in, but is being denied. Tries to kite. The jump around though by Shin. It's just massive, allowing Soil to survive a triple kill for Shin. This might be the bounce back that Thunder Talk needs, but they have to take one more structure first before getting towards the nexus of KBG.
Yeah, there's still the tower left here for KBG. A bit of a safety net that they have just because they have been on the other side of the map for so long. But 9 minutes into the game, Thunder Talk has so much items with the wave right now. Maybe, just maybe, they could end the game. Oh, there's a shield, so nah, can't.
Aww. It's so fun to see someone go in with the execute, right? It's not really a common thing that we do see. And especially if they kind of give the kill towards the enemy team. It only happens on Arab.
Yeah, it only happens on Arab. There's a couple of challenges as well for Aram from not dying to an enemy champion only by execute. So it's something you should definitely try if you're trying to complete challenges on Aram. But right now, oh my god, the Zoe damage is just insane, and Soil's still about to come up. We might see a big 5v5 soon.
Yeah, I remember when Ornn was new towards the league. I felt it was so OP because you can buy items without being in the base, especially in Aram, right? And this time, well, we don't see that champion here. But if KBG can actually end this game this time around and have the fight for side, better for them. That's engaged by SMY still. The follow-up coming in from the rest of Thunder Talk. And them being able to free it. KG being able to survive, but not for long. As this time, they have the anti-heal, anti-shield as well. Thunder Talk landing the damage, chunking down the members here of KBG slowly but surely. It's only Andron remaining alive. Let's see if Thunder Talk can also get his head. Looks like it's not going to be the case for this time. Great spell shield. Boomerang going to be thrown out. They have the waving crashing slowly but surely. Andron trying to clear it out. He has a big responsibility to be able to deny this push coming from Thunder Top, but is being denied as well as they have access towards the Nexus. Bursting Andron as well. You use the one to fall with 1 minion left and the flash in by Shauma. It's not gonna be enough. Thunder Talk gets the side selection priority.
Yeah, Thunder Talk wins later a match. As it mentioned, they will be able to pick their sides, but that was such a close game between these two. Also Smile and seeing on the side of KBG, but everyone else just all business. They're all serious as we prepare to get into the draft, as we prepare to get into the game 1 of this best of 3 series. We were talking up on how this could shape up the history between the two teams. The two matchups that we're looking at is going to be in the jungle and the mid lane, with a bit of a hesitation when it comes to the jungle. If the Tan will be able to pick some of the champions he's comfortable with, or is able to add some champions to that repertoire of his comfort. While on the other hand, it's going to be an Unrun 9 and Z. If Z is going to be able to get his hands on the Assassin, something that I would definitely love to see that he'll get to play on in game 1, since Assassins are some of the more flashier champions we have here in Wild Rift. Seeing someone piloting an assassin to its full potential is always something beautiful to see.
I remember last season seeing 3 consistent bans coming in just for Z. Of course, the Akali, the Gwen, and then the Zed. That has been the trend. Right now, we don't really see any priority towards Zed, especially that it's so difficult to pull that champion off, especially right now with so many tanks, so many interruptions, so many sustain as well on the champions. Great adaptation with the items as well, and the integration of the crown. Plus Zonos is just the only counter towards just one enchantment. It's already a counter towards the Zed. Makes it a lot more difficult for that champion and the player to be able to get any kills. Right now, still, Z has been able to adapt so much. Vast champion pool this time around, and the rest of Thunder Talk as well. That's how difficult it is to win against Thundertalk. That's why it was so surprising when we saw EDG be able to not only just win against them, but dominate in their game.
Yeah. We'll see. As I think we'll be heading into the draft right now in Thundertalk and KBG. Thundertalk chose the red side. And as we always mention during the draft, for red side, if you're choosing that, it either means you have something cooking up, you're trying to get 2 power picks off, and sometimes red side does let go of some of the priority jungle picks that we have been seeing in the league.
So far, Evelyn is still open here if ever KBG does become comfortable. Never mind, of course. We are not going to be seeing the Ton, I think, prioritize that kind of champion. It's different junglers that actually has more confidence in picking the champion up. It has to be something like a buy, which is available right now if he does want to pick it up. Chen Zhao has been recently buffed up as well, and we saw the potential a while ago in some of the fights that we did see during the match of OMG and Trace Esports. Akali, though, gonna be picked up by KBG. It's a great respect, dual purpose, of course. Andran can use this, but also you have to deny 4Z.
Yeah, it's both a pick as a champion we have been seeing doing really well lately. Even today, we have seen multiple Akali games already from the past teams that we saw. It's a really good champion when it comes to the meta of the marksman recently. We have been seeing a lot more Ezreal and Sivir. And as we were talking about how Akali is such a mobile champion that she can chase down an Ezreal, even though Ezreal is one of those champions we always think about as a safer option for the marksman. So I really do love the priority on the Akali. It kind of pinches the picks now from the other team.
They can also funnel down and pick up the Nautilus later on if ever for Yu, so that they can help the Ton pin down one champion, one key player here on the side of Thundertalk. But I focus on KG. Fiora has been the most pivotal champion with highest potential when being used by KG. It's also the champion that KG used to go in with the back door against Thundertalk when they were on a 3-game series against them last season.
Yeah. Right now, for Thundertalk, they have picked the 2 poke champions that we usually talk about when a double poke composition is going to be the Jace and the Ezreal. I like how their comps right now being formulating here. 2 champions that can poke out, and then the Vladimir can just go in for the cleanup. But I do want to see some crowd control coming in from Thundertalk for the next 2 picks. So far, the Gragas and the Ornn have been banned, as well as the Shen. They might be looking at the Galio as their first pick off when they get after this banning phase.
For some reason, I'm thinking of an Ashe here towards Shauma. Just because they have the buy, they can also still commit onto the Nautilus if ever Thundertalk won't be getting it. And that's going to be very useful, at least for the small skirmishes, but also towards team fights if they can chip down one member of Thundertalk. Now is going to be the problem that Thundertalk is handing over KBG. So many damage, so many carries, so many scaling as well on their side that they need to decide which one should be the priority later on.
Yeah, we'll see. There's still a lot of ways for KBG to play around this. They didn't opt for the Aatrox, they just showed it. Instead, going for the Jax, a bit more of a control in the top side, a bit as well, a bit tanky for them. But looking at the composition for KBG, they still have a lot of options. You're talking about an Ashe could kind of fit. I do see that here, but the thing is, it will rely so much on the Vi and the Akali going in alongside the Ashe Arrow that they may put themselves in danger with the retaliation from the damage coming from the Jace, from an Ezreal, and as well from the Vladimir. Also, it's hard to hit the arrow on both the Ezreal and the Vladimir. They have their ways to dodge. So it would be a tall order for them. Kai'Sa could very well be a good pick here. But Xayah, I feel, would have worked just as well for KBG.
Yeah, absolutely. Kai'Sa with the repositioning, I think KBG deciding Kai'Sa over Xayah means that they want to push forward, not kite backwards. And that shows so much confidence on Keep Best Gaming. Again, it's in their name. Keep Best Gaming. They want to maintain and keep being the best here in this tournament. And one way to do that is winning against the ranked #1 right now in the regular season and prove that they're still capable in beating ThunderTalk, no matter which or what position both of the teams are right now here in this regular season.
Yeah, definitely. Also, the approval ratings being on the side of ThunderTalk, they aren't the first place team in the league for nothing. They have shown great skill. They have shown ways where they're able to just close games out. They have fallen once to EDG, but so far haven't since. They've still won their series. They've still been getting these 2-0s. ThunderTalk is still one of the best teams we have in the league, and they'll be looking to prove themselves here against what is most probably looking like a rivalry match against KBG.
Let's see. This is the decider series again. So many storylines between both of these teams. So much substance just with this matchup right now. This is where we will see what potential of both of these teams are actually here in this tournament. They don't really have that much pressure, especially with regards to the placement. They're both kind of assured already of their spot towards the playoff. But this is where you determine which one has the most potential in securing this tournament victory as champions.
We'll see how these teams match up against each other. No invade so far, no shenanigans into the jungle. They're just gonna play standard League of Legends. As you get into the map, looking at where the starts of the junglers are as well, both of them are starting on their blue side, so they will be wanting to have the red side quadrant of the map a bit later, meaning that there could be a chance for a topside gank, but also having the red buff on you for a bit later means that you'll have it for longer. For some fights that might be more impactful, right? And for both the Vi and the Jace, red buff is important for them to close the distance, to be able to stick to targets. So I do love that small thing that they might be looking at in terms of trying to at least wrestle control here.
Gonna be a slow-paced game, at least for the early moments. Every single minor detail here in this game is going to be very important, of course. The pokes coming from Soil, Shama's position later on, which champion is gonna have the better scaling or power spikes in the mid lane as well between Andran and Z. Top lane as well, whether KG is gonna be handled by Shen with a Jax, or will we see a pressure building up by the battle laner Fitness Gaming to set the game going for them, or at least have one winning condition already.
Natan going for an early visit here in the bot side, but it's just gonna be him going for the scuttle as the Galio does recall. Soil does not have any business challenging this, so great adjustment there from Natan, knowing that he doesn't really have the full Krug camp anymore because it was stolen. So just going for that early scuttle take is also making sure that there's no shenanigans coming in from the Jace to try to affect things on the bot side. As you mentioned, Giyang, we are having a bit of a slower game. It's gonna be in the small things between these two teams, and most probably the small things are gonna be happening with the rotation timings between the supports, between the bot laners. But SMY,
they time that the Ezreal is not here, and this time SMY is gonna be dropping dead. First blood by Keepers Gaming.
Yeah, and that is such a smart move coming from KBG, because the only time we saw that that SMY was noticed was on the red trinket. He just tried to affect the wave right here, and Shaman Yu with a great position to stop the dash from the guy. He couldn't even get away. It's just the damage was enough. And in the mid lane, there's also an answer here from ThunderTalk, trying to relieve some of the pressure, doing a lot of damage on the Akali, but still, first blood did go to the side of Keepers Gaming.
And again, you mentioned the small things. The gank in the bottom lane, KBG was able to pick up a kill. The gank in the mid lane, ThunderTalk wasn't able to get one kill to answer back. And now, top lane, it's a gank once more by the Thon, back to back, but unable to get the kill this time around over Shin. It's a good sign here for ThunderTalk. Xby answering back here in the bottom lane, sending out members. C. Andran's gonna be here in a short while, but they are gonna be focusing onto Yuyu. Breakable will gonna be used, but will still be broken down by ThunderTalk.
Yeah, the cow wasn't that tanky against 4 members of ThunderTalk. Great answer as well, recognizing that the Vi was on the top side with that gank on Shin. It's allowed ThunderTalk some space here on the bot side. And if earlier on it was KBG who was having a bit of an advantage here due to the kill on SMY, now that's gone. The tempo has gone back to the favor of ThunderTalk. Great answer from ThunderTalk punishing the overextension from KBG and as well as capitalizing on the information that they had on the map.
This is a massive impact here that we're seeing. Every single kill that they are securing, every single small win is going to be affecting their performance right now in this game. Look at how the unsuccessful gank in the top lane is helping Shin be able to stand this ground against KG. Now, they have a chance to get a couple of plates here. Great propose coming in to deny some of the damage here being thrown out by Thunderdog, especially XY. Grand challenge gonna be used. Counter strike is timer down. No repose! And the dash gonna come through. Kill by Thunderdog. And again, it's a small things again.
Yeah, it's a small things, right? The cooldowns being used, the recognition that there are things down for the opponent so that we can take advantage of them. And that was a bit of an overextension as well from KG, knowing that he doesn't have the repose, still putting down the grand challenge and poking them out with the lunge. That wasn't something that that I think something that he should have done. He should have just backed up. But I think the call right there for KBG was Yu was heading to the top side, maybe trying to bait out a fight under the turret and then maybe getting a kill. But those risks, as they're called, are very risky indeed, can turn around for you, and that was what happened there for KBG. Now 2-1 kills in favor of Thundertalk. They do have a bit of an advantage as we get into these objective fights.
Can never reduce even the slightest respect towards your opponent, or else you're gonna be punished heavily for it. And Thundertalk demonstrated that in the top lane with KG overextending, not recognizing the amount of engage that both XY and Shin can go towards him, especially with the kill pressure that they do have. It's a Jace and a Jax. They can easily take him down with just one crowd control necessary to pin him down.
Yeah.
Now they focus onto the Rift Herald. The Ton is going to be here still. They have to respect the steal potential of this jungler of KBG. SMY going to be initiating, but they turn onto XY, trying to pin him down. And then going to be chasing up as well, forcing the flash, but still committing with the flash as well to take him out. That's going to be the Rift Herald secured as well here by KBG. Thundertalk loses their jungler as well. The only positive thing we have seen is a 1-for-1 trade by Thundertalk.
Yeah, that was still 1-for-1 for them. But as you mentioned, Herald does go to the side of KBG. The Ton has had his eyes on the prize, and this is a great distraction from Anran9, focusing down XY so to force away from the pit. Yes, he does give up his life, but at least he got a kill on the jungler, which stops Thundertalk from taking the dragon as well. Now KBG has been able to reset, has been able to buy their items. That is also the same thing from Thundertalk, but they did secure the Herald, and with the resets, they might just be able to challenge this dragon, but so far it doesn't seem like KBG wants to.
I mean, the pressure's on Thundertalk more than Keepa's game. The goal here of you is just to delay the inevitable. The taking here of XY towards this objective. KBG though, they weren't able to chip down the HP of the tower and take one plate. This can delay the Rift Herald use here of the Ton. Also, it may signal them using the Herald elsewhere, maybe on the top lane or in the bottom lane. Let's see. The Juice is going to be here as well alongside with Shama. If they can even damage a little bit towards this tower, it can be a signal towards the use of the Herald.
Yeah, we'll see where they're going to use the Herald. As you mentioned, there's a lot of options right now for the side of KBG, but we do see often that it's used in the mid lane just because of how much it frees you up when it comes to the mid game, able for you to be able to get into the enemy jungle. And now that is the play that KBG is looking at mid lane.
They spot out and run with the ward. That's why they were playing more defensively. Herald gonna be used into the mid lane, but unable to take that tower down. Yu close to dying as well. Great response, honestly, coming in from Thundertalk.
Yeah, the rotations, right? They recognize that the highest probability chance of that Herald being used is in the mid lane. So when they go for these recalls, a lot of their members will pass to the mid lane instead of their other destination, like the top side or even the jungle. And that was what gave them that quick response, was they already pathed to the mid lane. Lucky timing for Thundertalk, but at the same time, that is a recognition of where things are at.
They turn on to SMY this time around, but top lane still, the tower's gonna be falling down. SMY buying enough time. Great denial, but still he's gonna be pinned down. Yu's gonna be traded up there, but he's stalling so much. And this time KBG having the better answers, getting the kill here onto XY and Shin as well. 3 kills in exchange for nothing, just the tower falling down.
Yeah, it's just it is the tower falling down though. So for Thundertalk, in terms of the gold, they do have a very very slight advantage. But the thing is, if you're the team having more kills, you're also getting the same amount of gold. It means you are in a bit of the same or stronger position as we head into this replay right here. SMY just essentially being caught out here by KBG as they try to go for this rotation. KBG was able to cut the members of Thunder Talk in half and taking them one by one. Getting 3 kills in the end. KBG in a very good position here in the early game, even though the goal doesn't say so. But because of the kills that they're getting, the tempo and the momentum and the confidence is certainly on their side.
Absolutely. This is a necessary lead that KBG has. Take note, in terms of gold, it is still Thunder Talk that is the one benefiting. Because they have great scaling either way towards the late game. They can actually be experiencing this one with KBG just trying to extend everything that they can to take this control against Thunder Talk. But still, we see the confidence of Thunder Talk being untarnished. This time, though, they have to be very careful as SMY going to be canceling out the engage here off KBG. The Taunt is going to be here as well. Shock Blast to blast Xiaoma off. Just landing that big damage onto the Ezreal.
Yeah, and with the overcommitment of KBG in the mid lane, this has allowed Shin to have his free time here in the Baron lane, taking down the turret to below half HP. And now, Z forcing the issue in the mid lane.
SMY still gonna be here. Adnan Ryan hiding under the Shroud. Shuriken will not connect onto anybody here, but still commits with a perfect execution. Gets a kill onto the Gallop, but trades his life for it as well. Thunder Talk just having a better answer.
Yeah, that's also not a fair trade for the side of KBG. It was a mid laner for a support. Thunder Talk still has all the damage in the world that they have in this game. They can still take down these turrets, and even though KBG has been matching up Thunder Talk in terms of kills, in terms of the fights, but Thunder Talk has their eyes on the prize, which are the objectives. Do remember that Wild Rift is a game wherein the win condition is to destroy the enemy nexus, and before you destroy the enemy nexus, you have to destroy the towers. Thunder Talk just playing this by the book, playing this as if the only objective in the game is to take down these turrets, not the kills. And that's why, even though a lot of these fights have been going to the favor of KBG, Thunder Talk still has the gold advantage.
I mean, kills gives you gold, but structure takedowns gives you information and denies information to the enemy team. That's what Thunder Talk is doing right now towards KBG. Look at Yu though, having a good entry, if ever, just waiting for the cooldown of the Hex Flash. Will spot out Shin as well. Will he turn? The answer is no. The Taunt also getting ticked off, and this time the action turn onto X5 this time around. Still able to use the Hammer Form to deal some damage here, but he's still gonna be pinned down here by Andra9. The perfect execution is gonna be denied. Shin pursuing Xiaoma, gets a stun with a counter strike, and the follow-up as well is gonna be there from the rest of Thunder Talk. KG is gonna be next, still hiding, still trying to run. Still is going to be pursued here with the rest of Thunder Talk. Now turning towards the cow. Yu still going to be bashing through their skull, but still unable to survive. This time Z with the blood pool still entering towards the tower. Shin going to be picked off though. The Taunt doing some work here. Answer back. Soil has to disengage. The tower is dealing so much.
Yeah.
Thunder Talk doesn't care. They will secure this dragon.
Yeah,
and uncontested for now.
Uncontested. There is a ward. The Taunt, not sure how much HP he has at this point, but he is the jungler. But yeah, doesn't go for the steal. Thunder Talk secures the second Drake of the game. And this is how Thunder Talk really wins their games. It's not just when they get an early game advantage. Yeah, that's great. They can roll with it. They can go for a snowball. But these are the kinds of fights that Thunder Talk thrives in. Looking at this, how KBG is actually scattered. They're the ones who's trying to start this fight off. But KG is nowhere in sight. It's a 4v5 for the most part of this fight. And when KG gets there, tries to help his team, they're already scattered. They're retreating one by one, and Thunder Talk is just taking their targets, biding their time, getting them one by one. And this is just Thunder Talk at its peak here in this game, showing themselves so far. Yes, the early game has gone in the favor of KBG in terms of the kills, but overall recognition of what their victory condition is and where they are strongest at has always been on the side of Thunder Talk.
It's also important to take note that we saw that X-Buy was the target, right? It was actually clever for Yu to not only hide under the bush, but also use the Proto Belt first to deny the edge of Night Shield, and then went with the headbutt. That allowed them to isolate X-Buy and take him down. However, what they did not anticipate is Thunder Talk, despite losing their jungler, still fighting back.
Yeah.
And that allowed Thunder Talk to actually isolate the members of KBG because they thought they had them. they were so wrong. The retaliation for Thundertalk remains to be strong. XY actually still was able to deal the damage before he was taken out. Going in with a hammer form, Shock Blast as well has been used a while ago. Right now, we're just having a bit of a technical problem. It has been a while since we actually had a technical problem, and props to the organizing team for minimizing and handling this tournament so well, preventing any delays. It's still very inevitable. We are bound to experience some problems, especially that this is a massive tournament, right? And everything has to be on point every single time. But rest assured, this is gonna be resolved immediately. We actually see it being resolved already. Within like 2 minutes, and we're going straight back.
We're going straight back.
The game.
Yeah, that was quick. That was quick. That was a lot quicker than some of the other problems that we've faced before, right? In
the 40 minutes.
Yeah, that was,
we did not notice for some reason.
Oh god, that was long. But yeah, I just want to go back to your point as well, right? In terms of them getting X by, there's a lot of things that we're able to do. They're able to get him taking out the Edge of Night. But the one thing that we hammered on during the draft was how many carries Thundertalk has in their composition. They basically have 4 champions that can carry fights for them, and that is both the blessing and the curse of a composition like this that Thundertalk has, is that if one of you gets taken down, there's still others that can deal the damage. But the other thing is that if no one can deal the CC and there's just one really strong target that you can't take away, they're not going to do anything, right? They're going to just get countered, just going to get hammered down. There's going to be a tank to be able to take the damage, and all of these characters are going to keep on scattering. But with how Thundertalk does these fights, how they try to go for the 1v1 win, SMY going in!
SMY with such a great entry. Under Knight's going to be pinned down. He's going to be in a lot of trouble this time around. Tries to flash away. Shuriken as well. Going to be invested to try and disengage. And he is so far successful with it. But that was so close. SMY, so unpredictable.
Yeah. He found the target. He had the sixth sense. He had the vision. He had the information that there was probably 2 members there in Thundertalk right now trying to threaten the Baron. But I think they recognized that they didn't have a red trinket on cooldown, so they weren't able to sweep vision. They're gonna start the Baron. It's gonna be in full vision of KBG as there is one ward. I believe for a pluck down, but Jax getting taken down by both Unrun 9 and KG.
Yeah, great maneuver there. Great investment by KBG, sending 2 people just to take down Shin. That is at least some advantage that they can use to maybe pressure Thundertalk here into committing in something that they are not prepared. Baron is going to be available. KBG has vision on it as well with a ward. They have taken the tower into the top lane as well with no answer back by Thundertalk. And it helped them chip down the gold lead here of Thundertalk. This time, they are trying to get into SMY, but not really the best target. Soilka just continues to poke them as well.
Yeah. So with really good Ezreal damage on the Alistar, but he's also restoring his HP at the moment, so not a lot of damage with stock really. It's gonna be going back into parity as we get into the 15-minute mark. Just looking at the objectives as well, it's gonna be a while before this next Ocean Drake, so we might just be seeing these teams form up here in the mid lane, just ping-ponging the mid lane wave, trying to get as much control over there. The Baron is still gonna be on the table for both of these teams, but none of them really have this super fast Baron destroying composition. The Ezreal is going to be on the side of Thundertalk. The Kai'Sa could maybe, but I think the Kai'Sa right now is building a mix of both AP as well as lethality. So not the type that would just auto-attack things to death, more of the spell-slinging Kai'Sa. It's going to be on the side of KBG, so no Baron threat. It's going to really be coming into the objectives. When the Dragon does pop up, we're going to see both of these teams wrestle control over it, and of course KBG will try to deny that because Thundertalk already has 2. They're able to secure the 3rd. That's going to be sold for them.
This is massive pressure for KBG, right? A while ago they tried to engage towards Thundertalk, kill XY so that they can get the Mountain Dragon, but they were unsuccessful. Still, Thundertalk was able to get up for themselves, and now they're on the verge of securing a great scaling objective here. The soul is gonna be so beneficial here for Thundertalk if ever they are able to secure this. This is also Mounting Soul, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. KBG will struggle to deal the damage against Thundertalk if ever they do secure this soul.
Yeah, it's gonna be a long fight as well. That's KBG is gonna be looking at. It's a Riftmaker Nashor's Tooth Muramana. for this Kaisa. So a bit of damage on her auto attacks can be able to burn down objectives as the dragon has spawned. As you mentioned, big objective right now. It's being started here by KBG. Thunder Talk, it seems like they're out of position.
Oh, Under 9 though is gonna get caught, get killed here by Z. And now the Giant's gonna be turned. Can they actually get the steal? The answer is yes. KBG is the one to get it. Thunder Talk though, looking for a fight, looking to engage, looking to get into the backline here. With Z actually here very deep. Don's gonna be here as well. Here's Entrance gonna be used to try and put in the distance shorter by Thunder Talk as they clean the members of KBG one by one, and no one's gonna be there to survive. Everyone survives on Thunder Talk as they get the ace from KBG.
Clean fight right there from Thunder Talk. They did lose the dragon. They weren't able to secure the Dragon Soul, which is a consolation prize for KBG. But how they executed the final part of the fight was beautiful for Thunder Talk. Now they're sieging down the turrets. They tape down 2/3 of the mid lane, and they just end the game from here.
Imagine getting the dragon, but losing the game. That's how costly it is to battle against Thunder Talk. They get the team wipeout, they get the game as well, and they get this match point advantage against KBG.
Yeah, immediately going for the juggler as soon as they got the dragon, as soon as they got the ace on KBG, taking down 2 turrets and then ending the game. And if before, Ian, you said that we saw a 5-game series between these two teams, right now Thunder Talk has just come in here to play, taking the advantage, taking momentum against KBG. This seems like a very strong and powerful team coming into game 2. The momentum is definitely going to be on them as they go into match point.
Absolutely, this is a tough situation for KBG, definitely. We mentioned a while ago as well, like Crazy Apple, that it's all about the small movement. It's all about the small details. Yeah. We saw how big the effect can be. The gank in the bottom lane that allowed KBG to kind of get some leverage at some point in the game. Thunder Talk fighting back and getting an opportunity to pick off KG in the top lane after using this one riposte. Every information is being fully utilized by both of these teams. Can we see how big of a cost it can be towards your bill? This game it was the cost of KBG after trying to deny the Mountain Dragon, with Andran getting picked off, desperately trying to deny the soul. Yes, you were successful with it, but you're not successful in winning this game. Thunder Talk is the one to get it with a massive decision here to just focus on getting the damage done towards the members of KBG, getting the ace as well, and winning the game.
Yeah, definitely. It's the small things that Thunder Talk did the whole game. Some of which are, some of the small movements, but also the decision making, right? Of overall focusing the structures rather than focusing on trying to counter KBG's rotations. Instead of matching them in certain spots to try to win fights, trying to get kills. Instead, they go for structures. They rotate around the map to be able to take the most advantage in terms of gold. And I think that's the equation that Thunder Talk has right now. Will this play lead to us getting more gold? Will this play lead us to getting more territory against the other team? And if the answer is yes, this is the play that will let us take down structures, get objectives, let us have control over the map. That is most likely what they are gonna choose. And you can even see that in the last fight, where instead of running it ham towards the dragon, they gotta pick off in the mid lane, taking down Unrun 9. And even though they lost the dragon, they immediately said, "Hey, we're gonna go take the fight, kill them all, and then and go for the end."
And just looking back at some of the big fights a while ago as well, during the Herald, it was KBG, particularly Unrun 9, that focused on X5. And during that fight as well, the only reason why Thunder Talk wasn't able to get the dragon is because X5 helped out Z to kill Unrun 9, so that there's no pressure at all anymore for Thunder Talk. And Shen gonna be getting the MVP, definitely is well deserved after having proper timings to counter one of the best champions of KG, which is the Fiora.
Yeah, Shin just really showing up as well, having these really good timings on the rotations, able to push down turrets, being a big nuisance really against KBG. But yeah, that has been game 1. We will be going a short break and see if KBG can even out this series. We'll be right back.
Step light, strike hard. Crack 'em like a tomb. I go where the trouble is.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.
And with everything on the line, let's see if KBG would be able to push this to game number 3. That was such a great performance by ThunderTalk. It's so difficult to find a weak spot on this team. But after consideration, let's see if KBG, retaining the same side, would be able to find it.
We'll see. Early game, KBG was able to win a couple of fights, but ThunderTalk is focusing a lot more on the big ticket items on the map, which are the objectives. They were able to stabilize their position. They were able to even things out in gold, and that's why ThunderTalk still was able to push things out against KBG. Even if you weren't looking at the gold, you were just looking at the results happening across the map. KBG felt like they had the momentum. They were winning the game, but just ThunderTalk things, man. Able to out macro the enemy team and then outfight them individually. It's just something that is a ThunderTalk special at this point.
Yeah, we don't see any changes as well from the bans, even towards the first pick. Anran looking to redeem his performance this time around in game number 2 after getting picked off at the most crucial part a while ago as KBG was contesting the Soul Point Dragon of ThunderTalk. And this time, of course, the Vladimir and the Ezreal are still gonna be picked up here for both Z and Soil.
What's happening here? I mean, we usually say, right, when you pick the same champions, what's if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? But for KBG, it didn't work as well when they had both the Akali and the Vi. This might be the difference. that they're looking at that might help them, and they do lock it. It's going to be the Sivir lock in here for KBG. They have seen a lot of good Sivir performances, and they can still add on to this composition to have some champions that go alongside Sivir when she does pop on the hunt.
This can be very useful, but also can be very risky. Right now, we see some counters towards this champion, especially with the bursting capability here of Thundertalk. Even if you have a spell shield, if Thundertalk can continue to poke you down and land the skill shots, it's not gonna matter at all. Yeah. And that's the goal here of Thundertalk. That's why they're so comfortable and so confident in picking up both the Ezreal and the Jace. Now though, the change is gonna be made here, not only by KBG, but also from Thundertalk. Banning KG's Fiora is a great sign of respect towards him.
Yeah, it's a great sign of respect, but also takes away. It's a different champion that they can take away, right? Because there is a bit of a change in the picks from KBG. Taking out the Fiora takes out a strong potential champion that can split push later on, especially deal a lot of damage in the late game. We'll see what's going to be their next ban. They could still keep banning out a top laner or a ban laner, but I do want to see them ban out a support just to take away another option here for KBG to limit, because they can pick off one of the champions that they won't be banning. Jax is a top lane ban, so they aren't looking to pinch the support full of you here.
Yeah, because Thundertalk can actually just pick up the Galio right here, right now after banning Phase, denying the Camille-Galio combination of KBG, if ever. But looks like KBG is just gonna do it for them right now, removing that champion as well, forcing either a Nautilus or something like a set Rakan, depending on which one is gonna be the preference here of Thundertalk. It looks like they are just gonna be picking a blind Baron laner for the meantime, Renekton to match up with the potential Camille of KG.
Yeah. So far we have been seeing as well when it's an Ezreal and Galio being on the same bot lane. What happens is they get early shove level 1, and then they're able to challenge Krug. So, this could just very well be the tack special where it's a Mumu hover. This could be Chen Zi going for a hover, because we weren't able to say this earlier, but we did have a sub. It's no longer SMY in the bot lane. It's Chen Zi, and it's gonna be the Sona.
It's the second Sona of the tournament. Let's see if Thundertalk can do the same thing that EDG was able to do against G2 Blacklist. This is a bold move for sure, because during the time that we last saw the Sona being picked up, it was for the synergy of Sustain and also for mobility on both the Hecarim alongside with the Severe. But this time, both champions are not here for Thundertalk. Let's see if this is going to be enough Sustain to cancel the burst of Andran as well.
Yeah, it's also going to be a very strong poke comp in the bot lane. This is the classic. It's such a classic combo as well. Sona and Ezreal goes way back, especially if you're a League of Legends PC player. It goes way back to Season 1, Season 2, Season 3. When you hit the crescendo and then couple it with the True Shot Barrage, a very strong and all-in tool in the bot side, non-committal as well, since it's very much a range engage or range type of thing for the bot side. But it is an Alistar, if I remember correctly, for the side. Sorry, it's a Nautilus for the side of KBG. So the main weakness of a Sona is engage supports, and she can very well get bursted down early on. So Thundertalk needs to play this bot lane a bit safely for them to prevent giving away a first blood willy-nilly to the bot lane of KBG.
Man, this is such a big risk, to be honest, for Thundertalk, because we do see that other champions are still available, like a set, like a Rakan for Thundertalk. But after seeing the Sona be introduced last time by EDG, looks like they want to get their hands on it as well. The new revamped Sona definitely can be very helpful. Just the auto-attack stun can be quite tilting, honestly. Especially if Andran gets caught before he uses a Shroud. That's how risky this situation can be for KBG, but so can be for Thundertalk, especially with the lack of frontline this time around. Since usually the supports are tanks, this time it's just a utility support.
Yeah, it's an enchanter in the bot side, but that is one of the reworks, right, on Sona. She has been revamped here in this patch, she does have a stacking passive now, where she's able to get a stun off from her auto attacks as long as she casts her abilities. Her ult is also changed. They've reduced just the cooldowns on that, but the ton early game.
Wow, that's just immense presence and pressure by KBG after just knowing that this is a very swishy bottom lane. But take note, that the damage is going to be much more amplified, of course, especially through the pokes, like what you mentioned, just because of this. And just a little bit of information, okay? We do see that Thunderdog did sub out their support SMY with Chenzi right now.
Yeah. It's a different support player. Might be the one who has been practicing the Sona in their scrims before they got here. But also to mention that the Ton was also forced to use the flash as he was trying to get the Scuttle. Scuttle did go to the side of Thundertalk, so both Scuttles right now has gone to the side of Thundertalk. Not for the jungler though. So it has gone to the laners, a bit more gold infusion as well as experience going for the laners of Thundertalk. But going back, yeah, Sona is going to be really good, but Shin, this is a very long trade right now we're seeing between them and KG.
Yeah, and Shin definitely is having a bit of a hard time this time around against Camille. Does have some sort of sustain, especially with the first skill, the Renekton, but it's too risky. It's much better for KG, especially with the tactical sweep, and he has to be a lot more careful. Cannot give any kill towards this Camille, or else it's gonna spell out trouble, especially that the Renekton does fall off towards the late game, compared to the Camille that just keeps on amplifying the scaling even better for KBG. Now the group up in the bottom lane will be spotted by a ward. But I mean, the main goal here of Thundertalk is to outpower them, but they will actually turn Assault and Battery, and Under Knight gonna be breaching the back line. Still is able to disengage. Thundertalk will be fine.
Yeah, Thundertalk is fine. They didn't incur any casualties, as well as KBG, but that was scary. The possible dive coming in from Thundertalk. 4 members matching up against Yuyu and Xiaoma. Oh, a lot of damage as well in that through shot barrage. This could very well be another angle for Thundertalk to have a bit more of maybe a kill, but it's not gonna happen. But going back as well, that was a bit of a rinse and repeat from Thundertalk. That's what they did as well in game 1, going for a 4-man threat on the bot side. And kudos to KBG. Their bot lane immediately backed off as soon as they saw the Scryer's Boom being popped, giving a lot of respect towards the whole of Thundertalk.
This is, again, going to be quite challenging for KBG. And we see the amount of respect that they are giving towards Thundertalk. After engaging, when they saw the comeback potential in the fight, to quickly disengage. This time, we see KG disengaging after spotting out X-By, helping out Khan as well. Just gonna be showing his presence, but not really too much engaging. They have to be very careful as well because he's on his way towards top lane, just in case that KBG does commit on a fight.
Yeah, KBG had a lot of discipline as well. As soon as they ulted Shin, and Shin started walking back, they kind of have the inkling that X-By might be in the area, so they didn't immediately jump on the Crocodile. As soon as they saw the accelerated gate being casted there, they just walked back immediately. So KBG right now on their toes, having clear presence of mind that Thundertalk, even though they showed themselves as easy prey, they're not exactly that. They bite back hard and they're able to turn things around. And right now, Thundertalk, as it stands, even though there hasn't been a lot of big action on the map, they're already commanding a 1k gold lead against KBG.
Thundertalk definitely is getting more resources despite the attempted pressure coming in, especially from Andran and Datan. You have to be very careful though. Barrage can be used. Shama getting hit by a spell. Shock Blast though is dodged, so it's fine. That's how much Thundertalk can actually throw towards KBG every time. And that's how risky it is to battle against Thundertalk, especially in the amount of constant pressure that they try to give towards their opponents to force them to make a mistake. KBG though so far is not making any. They are able to get this dragon for themselves to equalize the amount of resources that Thundertalk is going to be going. Top lane though, this might be a dive. Yu already using some of his abilities, trying to pin down. Shin is still going to be able to pop in the Dominus. That's a crescendo, still enough to get the kill towards KG, and they will get first blood instead. Andrei breaching the back line this time around. Chenzi is going to be in a bit of a trouble. So X-By answering back. Unable to get the kill though.
Yeah, they took too long to do the dive right there at the top side. Look at this replay right here. It took them about 10 to 15 seconds to even try anything here, and they didn't have enough damage. XBY and Shin are the only ones really dealing the damage here. The Sona just a tool to have the ultimate down to be able to stun members with the crescendo. So I think it's a bit of a misplay right there coming from ThunderTalk. We can still see some of the practice that they still need on this Sona, not expecting that she's not going to deal as much damage as they hope she would.
Yeah, and it would have been better, honestly, if Foil was also there to help out with the damage, because XBY wasn't able to deal the damage necessary to chip down the HP of KG. Also, it was a great interruption coming in from KBG, particularly Yu to prevent Shin from actually engaging. He popped in the Dominus to disengage when they actually was calling off the back, but wasn't able to escape, was pinned down with the Hextech Ultimatum. KBG, despite being down a little bit still in gold, is still able to get something out of ThunderTalk.
Yeah, they also have positional advantage right now here in the top side. There's 4 members of them, so they'll be sure to get this turret. The Herald hasn't been dropped anywhere yet by ThunderTalk, so first turret is gonna go into favor of KBG because of top. Unless the bot side, will they be the ones to break this tower first? We'll see. Yeah, they are the ones who are able to break that tower first.
Yeah, 3 members invested to take this tower down to equalize the amount of structures that KBG is attempting to make and have one up towards them as well. ThunderTalk doing a really good job in the macro. In micro, we saw some mistakes happening, especially in the top lane as a first one so far here in this series. KBG have been adapting really well. Just looking for opportunities, looking for ways that they can pin down ThunderTalk. Can see going forward, Yu might actually get caught, forced to use a flash just to disengage. Still is fine.
Yeah. Two shot barrage as well. Spell shielded right there by Shalma. Actually, the Herald was actually spawned earlier in the mid lane, so ThunderTalk already got a first hurt earlier on in this game. But yeah, right now, and also want to mention that for Soil on this Ezreal, this is the second time we've seen him using this champion in this series, and he always uses the True Shot Barrage almost on cooldown. Always uses it as a poke tool. Doesn't reserve it for last hits. He uses it. We see some teams or poke, right? Yeah, he uses it for poke. We see some teams use it for wave management. To when there's a wave on the other side, it's for wave management, cleaning the wave a bit so that it gives more gold for the Ezreal. But for Soil, he uses it as a damage tool. Just see right there again. He gets it on cooldown, immediately uses it, and it's not even a cooldown that the other team, or rather KBG, can take advantage of, because he just keeps hitting these monsters, these minions with his mystic shots, and it always goes on cooldown so fast.
Yeah, and that also gives him information on where KBG is going, because True Shot Barrage does provide some vision, especially when it hits someone. And we saw it earlier hitting Yu and also Xiaomer, right? And that kind of gave them information that KBG is grouping up towards the bottom lane. We saw them immediately running towards top lane in an attempt to pin down Andran. Luckily for KBG, they were able to get the better lead as well, able to adjust, and Andran was able to fall back, even not getting hit by the shock blast there of XBY.
Yeah. Now we're seeing a bit of a slower play. Both of these teams, not really much action. And as you mentioned earlier, right, for KBG, this seems like a better state of affairs for them because it's a bit slower. They can get into the game. They can scale more with the Sivir as well as the Akali. If it gets later on, she's gonna deal so much more damage, and she's gonna be able to wreck through both the Jace and the Ezreal. But one thing I also want to mention is this variable that is very invisible towards ThunderTalk, and it's their ability to win fights in the mid game. Even though you're slightly ahead, or even ThunderTalk has just this ability to win fights, and we might just be seeing that here in this possible Infernal Drake fight.
Especially with the amount of damage that they actually have, right? In crowd control as well, to set up as a counter possibly towards KBG. So Andran needs to be very careful. Looks like ThunderTalk is really setting their eyes on him as well. This is very reminiscent of the last fight earlier in game number 1. Soil gonna be casting True Shot Barrage, able to still deal the damage. KBG now on Soul Point is gonna be the most important thing for KBG.
A massive respect right there coming from ThunderTalk. They didn't force the issue when they weren't able to hit their poke against KBG. They just said, nope, we're not going to commit to that. We're just going to try to go for the True Shot Barrage steal. And fortunately enough for both of these teams, none of them having a lot of casualties. No casualties, honestly, for both of these teams. And just Dragon Soul Point right now for KBG. This is going to give a timer to ThunderTalk. This is going to force them into a bad spot. Possibly a bad spot later on if KBG is the one to be able to force the fight. If they're able to pick up the squishy targets on ThunderTalk, then they very well just might be able to win these fights.
I mean, ThunderTalk recognizes that they're easily can be bursted out here by KBG. They don't have any single tank in this composition. At most, the tankiest member is gonna be Shin. Maybe a little bit towards Z just because of the sustain and the heals coming in from Chensi. But either way, there's no proper frontline on the side of ThunderTalk. And KBG knows that as well. They have 2, honestly, possibly even 3 that can sustain. So it's much more difficult for ThunderTalk to burst KBG than KBG bursting ThunderTalk.
Yeah, definitely. So it's gonna be that push and pull, right, between these two teams. Who will give out first? Who will be the one to give that space, that opening for the other team to come in and win the fight? For ThunderTalk, as we were mentioning, they do have a lot of damage, but they are very squishy. So what they need to do is find a pick-off against KBG or absorb a fight, wait for KBG to use their ultimates, to use their tools for engage, and then ThunderTalk can bounce back to throw the damage at them. Baron is... Okay, I thought Baron was going to be Foresight or KBG. That would have been a bad idea.
Bad idea.
Because they...
Against Poke?
Yeah, against double Poke champions from ThunderTalk. That was a very scary Vault Breaker from the Ton. But fortunately, they didn't start that. ThunderTalk also kind of caught wind. Kind of also thought, wait a minute, that's not a play. That shouldn't be. That shouldn't be what KBG would do. And yeah, that is specifically what KBG wouldn't do. So now we're gonna go back to a slower pace. It's still 1k gold. They're still playing around that 1k, 1.5k gold lead for ThunderTalk, but no big advantage. This is just gonna go to a very big fight, and one of these teams, after they win that fight, they might just be able to win the game off of that.
I mean, the most strategic thing that KBG can decide to do is wait for the last dragon, because they have the best winning condition towards it as well. If they secure the soul, then they can pressure ThunderTalk even more. They will be more buffed up as well, especially with the shield that it will be providing, since it is going to be the Mountain Souls. Yuyu is going to be going in though, gets caught with Jin. The damage, the burst is going to be there. The sustain as well from ThunderTalk will be allowing them to now deal the damage. Hexacle Ultimate going to be used onto Soul, but not really too much pressure being felt here by Soil as well. Meter Enchant unfelt by ThunderTalk, and with Yuyu down, ThunderTalk is just going to go towards straight to the Baron.
Yeah, Yuyu got a bit too impatient. For KBG's taste right there. Got immediately bursted down by the members of ThunderTalk, and it's gonna be the Baron being given up here. And this just could very well be the swing that ThunderTalk needs, that ThunderTalk is waiting for. Now a poke comp having a Baron buff, that is a very dangerous proposition. And I think Yuyu thought he could get a pick off. They had a position to be able to catch the members of ThunderTalk, not realizing that all 5 members from ThunderTalk were in the area. And Baron buff as well as the Dragon coming up soon with a double poke composition. That is seriously a bad spot for KBG.
Plus X-Buy had the Edge of Night as well, so it cancelled one of the crowd controls of Yuyu. Everything kind of fell apart for KBG that moment. They had no reason to actually engage. They could have patiently waited for the Dragon and then engaging. They would have been buffed up enough to take on ThunderTalk. But now everything is in shambles. Baron has been taken here by ThunderTalk and now pushing into the mid lane. Shin is having the more confidence right now with Z actually split pushing in the bottom lane, waiting for the next Dragon. Now it's spawned up and ThunderTalk can also deny. It's everything right now going towards ThunderTalk and everything being shattered towards KBG.
Yeah, the only thing that KBG did to do there was wait for it. They had to wait for it until ThunderTalk showed an opening, until they were able to fire their shot, but instead they missed their shot right there. KBG right now on the back foot. Dragon has been taken by ThunderTalk. They missed the opening for the Dragon Soul. If Yuyu didn't go for that engage, they might have been in a position to fight ThunderTalk toe to toe in the Dragon Pit to be able to get the Dragon Soul, but instead they put themselves in this. It's a bit of a hole right now for KBG. It's still not all things are not lost for them. They can still take this game back. They can still fight it out. They still have the Sivir. When her ricochet, when her boomerangs bounce around the members of ThunderTalk, it's gonna deal so much damage because they don't really have a main tank. And still a lot of things that can go right here for KBG, but it just feels like Thunder Talk has broken the dam that was KBG in the first 12 minutes.
Everything that KBG was preparing for and was so excited for was already gone and taken by Thunder Talk instead. And we talked, Crazy Apple, we talked about the small things a while ago in game number 1. Again, just one small thing could have been the difference here between this game, and that's in the timing of the engage of KBG.
Yeah.
If they were patient enough to just get the dragon first, then it could have been a different story this time around. Now, Thunder Talk is having more and more confidence in the scaling department because they basically denied the best scaling objective from KBG.
Yeah. Now, it's gonna be on Thunder Talk. Thunder Talk will just have to wait for KBG to come to them. It might be Daton. Actually, Daton's just having a free reign right now. Just clearing vision here in the Baron buff area. Baron buff still gonna be up for a couple more seconds. Elder Drake about to spawn as well. Something that Thunder Talk would love to get their hands on. If they're able to get both of these objectives, they might just be able to close out this series with a clean 2-0.
I mean, that's a goal. And they have the highest potential this time around as well, after denying so many from KBG, but everything's not over just yet. KBG can still bounce back. Baron's gonna be available this time around. Elder Dragon as well in a short while. Thunder Talk can start either of the two later on, but they're also at a risk of being bursted out by KBG. So you should always keep that in mind. Crescendo gonna be used into the back line. No follow-up just yet. They just use it for the tower.
Yeah, they use it for the tower, getting the second-tier turret in the mid lane that opens up the jungle, the whole jungle of KBG, to be able to be invaded here by Thunder Talk. This might just limit the amount of territory and resources that KBG can have on the map. This will also limit their movements as the Baron and Elder Drake are about to spawn. I believe the pings are for Thunder Talk to start this this Baron. They're in full vision of KBG. KBG can very well run for this, but no! It's gone!
They go towards the Elder Dragon. They're willing to risk it. They're willing to give the Baron in order to get this Elder Dragon. Barrage is going to be hitting some of the members. Half HP, 5,000. Z is going to go in with the Tides of Blood. Also, the Hemo play Crescendo as well, doing the damage. The Thought is going to be able to get the Elder Dragon, but at what cost? Thunder Talk has gotten towards their head. It's just pinning off everybody from KBG. It's a disaster for KBG right now. And Thunder Talk is just loving it right now. Shadow's going to get caught. Cancel on the Rico, but does have the Elder Dragon, can still deal the damage here towards Shin. And now the mid lane is going to be pushed here by Thunder Talk. They want to end this game. They want to end this series right here, right now, and get their revenge. Finally onto KBG Gaming. It has been a season since they've last had their win series against KBG. They lost the last time they met, but this time it will change. Thunder Talk gets the revenge against KBG Gaming with the 2-0.
Thunder Talk completes the mission, takes revenge on KBG, and able to secure their spot as the top dogs in the Wild Rift League Asia Season 2. Still maintaining only one loss in terms of matches, and Thunder Talk, what a statement game on Game 2. Able to punish that one crucial mistake coming from KBG. If that mistake happened in a different game, it wouldn't be as big, but the thing was, it still coincides with the theme of Game 1. Game 1, small mistakes can lead to big differences just because of how close these two teams are matched up, and that wasn't a small mistake, that was a big mistake which echoed into a larger advantage that Thunder Talk was just able to take advantage of.
July 7, 2023 was the last time that KBG and Thunder Talk met. And it was a 7-game series. The best of 7 to reach the very end. But it was actually KBG that had the better end in that fight, denying the further games that Thunder Talk can be participating in their tournament because it was a lower bracket semifinals. That's how long Thunder Talk was waiting for their revenge. 6 months, 5 months, and it finally had it right now with a 2-0 victory against KBG Gaming. Man,
it was clean coming from Thunder Talk. Even you can look at the kills. It's just five kills in total for Thunder Talk, and just one for the side of KBG. There was not a lot of kills in this game. It really grew. It really went towards macro. It really went towards the fights and how Thunder Talk was just able to take advantage of some small mistakes coming from KBG. It was really I think you saw a possible play against Thunder Talk when he flashed over the wall. Maybe thought he could get a pick off. Maybe thought he could get the Ezreal, giving his team that opportunity to get the lead back, to get the lead for them. But unfortunately, he flashed into 5 members of Thunder Talk. That's what happens when you don't have complete information. But the thing was, what bothers me with that play was that they didn't need to do that. They weren't that behind yet. They weren't in a position that needed them or forced them into that spot.
Yeah, it was very close, honestly. KBG had the early game. They had the potential for the late game, and it does make a lot of sense on why some people would be a little confused, if that's the right word, on what happened. Because Thunder Talk should be respected at all times. You can never be impatient against them. They're number 1 for a reason. Yes, EDG was able to win against them, but it's a different story here right now for Keep Best Gaming. And Thunder Talk, through Z having an MVP performance, there were only 5 kills by Thunder Talk, and Z was part of every one of it as well. Low kills, but high impact end result here by Thunder Talk.
Yeah, it was also how they played the game, right? They were able to play with the Sona. They were always groupless 5, grouped together, making full use of the aura from Chen Z Sona, and also what a great showing as well from Chen Z, subbing in for SMY, having a very good effect on the team. Really good showing, a lot of promise from the support or the substitute support from their top.
It's a big risk, right? To be honest, I kind of got nervous seeing 2 things, right? In a very important series, you sub out your support that has been with you for the entire regular season, and also you try a different champion. But that's how confident Thunder Talk is, and they really back up their words. They really back up everything that they have said in this tournament, and they're really grinding towards the rank and their position here in this tournament as well. We see a faster game, a faster day than usual as well. Mostly has been 2-0, except for the previous series between OMG and Trace Esports.
Yeah, a lot of things we can talk about for the third match, right, between OMG and Trace Esports. Trace Esports suffering their second series loss of the season. OMG clinging on to a possible playoff spot. As we see the standings here, they're currently 3-8. They still have 3 matches ahead of them, so their best record could be 6-8 if JDG, Woohoo Gaming, and possibly Weibo lose all of their next matches. There is a chance that OMG catches up, but I don't know, man. It's such a hard thing to do. But Trace Esports was definitely a good first step for them to try and maybe catch on to a possible 8 spot finish.
Man, this is also quite OP, right? +20 is definitely, I think, a first here in this tournament. Almost every game has been 0 of a win by Thunder Talk, and it's just complete dominance. The only team to take them down so far is just EDG, and it took 3 games as well for them to be able to take them down. On the APAC side, we see Naos Esports this time having the upper hand after what happened today as well, with Nova Esports winning against KT.RY in a 2-0 fashion. They have +4 as well, and with the score tied, despite KT.RY winning against Naos Esports when they matched before. With regards to the points, with the series or amount of 2-0s you get compared to the 2-1s, it's Naos Esports that actually has the better standing.
Yeah, it's also how Naos Esports, right, getting a lot of those 2-0s. On the other side of the bracket, or rather of the standings, our 5th to 8th place will no longer have a chance to get into the playoff spot. Any of the matches that we'll be seeing later on in the season for them will just be for placements, or just trying things out, which is a good transition when it comes to seeing the matches for tomorrow. We'll be seeing Fennel and Team Flash going against each other in the first match. Is gonna be a banger for APAC to see both of these teams, but this is not gonna be a deciding match for them. Buriram and JDG for match 2, while in the third match it's gonna be EDG and JP.
Oh man, whenever I see the name EDG, I get nervous. Not for them, but for the team that they're gonna be facing this time. It's JP because they're on the 7th spot right now, right? They're close to being. They can be eliminated still in the tournament depending on how the other teams are gonna be performing. And EDG, they want to just go and beat the win streak record of Trace Esports and Thundertalk. They're now on their 8th consecutive series win after their 0-3 start here in this tournament. And man, they're about to break records if ever they do win here against the team. Any final words, Crazy Apple, before we head out?
It's been a pleasure casting with you, Yang. It's also been a pleasure casting with Dash. He was the one who casted earlier on for this first series and second series, and I'm just so excited to see actually tomorrow's matches because, as you mentioned, Edward Gaming, you're scared for G Team, but I'm also excited to see how this team just keeps on growing, just keeps on defying their own expectations, and I do want to see them tomorrow. What they're gonna bring out against G Team.
And we will see them tomorrow for sure. So many actions happening tomorrow. Yet again, it has been a pleasure casting alongside with you, Crazy Apple and Dash. And we'll see you again for day number 35. Good night, everybody.
There's something about games.
What you're doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.